creating all things. You were the creator of everything not written, everything that ever will be. So if it hasn't happened yet, that makes you the creator, correct? The writer, sovereign, above the law. Well, that's what sovereign is. So you're the writer and the creator of, remember, we're under this New Testament. So remember the laws of flesh. Don't put yourself back under the Old Testament, or you rip the purpose of him sending his son, because they perverted his law. And so if you pervert it, then you put yourself right back under the, or remember the Old Testament, the wages of sin was death, one sin. So sin was a sin, remember? So it didn't matter whether venial or mortal. So thank Father for Shiloh, for redemption. There was no redemption under the Old Testament. There was no salvation. Nobody was being saved, remember? The wages of sin was death. Couldn't be saved, so nobody's being saved. He has to die, and then he has to come back and pick up what he bought to be saved. Remember, it's something you bought. It's redemption. It means you already bought it. You come back and pick it up. That's what he said he would do. Return, receive, redeem. They are his bride. They are his purchased possession. So thank you, Father, for that, for sending Shiloh. He paid the bride price. And he said he'd return. The scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. So no redemption under the Old Testament. No, well, whatever. How about salvation? That you couldn't, saved. You have to die. And then again, that's salvation. The Greek word is sozo. So let's be picked up and carried, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, and then healed over here when he returns. So that's when you'll get your inheritance, the heirs. When somebody dies, they hung him from a tree, and he paid that price, and he said he'd make a covenant, and they would receive their inheritance if they had a crown. That's what he said in Revelation 3:11. I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Like they put a crown of thorns on the body's a temple. You got two temples right there on the side of on your head there, your skull, your brain skull. So most people don't. They go to temples made by hands. So he's not in the temple. He's inside the hearts, written on tables in blood, sprinkled with that blood. So like the sprinkling of the blood over the covenant of the ark. Remember, after the sacrifice, the high priest of Aaron and Levite would sacrifice, have that perfect sacrifice to the lamb, right? And then bring that blood and pass in over, remember, past the table of showbread and the altar of incense and the 7 candlesticks, which are the 7 stars, which are the 7 Pleiades, which are the 7 churches. And they'd go behind the veil and they'd sprinkle that blood, remember, over the Ark of the Covenant, which was guarded by the 2 cherubs, right? So that's what, now it's sprinkled with blood on our hearts, not on fleshy tables. So that's why he doesn't want us to sup with vipers, be breaking bread with people who aren't in the narrow way. So show them if they're in the broad way. Broad is the way that leads to death, hell. Most people are on the broad way. Most people go to hell. That's what the scripture says. He tells us to enter through the straight gate. Remember, straight is the gate. Like this flock is a teeny tiny, it's just a little puny number, a fraction. Most people go to hell. Most people don't know what hell is. Most people don't know where hell is. Most people have no idea. Remember, your body is a temple, so sprinkled with fleshy tables, all spiritual. So we're not under the laws of the whole old high priest of Aaron. It's Hokadash. So it is. It's a spiritual table. So we don't break bread with vipers. Don't invite these people into your home and just show them to the narrow way. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're here for. You're not here for everything else is secondary. Go share the light. Go share the good news. Tell them the good news. Can you tell everybody the good news in the gospel? What's the good news? The good news is that Father doesn't love everybody. Shiloh didn't come to, he only loves his bride. That's the good news. Yes, not just Jews, remember? But yeah, the high priest of Aaron and Levi. Go tell everybody. That's the Old Testament. We're not bound by those. Remember the Levitical high priest of Levite? We're not under that testament. He made a covenant. That's news you're supposed to be going out and sharing. And people don't want to hear it, though, do they? They want the easy Jesus. So, well, there's a price you got to pay to be, if you're chosen, then you suffer and you're set apart and you go through tribulation to receive that, remember, like it says in Colossians, Paul's writing, it's on our hearts. And, he told us that the kingdom of God that people call heaven, we have to go through tribulation. Thalipsis is the Greek word. We must go through much thalipsis, he said, much tribulation, like long suffering. Remember, it says long suffering. So people, they don't tell anybody that, though. They want the quick fix, easy, slam them like a one-day Sunday fun day Jesus. All their quick fix, you get it. But anyways, let's have the conversation about the silver elephant in the room. Anybody want to have a conversation about the silver elephant in the room? So, hey, Father sent Shiloh and they sold him, for 30 pieces. Nobody ever wants to, they think money is a piece of paper. I don't know about that, Hunter. All glory to Shiloh. We try to bring it straight, give it to you straight. Not, remember, he will straighten it out at the end. Anybody who screwed you over, he will right, well, forward, twist, pervert, warp, screw, twist, that, that he will right. And he will heal. Anybody cause you pain, he will heal. So let him fight your battles for you. Yep. He said, let vengeance be mine. Be meek. He didn't say weak. He said, be meek. So turn your cheek. He said 7 times 70. So I'll do the math. 490 times, sometimes in a day. This world will test the heck out of you, huh? Stay in the word. Thank you, Father, for that. It is. It's a quite the experience. This daily cross that we must bear and witness and take up, the weight and the burden, the yoke, the stock, as we're nailed. They just want to, does anybody want to nail you to a tree? Then you're all right, taking up your cross, right? Anybody want to, hang you from a tree? That's, they hung them, right? Raised them and hung them. So throw you in a jail. Does anybody want to throw you in jail for standing up to screwed up, perverted, twisted, changed, and warped Father's word? Because we're not under the law. Remember, he said it was fulfilled. He didn't abolish, but we're under this covenant of it. It was a testament that he made with his bride. Remember, he divorced his bride. So most people can't keep up. They're religious and they're like, huh? But they just want the quick fix Jesus. So they do. They love their love is dirt. That's basically idolatry. That's why he divorced his bride. Father doesn't want you to love the dirt. Father wants you to love the world, right? No, that's dirt. He wants you to love the word. Does the word come from dirt? No, Father created the dirt. Does Father come from the stars? No, Father created the stars. How come people can't get that straight? Where does it say that Father, the Most High, Elohim, God, that's a title, but where does that say that he comes from the stars? See, this is the wrong with the society that I have. And so that, remember, they're twisted and they're adding and taking away. And that's, fornication. Don't add, he said. That's idolatry. Remember, lovers of dirt, things they see, things of the dirt. Father doesn't want us to idolatry, idolatria. Go back and give you the Greek for it. The Greek is porneia, is the Greek word. And then the English word is idolatry, or idol or idol, or latria is to serve. So idolatria, that's to serve what we see, idols, little statues and big false towers. So, doing okay. We did kind of maybe possibly potentially hit a milestone here. Thank you so much, Father, for, I'm saying that we can get this ministry up and running and have the freeze dryer out here, have abundance, have both, a couple above ground, below ground garden. All we got 6 eggs today, so we got birds are starting to hammer back out the eggs, So we'll still be off grid, but want to have a place to be able to even putting in the septic, going over all the costs. So I ended up being able to potentially locate a building, and that'll pass for the county, save me from having to build something. I thought I might have to build a house. That's fine, but this will be a better way for me to go. I mean, it'll save me a tremendous amount of time, and I'm excited about being able to provide, later down the road for the ministry, create an abundance, a source of food. It's all about food. Most people aren't going to care about anything else when their stomach is just growling and rotten and they've never missed a meal in their whole stinking life, let alone go to a whole day. So that's a lot of the country I live in is like that. So I have to deal with the situation that I'm in. Outside of the walls of this corporation America, many people don't, they don't have this 3 days of 3 meals a day, eat, sleep 8 hours. They don't live like America's quite the mystery Babylonian nation, with their 40% of the resources are consumed by like 3% of the populace, decade after decade after decade. It's just all the finest myrrh and frank. It talks about a time where there would be that, nation, alas, remember, in 1 hour she'll be no more, but that's not yet. So we're still got to make it to the end and endure. So that would be this nation, that fornicates and, with all these other nations, and the nations that fornicate with this nation, and the nations that will be, thrown into the pit, hell, the abyss, Tardes, lake of fire, Hades, whatever. It's abyss. It's hell is what it's called, right? In Revelation 9:11, where the seventh king, the one that's locked up in the pit, the king of Revelation, right? So there we go. That's all right. The king without, right? The one who takes it and they gnash teeth and get to hang out with what they think is the devil. So there's no such thing as a devil. Where do you get the word devil? Where's that? What is that? What's the devil? Some horny Jesus or some nonsense like that, or some leotarded pokey Jesus, some red or white. Which one? Oh, it's red or white, or which they're both devils. They're both angelos. Remember, Revelation 9:11 says they have an angel over them, the king of the abyss, the king of hell, Apollyon, Mithra, the Massey god. Remember Baphomet, the god of three genders, three gods and one god. Massey, remember, one birth, and we're not supposed to celebrate birth. Don't celebrate birth. Anybody celebrates birth, they're a Satanist, 100%. You never met a Satanist. Now you know if you've met a Satanist before, because Satanists celebrate birth. That's the birthday to the sun god Satan. So the world thinks that everybody thinks they're got all their stuff together, right? And they're so, I'm not saying knowledge, they're so intelligent. The difference between intelligent, being smart, like being book smart and street smart are two different things, right? So, okay, anyways, so people think they're spinning on a ball, for Christ's sake. Leave them alone, right? So they think there's aliens and gods in the sky and, all these things that are fairy is a Celtic demon. The demon is what you call the devil. The devil is a daemonion, is what the scripture says. But people that are religious, they don't read the scripture. That's what religion does to people, waters them down. So I'll challenge send all your religious friends in here. Let me show you. They don't know the word. They know some other Jesus. There's no J's in Greek, so there's no Jesus. That's another one of these. That's Satan. Satan is the one they celebrate, Jesus Christ on December 25th, birthed in the middle of the winter. That's Satan. Apollyon, the sun god, Mithra. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. So just leave them alone. They're spinning on a ball, remember? This one time in band camp, whatever flute they're blowing on, whatever Peter Pan, God, leave them alone. I'm not doing that. Robin Hood, none of that. Too much Disney. They watch too much television, got stung by the spelling bee, or whatever, in school, got schooled and watched all this animation, children and television, Adult Swim, they to the adults too. They got the kids watching these things too. It's pretty crazy. So But you'll know them by their fruit. So it's an adult stream, so don't be a child and say childish things in here, or you'll get moderated. We're trying to stay and hover over the white elephant, or no, the silver elephant in the room. So does anybody know what the silver elephant in the room is? You ever heard that term? Silver. They call silver, they call it money in nations. In the Asian, some of the Asian nations call silver, they call it money. Yellow metal and the white metal. So, what's up, YouTube? What are you doing? Just sitting here like a bump on a log. You go down as the silent majority, and his side of the bias, the victory gets to spoil the story because the loser gets left out and gets to shut the STFU. We're trying to keep the cursing to a minimum. Remember, cursing. That's not a curse. To take the Lord is a pagan term. Name is Shem, so it's to not listen to what he tells us to do. It's not saying letters. I mean, that's like fighting over the letter J. There is no letter J in the Old Testament or New Testament, so there is no Jesus. Now stop it. Grow up, child. Stop being such a... Remember, he said don't add a period or a jot is what he said, or tittle in the Greek. So remember, that's like the smallest of the punctuation, like a period. It said doesn't add a period. A yod is a letter. He don't want you adding anything. He said if you do, you'll go to hell. Take away, add, you'll receive all the plagues that are written. Yeah, that's it. Go ahead. Tweak his word there. Be a tweaker. That's what people are. Ooh, we just came up with that now. Don't tweak Father's word. Father doesn't like tweakers. Twist and jerk and warp and warp speed or Godspeed. They're over there doing the, chewing on the side of their face, and they got, craters on their face, and whatever. Father doesn't like tweaker Jesus. So there's no J, so stop it. Don't lose your mind. Start twitching and have a seizure on me. Well, somebody will think you have a demon. Remember? You used to think people had a seizure had a demon. We'll go get the high priest and we'll sprinkle holy water on you, and we'll yeah, because you got a demon. People are lost, guys. Don't worry about it. So what's the silver elephant in the room? Anyone? Bueller? I'm in here for a country minute or 3. I've been keeping myself moderated, which is a little better. Too long. I got quite a few things done today. So ordered the part for the truck. Didn't want to spend the money, but it takes money to make money. That's how life works in my life. So I don't try to pay any taxes to the man unnecessarily. Feed the beast system. Most people love to feed the beast, and the beast, whether it's 501c3 funded churches or it's towers and govern, control, mind control people, they're all part of this beast system. So Father doesn't want us to support the beast. He said, come out of it, remember? Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. So these people they're hellbound, they're already there. Don't worry about it. They don't know what hell is, remember? Let me give you a little hint. Hell's not below your feet. Okay. Yeah, cool. I did, like I said, I did a bunch of random, I was kind of all over the place today. So I wanted to take that part off the truck, but I'm not going to get down there until tomorrow. He said it won't be in until later in the day. So I just, whatever, it's fine. I got it ordered. I made another call concerning the house, not the house itself, but all the setup, I'm saying, on how it works. So, I was pretty close to on this next time that'll go around that I'm going to, the check to the county with the address, the septic, the electric, the permitting, and I didn't know, and I'm learning, I'm glad I go over these things, multiple times. Found out that there's a permitting process to actually set that, single wide up to set it. So there's a particular cost for that. So I got to make sure I include, that cost. So get this truck going, get it sold, and then bam, permitting is on the way. So I want to talk about the silver elephant in the room because, again, that is the thing that I don't hear any other YouTube channel talking about. And I'm not sure how many other YouTube channels you watch. I'm subscribed to, probably a dozen economic or more channels that either cover stock market or global or geopolitical or whatever economics, and I don't see anybody else covering this silver elephant in the room that I went and spoke with multiple coin shops, dealers, people who do it online, people who do it via, post, and people who at shops and different. So I have access because I've been in studying this. I did YouTube videos 12 years ago about silver. So this ain't my first rodeo. Okay. I'm not giving any economic advice. I'm just trying to tell you something that I haven't heard anybody talk about. But the white elephant in the room is, but this is the silver, and the silver elephant is that it's there. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and nobody's talking about it. It's so massive. It's hard to think that nobody has discovered that they didn't pay any more than about $98, $99. And most people didn't get that. They got 95, 96, 97, and 98. So when silver ran past 100, the bullion dealers pulled back and quit paying that overpriced, which is smart because then it dropped all the way back down to 62. So these bullion dealers, don't listen to these freaking idiots in an investment cycle. And I'm not giving any economic advice. I don't know what they're talking about. It almost shut down every bullion dealer across this country. They don't have the overhead. And again, I've been talking more people about this, and they're like, you're totally correct. And even the ones that I talk to, they're like, you're right. We can't pay out $250,000 a day, $250,000. We don't have the overhead to do that, and now that there's a holdup with this sending constitutional and your grandma's jewelry or whatever, your pots and, or whatever, your little tea kettles, they're not taking that right now because there was an influx of it coming in when the price ran up. They were, people went out and there were some people started telling, hey, it was like kind of like a little gold rush in silver. And so you can only do that so many times, melt a gram of silver down or whatever, but hear me out. Nobody paid more than 95, 96, 97, 98. Now it's still $97, if I'm not mistaken, if I can have somebody check for me. Earthlings, yeah, we're taking over. Earthlings is the rule. We're going to take over your radios. Remember they did that thing on the television and freaked everybody out? That scare. So, okay, so what right now, if we went on APMEX, somebody give me an APMEX price? I don't want Canadian price. They pay way too much. Them Canadian dicks, they just don't know what they're too much. So 80.62. That's the spot price. That's not the price. Now I want you, Joe, to go on to APMEX and look at a silver buffalo and a silver eagle and give me that 1 to 19 price on a credit card, because that's what most people pay with is a credit card. Debit, credit, or something. No, not a lot of people do a bank wire. It's a pain in the ass to go down there and, mess with your bank. This whole idea is put it on the card. I got the money in the bank. Why go down to the bank? So you pay the fee. So that's not what it costs right now for, that's not the price out the door for a silver buffalo. So wrong. That's not the price. So that's their price for spot. What is the price to go in and purchase a buffalo to hold it in you? That's a paper price for the paper contract. That's the difference between the bid and the spot. What I'm looking for is to hold one of these pieces in your hand. If you don't hold it, you don't own it kind of deal. Where is my, shit we're talking about? Silver, we got a piece of silver out somewhere here. Huh. Where is my metals? I don't know where. Am I missing a pair here or something? Oh, here we are. How many pair of pants freaking pair of Levi's you got there, knucklehead? So I need the price of what it costs to have a piece of silver in your hand to buy that buffalo. What does it cost to have them ship one of those to your door? I'm not talking about the paper price. Okay. $89.16 for the buffalo at APMEX. Okay. Outstanding. Can you get me an eagle price? Just for, because a spot price is a little bit higher on an eagle. They pay when you they pay more on boy, those went down considerably. That's fine. That's good. 89. That's getting in on, that's $10 premium over spot, right? So they're paying about $5 back a spot right now. So if it's $80, you're going to get about $75 for your price, even though it costs, it's about $90 to buy it. So thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. So we'll round that up to $90, guys. You know what I'm saying? So to speak, you go pick it up at the post office with some gas or something. I don't know. You're like, what do you mean talk about? I get to pick up the mail at my house, man. It's my bad. I live out in the country. So one of these is $90, guys, to hold it in your hand. $90 for, thank you again. So I think the Silver Eagle's a little bit more, I've got a couple Eagles that are kind of shiny. I don't know if I get any more money out of those or not, but what I'm trying to do right now is trying to point out that nobody ever, I don't know what their discount, I don't know what you're talking about. What discount do you mean? And is that for an Eagle? Is 91 for an Eagle? And what's a discount mean? What do you mean? What's that all about, man? What you seen? I've never seen that, Joe. Joe Blow. Okay, so it's 91 for the Eagle. Canadian Maple Leaf silver coin on Canadian price is $1.89, guys. For Canadian, I told you them Canadian dicks, they got to pay. That's what I'm saying. You guys are getting. I didn't want to know your price right now, Sabrina, because I know you guys are paying an exuberant price for. It is your. Okay, outstanding. So they're doing a sale right now. Okay, across the board. Hey, do you know? Can somebody look up what it is for a copper round right now? I don't care who you go through. I only think JM has it. I mean, you can see what JM is if they have or SD. See, because I don't think Atmex has any copper right now, do they? Atmex still hasn't got any copper rounds. Because I'm going to move on back to silver because I want to talk about this for anybody who just pass the information. I'm not giving any economic advice in this video. It's just we're just having economic theory in here, right? We're just game theory in the, so Atmex got 39. Holy shit. Remember I tried to get everybody on the, Sabrina, will you be my witness, please? Sister, was I not trying to get everybody to buy these at like 207? Was I not trying to get everybody at Golden State Mint when there were $2? Ryan bought some for 207. When you had to buy how many? I forgot. You had to buy, but whatever. You had to buy some more. Okay, all right. Look at this, guys, and whatever. I'm not saying. Isn't that cool though that we're getting in on some of these things ahead of time? You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that, Joe. Just as my witness, I'm like, that's cool that some people listened and that's what I'm saying, $2, you know what I'm saying? And you're not getting these for any less than like 10 or 12 now, guys. This is crazy. These are almost the price of silver. He got in at 207. I think it was 279. Either way, it was under $3. Yeah, I remember it was under $3 for, and they're like 12 or $13 right now for copper, which is way overpriced, but hold on. Is it? I was having this conversation with somebody earlier talking about, hey, wait a minute, we used to pay $12 and $13 for this. Now it's basically $80. You know what I'm saying? So now this is really taking off, guys. Copper is going to be, this is the time I want you to really try to dig in and if you can scrap something, don't be proud. Just put it to the side and get to it later. Just if you have the room, that's the nice thing about having in the country. You can put stuff up. You don't have to get, or whatever. But there is a lot of there's a lot of copper to be had out there, in a lot of different ways. I want you to look up on how to. It's not easy, but there are some not too super things that are super, restrained to put you through. And if it's that difficult, then skip that kind of copper recycling and then find something that's much easier to recycle. You know what I'm saying? But if you can get your hands on copper right now, don't pass it up, guys. Nobody's paying attention to this right now. Somebody, I believe that it was the government that went in because they need this copper to run their data mining stations. They need silver. To get the wiring to the data mining stations, they need, nice, thank you, Jim. Nice. Down about $8. Cool. $8 because that's right about where Golden State Mint sitting right about that. Awesome. And to me, even though that sounds insane, and it is, because what, copper's $1,300 a ton, $6 or something a pound. That's way overpriced. Yeah, but when nobody can get any more copper pennies and they clip all the change, because that's copper too. All the change is copper. We already went over that. This stuff is going to shoot up because it's already weighted. This one's not easy to see, but it has the weight on it right there. See that? It's not easy to see on this coin because my camera sucks, but there's the weight. This already weighted. It has the purity. It's already in a form that's spendable. You know what I'm saying? Sort of tradable. So you can do this. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. Collect copper pipe, get copper wiring. One of those stripper machines are $20 or something. If you run it with a drill, you don't have to buy the big VMore or whatever that's a couple $100. You can get the one that's under 20 or like $30 or so. You get a hand crank one if you don't want to do that, but find the one if you got a drill, hook your drill up to that thing, and and garage sale, all your garage sales this year, over the spring and the fall, or the summer and the fall, get to those garage sales. Somebody got to roll away. Hey, give you $2 for that. No? Okay, $3? Okay, so whatever, just get it, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no. Do you know what's neat, Joe? Is sometimes something like that is what gets, it just takes one time to get somebody, because I used to give away my buffaloes. It's been a little while since I've done it, but I have given away many of these silver buffaloes in my day, and even a couple eagles too. And I'm talking just give it to them, and they're like, but sometimes it's just that one, getting them that one starts that wildfire trickle effect. It does, man. It just takes sometimes just one of them. It's like a seed. You plant it and all of a sudden it just turns like the mustard seed and the largest seed in the garden, so to speak. No, it's kind of neat to see people, because you're like, man, I worked my butt off and there's all my labor, and I could feel the labor, that's stored up in there. It's all compacted, all the labor. That's what this was used to pay for. Remember, this was grains. They used to put grains on these because it was food, and this would trade this for food. It was actually, the food was worth more than you would, you know what I'm saying? They priced it in grains. Now they price it in talents and dollars, but it used to be priced in grains. Silver used to be priced in grains, and then you exchange those grains for, see what I'm saying, for silver. But now they do it differently. Now they went to the talent measurement system, which is 31.3 grams per ounce. So not 28 like a steak, or there's other things you would know that would weigh an ounce that are that are in that same thing. Anything other, it's not a precious metal. So copper is not a precious metal. It's weighed differently. I think it's weighed with like a GVM or something. I can't remember exactly the whatever the acronym for what those letters stand for. But I think that pretty soon, if this, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no doubt. Look at that, Joe. I know, look at what they're worth now, right? So to speak. But if these are getting up to be almost $12, which they can in some places, I remember paying $12 for a buffalo. You know what I'm saying? So this is almost reaching a precious metal status. They might rechange this over to a precious metal someday, brothers and sisters. I seriously think so. I think in our lifetime, we could see them retake this from this weight of measurement that's not, because it's been a byproduct, a base metal, and it was not. Now it's a strategic metal and a critical metal in the event of national security. They made both gold and silver a critical metal. In November of 2025, they made both silver, which we weren't surprised because they've been talking about doing that for some time, but they put copper on the list as a critical mineral. So this is a time, like I said, to probably, if you can have the ability to get some copper, get a smelter. It's not really super hard, or a crucible to melt down copper. I think you can even do it in your microwave if you I don't recommend, I don't own a microwave, but it's something you could, and they have them where you can put them, I think, in your microwave and even melt down copper. But probably easier to do it in a bigger, especially if you have it, and then melt that down into pieces. So I'm telling you, I'm going to do that. That is the first thing I'm going to do when I'm done with this ministry. Okay, brothers, sisters, getting this ministry up, I am going to design a meatloaf looking a loaf. Okay, I'm probably going to try to get a form or something to pour a form. I'll just knead it at the bottom and pour and I could on the back side. It should come out. What I'm thinking, I want to pour a meatloaf, HD fat copper meatloaf chub, and send those out to the ministry. I want to do that now. I might do that before we get food, but that's something I want to send out to our subscriber count. Not everybody, just the limited people that come back and frequent the ministry on a regular basis, guys. I'm excited about doing that. And I want to have the stamp HD fat, which is High Desert Faith and Truth. We'll put HD fat and then put the weight and measurement on it, 999 pure. And, we'll probably do like a 1 ounce or a 2 ounce or something, little chub, maybe a 3 ounce, and make it like a little piece, like a meatloaf, have a little ripple on the top, and, and and I'll probably, like I said, I'll probably stamp the bottom of it with the weight, where it's flat, stamp that. And then that's, and then maybe put the HD fat on the side of the loaf. So we'll send out some copper HD fat loaves, meat loaves, because you got to come here and eat of the meat, right? That's what he said, eat of the meat, HD fat. That's the best part of the meat. So frick yeah, I would get a crucible, guy, or get and start melting down some copper. It does. I want to get one. I'm gonna figure out how to get this mold made. Somebody will make it. They can 3D, print it, and then the people can do this stuff now. It's not super tough now. The world we live in it's insane. The thing that I'll probably have to pay a little bit is to have the no, I don't know. Maybe I could stamp it. I probably wouldn't scribe that in there. I could probably stamp an HD fat on the side of it with a little, bang, 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 bang out a little HD fat into copper soft, so we can get it in a nice little. Yeah, okay, there we go. We don't need we need to do any kind of scribe on that. That could be a punch, what I'm saying? It's copper, it's soft. So that's it. Hey, there we go. That's cool. I thought about this the other day, but I'm excited about that. Like I said, give me reason to get some more copper, hoard some more copper. So won't that be fun to send out copper loaves, HD fat copper loaves to the ministry, little meat loaves, because you're supposed to eat of the meat. So little meatloaf copper chubs. They look cool. They look cool in copper, wouldn't they? You know what I'm saying? You've seen copper differently, little copper bars, hand poured. So it look cool because the way that bottom of that copper like swirls at the end, it does that little kind of, when it dries or whatever, when you pour it, you do a free pour and it kind of has a little bit of a ripple effect. So very cool. Won't cost a tremendous to do, guys, either. You know what I'm saying? Probably, like I said, the biggest cost will probably be having nothing. I mean, the punches, you know what I'm saying? I don't think a crucible is, I think it's like $100 or something, a small, a smaller crucible that would be just fine to do what it is that I'm doing for, not like I'm doing metals that need to go up in height. I'm doing steel, and I'm doing soft metals like aluminum, copper, silver. I'd be doing metals that melt pretty easily. A lot of them you can kind of do even with a torch. Some of them, you know what I'm saying? Gold, you can put a torch straight at gold and it'll turn into a pool. So just nice to be able to shove a lot of copper in there and then purify it. That crucible helps to burn off a lot of the impurities. You know what I'm saying? You can have, a little easier to do it that way. Get that pure copper, try to get it down to that, 3/9 fine, that real pretty. I do think too, Golden State Mint has some of the nicest copper on this rock. I really do. I like their coins. I truly like their color of their copper. Has a very unique, it's really pure, and it has, it just a certain little bit of a tone to it. I almost want to say it almost looks like it looks like a freaking Black Hills Gold. I swear it does, man. And the Black Hills Gold has that copper appeal to it, but it almost has like it's got a gold, like a some kind of a, has that hue like a Black Hills Gold to it. So I really like the color of their, and it does that too. It gets, it starts, this one's already starting to get just a little bit of a hue to it. Like you'll see what I'm saying, that as it sits there, it turns that almost like a Black Hills Gold color. Oh, there you can kind of see it. Yeah, or rose gold. There you go. That's what I'm saying. Rose. There you go. See that tint? See there? See where you see it starts to get that rose gold color? See it right there? It's nice. You can see it from here. My camera sucks, and I've only ever had it on Golden State Mint. Theirs gets that tone to it. It just gets a really nice, I don't know. Yeah, thank you. Like rose gold. See it? Are you seeing what I'm seeing there, Joe? So there it is. So I really like their copper. It's just different. I've had other pieces of copper in the past, and I don't have any anymore, but I bought some more, and I'm telling you, they are got their own kind of tint, and they're their own mint too. You know what I'm saying? So I think they have some. I think it's because they're real pure. I think they have their reputation. It's a good company. I definitely recommend. They're a little slow on their shipment right now, but I think that's probably cleared up a little bit. But yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So how's it getting that tint? Well, they put some gold in there? Somebody accidentally bleed a little gold in there? You see what I'm saying? Did actually somebody bleed a little gold in there? What are they doing there, Because oops, somebody spilled some gold in there. So I bought it before years past, and I've noticed there's a similar tone to it. So I really like their I like their tint to their I got some buffaloes too. Got it. Some buffaloes, and these ones were the bear bull round. This is the bear like a bear market when the bear market's going down, and a bull market is when the bull market's when it's going up, up like horn, like bull, like the Merrill Lynch bull, bell, ball, Satan. But it's a pretty nice round. There we go. Now you can see it. Kind of a high relief. Super job. This is their design. Their design. So definitely like Golden State Mint. I bought gold from them before I had to, got taken from me. Isn't it nice, what I'm saying, the bear bull, like a bear market and a bull market going up, bull market, bull market going up. Bear market coming down. That's a cool bear, man. That's a nice bear. Look at that. Just ripping big old pad, sticking that pad out there. Like a big old grizzly. So nice job, Golden State. This isn't really showing. I don't know why, but this bull has a little bit different appearance on this. I don't know why. I can't go out and get it to get the luster. I mean, my camera sucks, but it looks like it's smiling, but it's not. That's just the under where its lip is at. It's at the chin of it, but pretty interesting coin too. Bull market. Man, this camera sucks. Okay. So again, the silver elephant in the room, guys, is that I don't think you're going to ever get $100 for silver until the government steps in and buys it. I'll come out right and say it. And I spoke with that coin dealer about that. She kind of agreed. She says, I think you're right. I think the coin shops will shut down again if the silver gets at 125, 150. They're not going to be able to do 250,000, $250,000 of overhead every day. And if they don't have anywhere to move that product right now, then they're not going to, what I'm saying? They either have to sell it back to you at a premium or send it out for melt. I think, and this is all planned. I think it's a backup, and the government's smart at what they're doing. And I think that I'm the only person that's actually figured out how they can continue these markets. I said, you're going to shut up shop, but they're going to call you up at the government because they know who the hell you are. When you sell gold and silver, you definitely, in your licensed business, the government knows who you are. They're going to call you back up and say, take silver at $150 an ounce, pay them this and send it to this address. We'll give you this much commission on it. And the coin shops will go, okay. because they'll have a regular and they'll take it and they'll open their doors back up. But you'll be giving your money, your silver, to the government at that point. So, and it's not going to be a fun world when you're going to get 150. That's going to make silver $300, but you're only getting about 150 for it, just so you know. Okay, that price between the 150 and 300, I don't think you're going to get it. So if you're hearing what I'm saying, I think this is how they going to use these local coin shops that will shut down shop. Then you'll have nowhere to cash your silver out back for cash. God forbid you'd ever trade it back for cash. I need it right now. I'm trying to get this property on the grid. That's the nice thing, is it's liquid, right? A little bit of an issue. We just seen a triple, price increase, 300%, what increase in, market was stale for 20 years. We see more price action, in the last 6 months, year than we've seen in decades. So, the market's got to cool off. And that's what we see right now is market staying at right about 80, 81, 82, 80. I was hoping it would go up today, get up towards 82, 83, 84, 85. That's it, guys. I don't think I want to wait for it to go to 90. Okay. And I'd love to take profit. But as I told you earlier today, I pulled my paper today. My paper, silver today, and said, all right, whatever. I could have made another $1,000 almost dollars, but I waited too long. It could go back up. It went down today. I cashed in, my original investment, pulled a little bit of it out of profit and left some on the table. So to me, it's a win-win-win situation, because it gave me the additional funding that I need to purchase this building for the ministry, so I can set up the freeze dryer and, have flushing toilets, set up septic. And, I went over that again today with somebody over this cost, and I can do this. I need to break it off in sections. And if I do this in sections, I can handle this. I'm going to have to do this in sections, but I do, if I can, take and get a big, like I said, we're looking at least $5,000, $6,000 for the septic alone, So I think if I can, what most people don't realize, I don't know if any of you are getting what I'm saying, is that when silver got up to 105, 10, 15, 20, none of these coin shops and none of these pawn shops paid anybody no $121, which was smart, because it got way overpriced without any real reason to go up. And then it crashed back down to like 62. Now, remember, it's recovered back up. I think it hit almost 90 at one point, but then it's pulled back and been hanging right around 80, which is good. It's set a floor. It's been at 80 for so long, it's going to be hard to bring it below that. If they do, it's probably just manipulated, like it is still manipulated completely. So the point that I'm making of this video is that, this live stream, is that the silver elephant in the room is that you're not going to be able to sell your silver again if it gets over $100. I don't think so. If it starts running up again over 100, goes 120, 125, 150, you're not, and then I think it'll blow up from there. It'll go, if it hits 121 again, we'll probably see it hit, 200, but you won't be able to sell it there. The coin shops will shut up their doors, or they'll only deal in numismatic, which I don't know if they'll stay in business for that. They kind of need that flow of the 925, that's jewelry, the coin, the bullion, all of it. It's kind of, and then numismatic, because you can't depend on what's coming in any day or what's going out, who's going to buy what. But bullion is something kind of on a regular, people buy cost average on a regular. They kind of it's a way to keep their doors open. You know what I'm saying? Sure, something like that, but everybody else at rate is going to shut up their doors. And then you're not going to have anywhere to pull your profit, and you're going to go, damn, I should have sold it when it was $100. Kind of like I'm going right now is, hey, man, I could have maybe done that before when I had an instinct. So now I'm going, well, I don't think we're going to even see these times again. We're not hitting them. We could sit there and consolidate for the next 20 years. We did that almost for 20 years. We stayed between that, 12 and $20 for like 20 years, brothers and sisters. I was in the market for a long time. I know what I'm talking about. So this market could consolidate for a while. They need this metal. That's a very reasonable price. $80 is cheap if you ask me. for considering that is the most widely used, most reflective, most conductive. It's used in solar. It's used in military. It's the lifeblood of military industrial complex. It's used in Band-Aids. They put it in clothing. The colloidal silver, again, antimicrobial, antibacterial. Again, it is the most reflective, most conductive. It's used in electronics, photovoltaics. It's used in photo. It's more valuable than gold. In a sense, it is. So it is hard to part with it, but if you can't sell it, what do you want to hold on to it for? You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. So I do think if you do get to a chance that you could sell it again, I don't think it'll be under the conditions that most people have today, is freely traded. If the price of the metal gets too high, they're going to nationalize it and tell everybody that they are going to do a surrender like they did in 1934 and tell everybody to turn in their silver because they need it to go to Iran. Or maybe we're involved in somewhere, Cuba, and some other 2 or 3 countries that we're now taking over and have military in. That takes, this is what is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex, not oil. It takes this in every switch, every tank, every drone, every helicopter, every Apache, everything, every phone, every CB, it all has silver in it. This is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. So I don't think you'd be able to hold on to it for too long. I think we're to the point in history where our government has told us we have to surrender it by executive order. Now, you do with that what you will, okay? A lot of people told them to kick rocks, but here's my point. A lot of people will go ahead, and if they have it, they'll be a patriot. Do it because it'll be patriotic to turn in your gold, turn in your silver, and they'll do a replay of what they did before. It's almost obvious what they're about ready to do. So they put the in-between stage will probably be, like I said, when silver hits about $300, you'll be able to go to the coin shop and they'll give you $150 for it then. Maybe is projected, potentially, just theory. I don't know. I'm just gaming this out, okay? This is called 5D, chess, if you will. Live. We're doing it live. So I do think this is a plausibility and it is the potential. And I talked to somebody who's been in business as a coin dealer, owning a coin shop for 51 years, and they didn't disagree with me at all. They said, you know what? You're probably right. That makes more sense. I've never thought that far ahead, but that does make sense. They're going to use the coin shops as their, insert your money here, like when people go in the bank and then they take it and you become a creditor to the bank. That's what's going to basically happen. They're going to use this as that kind of a, system. And if not, then they're just going to shut it off, nationalize it, and you're never going to be able to sell it again. You'll be able to trade it, which that's the idea. I never wanted to trade my metal back for paper ever, but I now am trying to put in a ministry, which takes, about $25,000 to do. So I need to bite it off in chunks and sections and sell. And, maybe by the time, we're going to keep going to war, brothers and sisters. We're not winning the war in Iran. So we're going to keep going to war, which will take more silver, which I do think, they're going to want it. They need it. They made it a critical metal. National security, a critical mineral is what it's called. I'll put it on the critical minerals list, if they want it, the government will take it. They've done it before. So if you've been in this market, I'm not giving you any economic advice. If you bought in at 12, 13, 14, 15, this channel, silver was at $25 on this channel. And I was telling you guys that under $50 is fire sale prices. I have many subscribers that can't tell me I'm wrong there. I was telling when silver's 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Remember, some people got in right there. Is it wrong to take profits at $75 if it's 80 and you get it back to 75 because it was up to 100? You tell me. You're not literally taking a loss at that point, right? You know what I'm saying? You're still making a gain. You might not gain as much as you could have. So that's what I did today on my paper stock. I said, I'm just going to pull it, and whatever it is, I need another $1,000. I told you guys that. And I don't see anybody in this ministry being able to, put that kind of money into this ministry. So I don't want anybody to put anybody out. So I'll do it on my own. You know what I'm saying? So I went ahead and sold this stock, and I said, okay, well, I pulled my original investment out because I bought it during the COVID. So I got what I originally made out of the stock. I lost about 1,000 from its height, I'll just tell you, but then I pulled a little bit of profit because I need a little bit more. Actually, I got a bill coming up, phone bill, insurance bill. I just paid that, just like anybody else. I got to keep afloat out here. So I said, okay, now I'm going to sell that. I'm going to pull my original investment. I'm going to take a little bit of profit off the table because it's sitting there, and I'm going to leave some profit that I have out in there and don't sell my whole stack, so to speak, of paper. So I got a little bit of paper left, a little bit of profit, and pull my original investment. Win, if you ask me. See what I'm saying? Oh, man, you should have kept it in there. No, I should have pulled it out. At least I could have pulled out what I pulled today and still had my original investment in there at its height. So I think today, actually before the market opened, I did this, and the market closed today or opened up and went down even more. So, but I executed my trade at that price, and it's gone down even more. So win, because it's been sitting in there for like 5 years, guys. So it's time to go ahead. It was up over 700% from 2 years ago because it went down to about $300. You know what I'm saying? It got pretty low, but then it shot back up, and now it's come down. So when I pulled this profit from 2 years ago, it was up over 400% from 2 years ago. I think it's a win-win-win. So I now should hopefully have enough funding. Now I'm going to be short the starter because I went ahead and ordered the starter. It was $129, but oh well, I'll get that truck sold, and now there's the money that I need for those permits. Bam! If I get the truck sold, let's see what takes money to make money. So that's why I bought that trailer to build a tiny home the other day too. You know what I'm saying? So I've been spending a little money. I didn't know if I was going to have to build a house too. You know what I'm saying? So this is such a blessing. I cannot tell you guys. This is why I'm telling you there's a silver elephant in the room, and in the elephant in the room is, hey man, you get over near $100 of silver, I don't think you'll ever be able to get $100 for your silver. So do you want to play with 80, 85, 90 in that range, 95? You're playing in a range there that it surely could go to. It's been 121. It could easily hit that mark again. Absolutely. But it's going to start, when I think so, when it starts shooting up like it did last time, it's going to spring up real fast this next time, because I think there'll be, another manipulated market. The last time wasn't you and me buying silver. It wasn't people buying coins and necklaces and jewelry and stuff. It was Samsung. It was iPhone. It was Starlink. It was Palantir. It was Lockheed Martin. It was Boeing. It was NASA. It was all these, all these people who have all these circuitry, switchery, DARPA, the Pentagon, all these. That's where, what I'm saying? That's why silver's never going to reach these prices that people think, and you're going to be able to obtain it because I've already seen they'll take control of this metal, so to speak. So again, the silver elephant in the room is where is it, where's the cutoff before they do this to us again? Because after talking with almost 5 people in the industry, which adds up to hundreds of years worth of being in the industry, none of them disagreed with me that, and every one of them told me that none of them paid any more than $95, $96, $97 for silver. You know what I'm saying? We're getting our ass kicked over there in Iran. I'm a military veteran, and I know war. I talk about it. Let's not. Okay. We're getting our asses handed to us. So there's not any military that could beat there's the most sanctioned nation ever. And most people don't chant death to America or Israel in Iran. It's so stupid. People have been propagandized. So the Iranian people are good people, solid people. These are the Persian people for thousands of years. You're messing with somebody that's been, we know how long we've been here, and you're going to mess with a country that's been battling for thousands in terrain like Afghanistan. We ain't going to win. We'll never win that. So, and he's already, look at this current administration already pulling back, Oh, well, we got this in the bag. He's bombing empty buildings. Then you're not getting the real news in most cases, just so you know. Seriously, I make it this is my life. This is what I do. I've been doing this on YouTube for, what did Iran do to America? What did Iran, I've been saying that, do to America? It's crap, man. This sucks, dude. I mean, under this testament, he said, let vengeance be mine. And we went over there and attacked somebody. You know what I'm saying? So this is crap, guys, you know? Yeah, because somebody's gut feeling, you know, like, oh, we'll pull out when I get a gut feeling about it. I don't think your pullout game's very good, Mr. Warp Speed. They're annihilating all our bases. The two largest bases that we have over there, you know, they just took out. You know, we're fleeing all those bases that we took, all the money that would took decades to set these bases up, just abandoning them, you know. So taking over this island with these 2,500 Marines is a setup to get a bunch of Marines killed. They're going to get smoked on that. Those people have been on that island for how long? And by shutting off that island, it's not going to close the Strait of Hormuz. That's stupid to think that little island is going to stop anything. You know, it's a setup. This has happened before in history, and they like to replay history where the Marines went in and got smoked. Go look it up in history. It's happened before, literally. Almost a similar thing. It's like a setup. You know, that's why this military top, you know, Marine said, we're not doing this. But Mr. Warp Speed don't care anyways. You know, like I said, he's got handlers. Don't think that, you know, he's not, you know, he's a puppet on a string just like anybody else. But, you know, he's definitely has an ego. And you know, it's going to end up drafting. This is what will cause the Civil War in America. You mark my words, YouTube. You listen to me right now. Okay, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been warning you of all these things with Obama, with the executive orders, the 923. All these things that I talked about are coming to fruition right now. When they put a draft in America and these young Z generations, okay, and it's not just the 30. If you look at wars in past, you know, they'll go look at the inscription and the conscription in men and women in Ukraine up to like what, almost 50 years old. They're over there now because they killed a whole Ukrainian generation of men and women because they send their women in the meat grinder, and they have that in the legislation passed in this country. Nobody's talking about that either. They could send our little girls to war. But 18 to 30, right? You think of this generation Z walking around with blue hair and whatever. They're kids. They can do whatever the hell they want. Not all of them are like that. I'm not trying to group them all up. But you think they're going to go fight a war in Iran? A lot of them don't even know where Iran is at. Neither do adults. You know what I'm saying? They don't. They couldn't point it out on a map. And that's what I'm saying. You think they're going to want to go over and fight a war? Would you send your little girl and daughter, or would you send your son to go fight some banksters war in the desert again? Here we go again. Oh, we're only going to be there for a couple weeks. That same thing they said in Desert Storm, Desert Shield before all that. Remember, this is when I served in the military. So I'm quite aware on how this works. So this is a war that will be involved for years. Because at first it was just going to be a couple days, quick strike. We were going to get, you ain't going in and kidnapping some president like Venezuela. And I knew that to begin with, because some people are like, oh, this is going to be a quick, dude. No, it's not. We'll never leave that place. Probably not. It'd be like in Afghanistan. You're not going to, that's a very similar terrain to Afghanistan. And actually, like I said, the Iranians are the most sanctioned nation on this rock. And so my question for you is, if Israel can have, you know, nuclear weapons, why can't Iran? If Yemen, if China, if Russia, if America can have nuclear weapons, why can't Iran? You know, this is ridiculous. You know, like I said, the most ignorant generation to ever walk this rock is the current ones that are living in this country right now. You know what I'm saying? So this isn't about regime change anymore, is it? We're starting to see that, huh? Kind of like, oh, it's about drugs in Venezuela. It ended up being about oil, wasn't it? You know what I'm saying? So this is part of the greater Israel movement is what it is. This is to forward the advance of the greater Israel movement, and this is to checkmate China. Iran has everything to do with China, just like Venezuela, just like Cuba, just like Greenland, just like Canada. These people are lost. Most Canadians, most people from Greenland, most people they don't know their ass in the hole in the ground. This is all about strangling China so that China can't get a hold of any of this. It's a brilliant move on the part of the West, but this is straight imperialism. It is. I don't like what I see. And it's outside the covenant of this New Testament where we're not supposed to go outside our borders. So blasphemy. And so that's the long end of the answer. How about that? So I think, like I said, you should go look at blogs of people in Iran, people who've gone over to Iran. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's kind of crazy, Keith, how some of these nations accepting of some other nations, Filipinos, people from India, people from China, how they're it's different. Some of these wars have been long standing, like the Persians, like Iran. That's an old nation, brother, sister. They've been warring for thousands of years. This country is going to go over there and thinks we're going to take over a country that's been sanctioned and been getting ready for this for decades. We're not going to go over there and beat anybody. We can't sink their navy, and that's not the ships that were sunk. You know what I'm saying? That's right. We are straight up. There was no reason. They didn't do anything to this country. And we're sending billions of dollars to Israel still. And how much a Patriot missile costs to guard this country? And we got dying people in the streets, women, children in the streets of this country, dying, substandard living, literally. I mean, just atrocious. And because our government decides to spend $1 trillion every 100 days, $1 trillion on our military budget. That's more than every other military in the whole world combined. We spend more money on war, the war machine, the military industrial complex, as people starve in the streets. And like I said, we got places like, Detroit, I don't mean to go there, but just some of these cities are in shambles, and I don't like the cities, but I'm just saying they're people. Okay. I don't care. People are people. I don't have to agree with them to still treat them with some, love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. Okay. So, but my point is people don't understand anything about the people in Iran. You should study the Persian people. Remember, that was the Persian dynasty. Okay. Part of the bear, the lion, the leopard, the bear. Those are one of those, again, that's a Persian dynasty. Remember? Right? The lion, that was Babylon. Fred Flintstone was pretty cool. So again, brothers, sisters, people don't understand. The Iranian people are really good people. They're solid people. You know what I'm saying? They're good people. Go there, visit. Go be an American and go visit there. They won't treat you like crap. If you don't act like you go to Hawaii, you act like a haole. Of course, they're going to treat you like crap, but you go there and they'll treat you. They're very, like I said, they're I don't mean like subtle, but they are. They're very humble people. A lot of them, I don't mean like some of the Indian people. They walk with their hands behind their backs and formal, very polite, very inviting. These people are not these people that they make out on television. It's not at all. I mean, these people have a history long before America ever came about. So it's crazy how people just take a grasp of time and history and put a blanket over somebody like that, put a veil over them. Cover them like, oh, well, you're black, you're guilty. You can't sin. Oh, wait, no, you already sinned, right? You're black, right? You're white. Oh, you can't sin. You're pure. You couldn't sin if you tried, right? Putting this veil over people, and that's what people do. And that's what racism, and it sucks because there's a lot of good people. I think probably 70 to 80% of the populace in Iran are hardworking, good people who don't have anything to do with the government, don't even really want anything to do with the government, and don't chant death to America. But that's not what you'd see on television. They're the number one state sponsor of terrorism. When did we have a terrorist attack in America? Oh, you talk about the Iran-Contra? Oh, wait, hold on. That was the 70s? You know what I'm saying, guys? This is ridiculous. For the American public to stand by and allow this to happen on their watch is there will be hell to pay for most of Americans. You can't run from this. You don't go and they brought this war to your doorstep because what's going to end up happening is this is going to become a draft. We're not going to go in and kick the pants off of Iran. We're not doing it right now. This administration's already rolling back. It's, we beat it. We're done. We're good. We're almost, we're cleaning up to, I think now it's send us your boats, send boats, send help. We need help. What happened to this great, strong America? We're getting our butt stomped over there, brothers and sisters, and that's not what you're going to hear in the news. That's why you see this current administration not talking about regime change anymore, huh? What happened to all that regime change? They're not talking about that anymore, are they? So most people don't understand the art of war. they don't understand how this works. Maybe because I'm a military veteran, I study, I mean, there's a lot of past history to look at to see how, things could happen and how we might respond, how they might respond. And, that's that 5D chess, that, war games that they play. All these commanders and chiefs, that this is something that the algorithms, remember, the AI is gaming a lot of this out too right now. So looking at what I see in the future is this going to affect America? No, we only get 1% of our oil from Iran. Okay, we're the largest distributor of oil right now on this rock. Most of it's shale, but my point is that we're not affected by that. But there are many nations, like they say, almost 20% of the world's overall, goods come through the Persian Gulf and through that Strait of Hormuz. So it is a choke point. And they have straight told America, we don't care. You're not going to come roll in here, kidnap our president. And who do we really even know if their president, is, dead? I haven't seen any funeral, any services, I just know now his son's appointed, and so, right. No, so the people don't realize is that these people have gamed out a system that if no matter what happens, this is what they're going to do. I mean, Iran bombed 15 countries and people don't want to take it serious. 15 countries, even their home allies. Anybody that had anything to do with us, hey, you're going to support them, let them fly in, but we don't care. You know what I'm saying? Dubai, for Christ's sake. People and people, it's all over, and yet they're still shelling, standing out. All that Iran needs to do is bomb, one boat, send one bomb a day, and they're still in the game in Hormuz. And a lot of it's by drone. So it's not like they need to have all these, big, and they've got these launchers all over the place, strung out. Like I said, they're the most sanctioned nation in the world, and they have been. So they have been getting ready for this the whole time. The whole time, brothers and sisters, they've been preparing for these exact days. So they know when one falls, 2 heads, 3 heads grow back. This is not a nation that we go over there and kick their ass, brothers and sisters. Apologize for cursing, but it is not. We opened up a can of worms. You're not going to put the toothpaste is not going back in the tube. You understand? Man, I read something on a blog today. It was really, it was awesome, man. I knew I should have wrote it down. I'll remember it, but I don't remember it right now. It was something about a monster or something. You can, and that wasn't a monster. When you dance with a bear, the bear decides when the dance is over. I was like, oh yeah, that is amazing. Tell that to everybody you know. I'll say it again, not so loud. When you dance with the bear decides when the dance is over, correct? That's just what that's what we did, brothers and sisters. I was reading, I've been doing a lot of research too. Like I said, working, doing it, but I'm telling you, Sabrina, is that not epic? No, they already win by sending, a $25,000 missile by a $4 million Patriot missile battery, taking it out. You know what I'm saying? For what you do that enough and you run out. That's why they actually are picking which ones they're shooting at now. They're already letting missiles get through. We turned that Swiss cheese 12-day war in Israel depleted their first system. So this was stupid. They should have waited longer, and this was obviously Netanyahu's, but think about that. I like that. You ever heard that before, Ryan? When you dance with a bear, when you decide to dance with the bear decides when the dance is over. So you guys got it, but I'm telling you, I've never heard that. How have I never heard that? I'm like, dude, that is so where we're at right now. You know what I'm saying? The bear is going to decide when we're done dancing here. Okay. So this war ain't over because the bear is still dancing. The show ain't over till the fat man farts. Okay. Definitely. Right. I couldn't remember it off the top of my head, but I said beast, but that's epic, man. Because it's kind of, you got to pick your battles wisely, guys. You don't just tangle with everybody and anybody. My dad taught me that at a young age. He did. He said, son, I know you got a hard, your name Tracy. I didn't name your mom named you that. Everybody calls you a girl. And, you're always having to fight. And listen, you don't have to fight everybody. Okay. Everybody that calls you a name, calls you a girl, you don't need to kick everybody's butt. You don't need to try to fight everybody. You have a reputation. I understand. I taught you to stand up for yourself. Don't get bullied, or but you don't need to fight everybody, so if you decide to dance with the bear decides when the dance is over. So careful who you go dancing with, Would you like to dance with the bear or maybe with the devil in the pale moonlight, pretty much is what you're doing, right? So I don't know, man. I couldn't get over that. I was like, woo, that's where we're at with this country. Iran is going to decide when the dance is over, brothers and sisters. We are not. We are already acquiescing to this country, whether people realize it or not. I'm not playing with you. I'm being serious, straight up now. Bring it front and center. They have control of this. They are dictating what is happening over there now. There's no boat showing up to go through the Strait. Remember, Trump said, hey, just go through, man. Just go through. Go through. His whole I'll insure you didn't work, right? So, hard moves, right? Straight. China's still sending, there's still oil being brought out. Actually, I was reading a blog earlier about how there's still Iranian oil leaving out of there. Well, of course there is. If China's getting oil, then the Iranian oil is coming out of there. So, interesting, guys. We're not. I don't know if any of us, seriously, in the next. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think in the next year or 2 or 3 we'll see this go away. Well, this is something we could see could potentially be for the rest of our lives. They could literally shut the U.S. off and tell everybody to kind of boycott us, and we might not ever be able to go through the Strait of Hormuz. There was another blog that, what did else somebody say? Somebody else said, maybe Iran will decide, when the U.S. will stop being such a state-sponsored terrorist and start letting boats go back through. Maybe Iran will decide, not America. I was like, yeah, that's right. Maybe Iran will decide, when the state-sponsored terrorism, like everybody's talking about this country and many other countries and what's going on, they'll let the U.S. go back through there. So they're in control, brothers and sisters. Don't listen to this media. They've got this thing all spun. Mockingbird, lame stream, fake stream media, right? It is. It's there to program you. They parrot the same agenda. So that's what they're pushing right now, that the U.S. is over there and we're winning and we're almost. No, we're not. We haven't done anything over there. We have not made any. I haven't seen any boats. I've seen they blew up some U.S. oil tankers. I've seen pictures of that. I ain't seen any pictures of these boats, And if they are, I bet you they're just like that. It's like, how do you know how many blow up painted? We have blown up painted targets on the ground, brothers and sisters. We are literally blowing up silhouettes. I've seen literally. They've got like blow up targets too. It's disgusting. We're just literally, we're making a mockery of our own country as these other countries watch us. It's just. It is. It's very similar connection. There is another, this is something, again, I want you to understand. I don't think this war is going anywhere. This is the Third World War. We are 100% involved in this Third World War. What do you want them to draft your children? You know what I'm saying? No, it's brilliant. I tell you, I'm not for either side. I really don't like what the Iranians are doing, but you have the right to protect yourself. Okay. You do. Under this covenant, you can protect yourself. You don't go outside your borders. You're not breaking this covenant. He said, let vengeance be mine. So you could protect yourself. And if that's a tactic to save, that's brilliant. If we're that stupid that we're going to sit there and let this AI pick, and it's going to pick a freaking, a silhouette painted and it's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? It's brilliant. It's freaking brilliant. I love it. I love how these people have so many plans that just destroys. We're not going to go in there and take that country over. It's not going to happen. Actually, I think they're going to end up using some kind of, this is the one where they'll use the not going to use atomic. They'll use hydrogen or a suitcase or something like that. But I think Trump's the one to do it. I think he's the guy crazy enough to go ahead and just do it. So I think we're going to get further and further down this rabbit hole, and we're not going to win, and it's going to leak out, and they're going to have to admit it, and then that's going to be it. We're going to show a force, and they're going to do it, and that's going to be, probably the end of it. Will it be the end of the world? No, absolutely not. You guys going to figure out real quick. There's been over 3,000 nuclear bombs lit off on this rock, and we're still all here. So it's not what people think. So, but it will captivate the attention of the people, and then they'll be able to push their, what I'm saying? That's exactly what it does. It's called a bunker buster. Everybody's, anybody who's studied any of this stuff realizes it still puts the footprint out, but it doesn't pancake. It shoots that straight force. We really refined and learned how to do this in Afghanistan, brothers, sisters, with all these, the Afghanis in the hills. This is a very similar climate. So these people sit deep, 100, 2, 3, 4 in the ground. That's what people don't realize. Do you know how many places are sitting in the hills throughout? Because for years sitting with, and Iran has these shipping containers, guys, and they have these vehicles that are just look like a box truck, but the back of it opens up, and then, a surface to air missile comes out of it. They have fleets of them. They haven't even begun. That's the thing that's freaking funny is we're almost out of weaponry because of the Ukraine war. Duh. And now, well, I don't mean to go there, but because of Ukraine, how long, what I'm saying, putting all that and spending, and now we're depleted, and now we're protecting Iran. If we have to protect our own borders, brothers and sisters, we're not going to have no golden dome like Mr. Warp Speed said. They already turned the Iron Dome into Swiss cheese. What's softer, iron or gold? I think they'll penetrate this golden dome real easy because we ain't going to have the, to cover it if they bring any of that here. Now, let's go with what's there right now in their own, country. They literally have these commercial vehicles that look just like a commercial vehicle that are completely outfitted with the surface to air missile launchers in them. Shipping containers. That means any one of those shipping containers coming in of our ports right now could have one of those in it too. That means any one of those could be sitting anywhere in this country right now. Anybody's got a shipping container sitting in their yard? That could be one of them. They're not talking about this either. So this could get real hairy real quick, brothers and sisters. It's not fun knowing the details because the devil is in the details in this war. And that's what you're not going to hear. It's called the fog of war. You got to know where to find your news, brothers and sisters. You got to be able to understand this war and how these people play this art of war, What? Puppy dog. So we're getting our butt stomped over there, and we're not going to win. And so we're going to have to start bringing in more forces because they're going to try to convince that we can do this via ground war. Because we don't have any other option at one point. So I want you to know that Iran hasn't even probably started touching any of their missile systems that's high dollar or some of their nice stuff. Would you stop it? Would you please stop it? So we haven't even begun to see a barrage, what I'm saying? No, they're not God's chosen people. They're an abomination nation that's considering genocide on the Palestinian people. War crimes. Netanyahu is a war criminal. Who in the hell would support a nation that's going outside their borders? Remember, under this covenant, he said, let vengeance be mine. And they go outside their border. Remember the 7-point, you don't know anything about scripture, you Israel, they were fake Jews over there during World War II. Jews are spiritual Jews, not physical. Grow up. Get out of here, child. You don't know anything about scripture. You never even read scripture. I guarantee you don't know anything about the Talmud, the Targum. Tell me, teach somebody in here something. You don't know your ash from a hole in the ground. You know that? Seriously, support a nation that's genociding. That's what we're doing right now. So we're supporting it too, brothers and sisters. We're the one who's doing this. So I'm not going to support that nation. I'm not going to support this nation. So that's fine. That's fine. I don't want to hear that crap. The Israel in scripture is not in the middle of the desert. It's all continents, everywhere on this rock, not just Aaron and Levi, the Jews and Gentiles. That's blasphemy. So ignorance is not going to fly in here. It don't. And it's going to sink like a lead weight. So moving on. Silver elephant in the room, brothers and sisters. I don't know if anybody's been in this precious metal sector, got into it. Says there's 14 or 15 of you in here. If you got in at 12, 13, 14, 15, I was telling people to buy silver not as an investment vice, just, theory, at less than 20 bucks, 25 bucks on this ministry. Kept telling everybody anything under 50 is fire sale prices. Okay. Anything under 50 bucks is fire sale prices. Okay. Now silver is up to 80 bucks. It's $100 almost to buy it outright. You're not going to be able to sell your silver for $100, brothers and sisters. I talked with 5 separate coin dealers, coin shops, people I've done business with for decades, and they all agreed with me that, as far as, and gave me, vindication, edification that, hey, I was right. Nobody ever got $120, $110. No, they got about $95, $96, $97. That's when the markets got up too high, and they don't have enough money to sit there and shell out $250,000, $500,000 every day as people bringing in $5,500 gold and $100 silver. It adds up quick. They can't keep their doors open. So I'm trying to get the point that nobody's talking about. It almost shut down every coin shop across America. And if it happens again, it will shut these coin shops down. They're not going to be able to keep their doors open when they've got an, overhead of, spent their $250,000 in one day that normally asked them for the week, and now it's gone. What do they do tomorrow? They can't buy anymore. They have to sell the metal they have or send it, it's not going to work. I never thought of this I can't believe I never even thought that something like this could happen, but it did. And now I watch what happened, and everybody just shut a blind eye to it. I've never heard one other blogger. I've not seen one other streamer anywhere. And I've subscribed to some of the best silver channels on the internet. Remember, I have my own channel called Silver's Like Gold that I've done work on there, not a ton, but the backup channel to this ministry. So put out videos on Truth Bible Television about silver. This isn't Predestined for Light. I have been talking about this precious metal sector for over a decade on this platform. Okay. So I'm not giving you any economic advice. I'm just trying to tell you that nobody's talking about this, and I don't know why. So I don't want to see the price of metal go to 150 bucks because I don't think you'll have anywhere to sell it. And at the most, they'll probably give you $100 for it. And they might just shut it off and say, we're not buying anymore right now, like they did with the constitutional or the pre-64 silver. They're not buying, jewelry right now. They're not buying that. So you might be able to get it at a pawn shop, but you're not going to get them to buy that at, your silver coin shop, your numismatic dealer, your bullion dealer. So that was always it's a very limited place to buy silver in a sense. So if you're not in the silver market, it probably doesn't even matter. You don't even know anything about silver. And I'm not talking down to you. I'm just saying it's a teeny tiny market. It's got like a $900 billion, not even $1 trillion market cap. Somebody could come in and corner this market like the Hunt brothers in a country minute. So I don't think that's going to happen, because I think the reason why we see the metal stay what it is the military needs it more than anything. Silver is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. Silver is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. So I need to, because I have a small investment. I've only didn't have a couple of months to invest. It's not like I've had forever to invest. But I have some, and if it'll accomplish buying something for this, I'm saying in the property, the next inspection or something, whatever, I'm going to take what I have. I think in this week, we're talking about the difference between, and that's a lot of money, but 1,000 up one way or 1,000 down the other way. Why not just take it somewhere in the middle is what I'm thinking. It could go this way, 1,000 or so that I could gain, and I could also lose 1,000, so to speak. So I'm, again, thinking maybe this week is going to be the week that I'm just going to go ahead and take whatever I get and not, it is what it is. It's better than it getting up too high and then I can't sell it. It's better if it does, if it does go down more, which it could do. And at that price, well, then it's probably better to go buy some more metals because I sold it for 80. And if it went down to 50, then I go buy some more again, right? Something like that happened. I don't think we'll see lower than $80 silver. It might bounce around a little bit through the day, but, it's going to stay right around that price. It has been now for months. It's kind of set a floor now. So I don't think it's moving. I almost think it's almost like just consolidating. So It could go up, it could go down, but it's kind of just staying in the parameter of right around $80. I think that is the market price of silver right now, even though I think it's way undervalued at $80. Anything under $100 is cheap. It's $100 almost to buy it online. We just looked it up right now. To own the coin, you're going to pay $100. So it's hard to take a $20 loss on every coin, but oh well. If I can't sell it, right? If you can't sell it, then you can't do your remodel that you've been wanting to do. If you hold on to a metal and you never sell it and you never pull your profit, then why the hell did you buy it to begin with? Oh, to give it to your kids? Well, fine. Hold on to it then. No problem. Cool. Hold on to it. Great. Good job. Because it's not a lottery ticket. It's not a get rich quick. It'll be there later for you. That's the great thing about it. You know what I'm saying? We're just going through some interesting times. So just put a 1 in the chat, or put silver elephant if you understand what I'm saying, or if you understand what I'm saying, is that I don't think we're going to see the price action go between now and 100 and it stay there. I think once it takes off, it's going to shoot back up through the roof. It's going to take out that top again, and then we're going to run into an issue where these coin shops are going to have a hard time purchasing anything again because the market's going up way too fast. And they're going to say, now, wait a minute, it could go down again. Remember, it went to 62. It's up to 150. It dropped to 62 last time, the time it did that, and they're going to hold off selling it. I never thought this would happen because of gold. But you got to remember, their gold is going in there too with the silver. So you're buying tons of gold and at an all-time high, 5,500 silver was, so that these businesses, the only way they're going to stay in business is if they're backed by the government. The government comes in and backs them. You know what I'm saying? The silver hippopotamus sort of say, you see what I'm saying? It's just massive. It's just so obvious, like what could potentially happen. I'm only going off what just happened. I'm not making a prediction of something now that's never happened before. That's not my gig, remember? My gig is taking cycles and looking at the repeat of a cycle. Silver isn't even at its all-time high right now. It could still easily go up because it has, but the last time it went up, it was manipulated. It wasn't a natural ebb and flow. It went wham, it went straight up. So the bullion dealers were very smart to say, hey, we're stopping at about $100, guys. We're not buying anymore, okay, any more of this constitutional. We're kind of getting backed up. You guys been bringing a lot of silverware, a lot of people went out and told everybody that gold was, $5,500. So people pulled out all their jewelry and grandma's silverware and all that. There was a bunch of it on the market, okay? That kind of backed things up. It did. There was a lot of selling, not as much buying. People were definitely buying. I went there and when silver was $100 and people were buying, okay? Just stop by there and people were still buying and people were selling, but generally we saw a lot more selling of these, like I said, 925 and things like that. So next time this comes around, like I said, and the market goes back up, I think it's going to run up real quick. I don't think it's going to be a natural market. I think it's going to be another one of these manipulated markets and it'll blow up. And like I said, and then you're going to be screwed. You go, man, I should have pulled my profit when I could have, and I don't want you to coulda, shoulda, woulda, you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to, think that you can, take any of this as economic advice. I'm not giving you any kind of economic advice. Like I said, most people don't own any. If they divided all the silver on the, surface silver, everybody can have 8 ounces. That's like God's ratio, for every 1 ounce of gold, 8 ounces of silver come out of the ground with it. It's a byproduct of mining copper, zinc, or base metals. So, again, this right here, again, in the future tense, I think it's something that it's more used than gold. It's used in electronics. It's used in solar. It's used in war. It's used in medicine. It's used in clothing. It's, they weave it into Band-Aids, guys. So this could potentially get to where you can't sell your silver again if the price gets up too high. They weren't buying it at these prices. So what is the price to exit at? I don't know. Where did you get in at? And I'm not telling you to sell anything. Whatever. I'm not giving, but if you got in at 50 and you could get $75 an ounce, you made $25 per ounce. That's a good profit, guys. That's do the percentage. Come on. That's a good gain, right? But it could get to 100 and I could make so much more. Okay. Nobody can pick the top. So you got to learn how to be a winner and pull your profit. Now, I'm trying to give you guys a little bit of a, experience what I did today. is that it's never wrong to take out your original investment. If you made your money back and want to pull it out, good. You didn't lose anything. Now, anything you have over the price of that, you won. You're a winner. You got to learn how to take wins. You got to learn how to be a winner sometimes. And most people don't know how to, they buy high and sell low. You're supposed to buy low and sell high. But again, not economic advice, but just hear out what I'm saying. You got to learn how to start to be a winner and take your wins. I should have done it already. My gut told me when that stock got up to like $2,500, I said, man, I should pull it today. I said, nah, that's all right. I'll just wait because I don't know what's going on with the permitting process. And I don't even know if they'll accept me yet. I hadn't even got my paperwork. I had it filed, but I didn't know if they were going to accept it or whatever. So I was kind of in a holding pattern. So, but the point is, you don't, lose by pulling your original investment out and leaving something out on the table for like, that whatever's still out there. Because now you got your original investment and there's something hanging over. That's all a win. Now, if you lose it, you lost your gain. You can pull some gains and pull your original investment. You're a winner, right? So that's what I did today, brothers and sisters. I needed an additional $1,000 to buy the building for the ministry, the single wide, okay? And I didn't know exactly where I was going to come up with it as of yet. I have things for sale. Like I said, I've been putting lots of things for sale, but I said, you know what? I could sit there and wait for it to go up some more, but it slowly has been pulling down. I mean, it is kind of a quick, but it went up kind of quickly. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and pull my original investment and leave it at that. But when I went in there, I said, you know what? No, I'm not. I said, I'm going to pull my original investment because I made that back. I've had it in there for 5 years, guys. It got down to like $300. So it went a lot lower than I'd even originally bought it for, but I've been holding on it since COVID. So I pulled my original investment. I took a couple $100 profit and I left a little bit on the table. Win, win, win. See, now I'm a winner, right? And I don't care about like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a winner. I've won 3 ways today. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, pull it at the 25 and it's at 16 today. You know what I'm saying? So I left a little on the table, took a little bit of profit and pulled my original investment out. Win, 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 right? You got to learn how to take wins sometimes, and people don't know how to do that. Okay. So you're a winner. If you can pull your original investment out and you have something left over, you won. If you want to take that out, if not, leave it on the table and see if it'll grow. And that's why I decided, no, don't pull it all out. Don't pull it all out. I could really use that right now. I've got bills coming up. No, don't pull it out. Leave some in there. You never take out your whole, sell your whole stack if you can. You know what I'm saying? So I got my investment back. Freaking rights. I didn't lose a dime. I pulled a little bit of profit and now I've got some. And hey, maybe that whatever, couple $100 or whatever, it got down to $300 and then it went up. Now I've sold almost all my shares. You know what I'm saying? Right. Seeing that cool? You know what I'm saying, Sabrina? So it's a win-win-win situation. It might go up. Hell, it might go down to nothing now. I'll be damn, I'm glad I pulled that out, right? Oh, I should have, would have pulled that out. No, I won't. No, I won't. No, I won't. I got my money back. I made a little bit of money, not even a land payment, but I made a little money. But then again, that could turn into another, $1,000 or something, Be like, man, I'm glad I left that in there. Oh, I should have left it all in there. No, I want to move forward in getting this ministry put together. I talked to somebody today and he's like, dude, I don't think you should buy that. I think you could get one, in town for free. I said, I called. It's almost $3,000 just to have move it here, just to move it, and this one's here and it's now and it's, no way. I'm not passing it up. And he's like, okay, I got you. Heck yeah, that's a good deal. And because he's like, oh, and it's got a title with it. I'm like, yeah. It comes with the paperwork. Like, oh yeah, nice. But see what I'm saying, guys? So if you're buying a precious metal just to hold on and give to your kids, that's great. That's the beautiful thing about this metal. It just holds its value. But if you're buying a metal, this isn't some lottery ticket where you get rich quick. If you make some profit on it because it's moving, you should get your profit out, and look at the markets and see, hey, this has been kind of a stale market. There's gains. it could go back into a consolidation for some time, right? So that's what I'm thinking. We're seeing it. It seems as if it's consolidating. So what it could do from here is pull back. Because if they actually want the metal to go up, they will pull it back, and that will make it go up. It does it almost every time. It did that the last, run up, where they kept pulling it down and it wouldn't go, and it would spring back, and it kept, and it do that. That's how it came up last time, was from the manipulation. That's why I think they're just kind of leaving it be, let it set in this price range. So all I'm trying to do is make a $3 or $4 more premium, guys. And I think I'm going to just take what I have and say, I'm going to pull my profits and I'll save some dimes or something. I have, a small amount of some constitutional silver, not much, but, and hold on to that for later, and that will be for a later date, but I'll probably have to sell all of my rounds. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm going to really hold on to anything, and that's fine. Maybe a couple or something just for nostalgia, some pocket pieces. But I do think I'm going to have to just go ahead and get this done and over with. And whatever hit I take, and whatever gain I didn't get, and if I break somewhere in the medium, then I've got the funds. They're there right now, and it's cash available, and I'll go start buying things, what I'm saying, that I need for this. Things could come down too. Things could recede, but I don't think so. I actually think in a recession where I live, a lot of people are going to be moving from the big cities out to the country. And people are going to come in these single wides and double wides and things that are so affordable, going to be the only things that people can afford. And they're going to get more expensive and harder to locate, because it's much easier to put a single wide on than build a full custom, the permitting, the whole thing. It's affordable, right? It's something that people won't have any choice. It will be the only thing they can afford to do. That's how a lot of people out here, whether people want to admit it or not. So that's going to drive the demand for these single wides up a lot. As we go into a recession, those smaller buildings and smaller and cheaper are going to become more desirable and going to be harder to find. That's why I told, when I had a discussion with somebody today, I'm like, I bought it. He's like, I think I said, no. He's like, oh, you're right, dude. You're right. They will definitely get harder and harder to find, not because people have a choice. That's their only option, brothers and sisters. Do you see what I'm saying? They don't want to live in a single wide. They just came from a 4-bedroom, beautiful home into some trailer, and I'm not talking as old as mine. I'm sure some of these people can find something a little more modern, or whatever. It don't matter to me, but that's going to be maybe all they can afford by the time they have to buy the permit. You know what I'm saying? So I think that this is something that it's the right move. If I did it too early, who cares? I'd rather be 5 years too early than 5 seconds too late, right? You know what I mean? So let's see what these markets do in the next day or two. And I think I'm going to make the move for the ministry. I'm going to do it, guys. It doesn't matter if I make a gain or lose 1,000. It does. I need every penny I can get. But think about it. Gain or lose 1,000. I'm kind of in between right now. Almost, if that makes sense. Kind of an in between. So if I can see another $2 or $3 and it moves that kind of in, it's hard to believe it didn't do, but for cents for a long time, and then start moving in dollar increments, $1 days, $2 days, $5 days. We start talking about it. So we might see a $3 or $4 day. I'm saying they pulled it back a little bit, spring back up. So if they gets like 84, 85, that's it, guys. I'm pulling the hammer on it. I'm going to go sell it, and who cares? I got some interesting coins. The only coins, like I said, the only coins I want to save is my Mexican Libertads. I'm going to be sad to see those go. I had a really good collection of Mexican silver. Mexican silver is my favorite, hands down. By far, I love Mexican silver more than any other silver. It's just something about it. I like Canadian silver. I like the 4.9's fine. Canadian puts out. But there's just something about Mexican silver that just it just doesn't, it's just the way it is. I don't know what it is. So I love the Libertad. I love the design. So I have a sleeve, almost a full sleeve. I think I have about 18 of them. I'm going to have to see those go bye-bye. But I might be able to make a little bit more premium on those. They might give me, so if silver got up to like $83, I think they'd give me like $2 back a spot for the Eagles. So I'd probably make like 80 or 81 on my Eagles. And then Nice. I swear I just heard somebody outside. Oh, it's probably just Kevin. Oh, just Kevin. Okay, so once again, I think this is the right move, guys. And I'm not trying to tell anybody to make any financial advice, or anything. But I think for my situation, it would be nice if the silver would go up. But I mean, it's not like I think I would probably. I'd have almost there would be some gain. I don't think I'd have huge gains, obviously, like I could have, or and maybe could potentially in the future. But I'm not trying to be big. I'm just trying to put a septic system in, put electric, and put a single wide mobile home in. So, I think that hopefully that some of you guys are understanding what I'm saying is that I feel as if there might come a point if silver goes up, oh, great, that I might not be able to sell it. That's weird to think that if it went up, that you wouldn't be able to sell it. I don't think if it went down is the problem. It's if the price goes up too high. You see what I'm saying? So I really don't want to see too much move in the market because that scares me to see what happened in the past. So I think my best, scenario would be, what I'm saying, is to take the gain. If I got a gain, like I said, if I can make a little bit of a gain, which I think I will gain overall, some of it I bought premiums. I did buy better. The coins that I have are not, I only have one sleeve of bullion. Everything else is Eagles. Everything else is a premium, a Morgans. I have some like collector Morgans. I have collector Eagles. I have the Libertads. I bought some premium silver, you know what I'm saying? And I probably won't get the premium prices out of them or close to. That's what, I'm saying? So it would be, wise of me if I could make a profit right now, take it. If it goes up, so what? Oh, well, you didn't make a gain. So what? I did. If it goes down, it'd be like, well, good. Now I can go buy some more again, right? It's affordable. I can afford it again. So going down doesn't scare me, like I said, when I don't own it, it's when I, and it's weird. Investors won't do that, brothers, sisters. When prices go down, people get scared. And a lot of them sell, you know what I'm saying? They weak hands, they get shaken out of the market. They love that. Either way, if they sell it and raise it and higher, they still print the money out. So they still get to put it in their safe, But my point is, again, is that, in this, future tense, where's this market heading? If it heads up higher again, we could see a pause in buying in the market. I don't think that's going to happen if it goes down. So as of right now, like I said, the silver is sitting around about 81. So I think I'm going to set a price at what you guys tell me. And you don't have to. I won't hold your feet to the fire. 83, 84, 85. I'm not letting it go past 85. I'm not. I don't care. What's $5? And then I got to wait. And then, and it just, if it had like a couple days and it gained, and that would, because see, I think it needs to go up a little bit because I don't know if their price is going to change much if it does go up. You know what I'm saying? I think they're really kind of holding on their $80 price. You know what I'm saying? If it's 80, they're going to pay $5 back. So I'm going to get 75. That's why I'd like it to be 85 to get 80. I'd like to average about $80. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'd like to see it go up a little bit. Because I think that's the price of metal right now is $80. It's more than that, obviously, if you buy it. You know what I'm saying? But what do you think, guys? Again, I won't hold your feet to the fire. I'm not trying to, it's not we're just saying economic theory. I think at this point, I could wait for it to go up a little bit more, but then I'm risking it shooting up real quick overnight, having a big day or something, and then going, wait a minute, we're not paying that. It's going to do the same thing again. We don't know. It could half like it did back to 62 last time. It went from $121 to like $62, guys. Almost half the, you know what I'm saying? So that could happen again. Now it could bounce right back again, but I bet you come right back up to 80. You know what I mean? I bet you come right back up to $80. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that's the floor on it right now. I think that's the floor, but they're paying back a little bit under spot right now, which is, it makes sense. I mean, I really wish they'd just give me spot and I could be done with it. And I just move on with my life, you know, whatever, and keep moving on with the ministry here. So, you know, it's for the ministry. It's not for me. All of this is for the ministry. I'd like to go buy a nice fancy pickup truck, to be honest with you, but I'd rather take care of the ministry first. And I'm not talking that fancy, but you know, it's time for me to eventually have a nicer truck too. Eventually down the road, it will. I will upgrade my. I got a 96. I got 300,000 miles on it. It's time for an upgrade. So, you know, it's not going to be the end of the world, but I will probably get something in like the 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, somewhere right around in that year is the ideal year for the Tacoma double cab. Just like Kevin's. I love Kevin's truck. That's such a nice truck. It is so solid. It's just nice. It's going to last a long time. You can tell it's Toyota. It's got the, you know, the research and development, and it's solid, and it probably lasts a long time. So, but that's a long way away from now. I probably won't buy that truck for a couple years. So, and I don't need it. I'll drive the wheels off of this one. I might get another 50 or 60,000 out of it. Who knows? So they've some of them last that long. So I try to take care of it the best I can. I don't try to beat it up or whatever. I work it though. I haul with it, drag with it, do with it, use it like a truck. But I don't try to, you know, well, I've worked it pretty hard, but it is what it is. I don't have any other truck at this point that, you know, I can use that will take its place. So it is my truck for now. So, but anyways, I pulled the investment today on my BlackRock Silver. So I think I'm going to have the funds to get this house. That is such a huge thing for me, guys, just so you know, because that's the one thing I didn't know, whether I was going to have to build a house, try to get a shipping container, whether I could use this or whatever. This is a home that is new enough that the county will pass it. So I have got this, once this is taken care of, everything else is known. You know what I mean? So this really takes a lot of the unknown out of this for me and just makes this I'm excited, guys. Steady. I mean, I can do this. I just have to stay busy, stay active, stay working, and I'll be able to do this. I have to keep working. I won't have all the funds, but I'll have, if I can get the silver sold now, I can accomplish this. I can get, probably gonna need about another $10,000 in the next 6 months. I have 6 months to make that. I can do that in 6 months. I can pull that off. I'll build a tiny home. I get $4 or $5 grand watch out of that tiny home. I don't have it built yet. I'll get $4 or $5 grand out of it, something like that. Start with a trailer. It's just an empty rail trailer. That's it right now. Nothing from the ground up. Scratch that thing out from the ground up. You know what I'm saying? But I've got the months to build it. So that's where I'll be able to make up the difference, so to speak. So I think it's the right decision. It'd be really nice. My ice machine is making some funny noises today. But it would be nice if Father would just take it up a couple more bucks for me, a few more bucks so I can eat the premium, or that, get close to about 80, and then I'll be happy. Like I said, it'll give me enough to get to my septic. And that's where I will need that money for the septic and the inspection and then the final. And then, I'm close, guys. I'm getting much closer. So totally stoked. Oh, and by the way, somebody earlier, remember I said somebody gave me a Cash App. That wasn't somebody wanted some money from me. I don't know how that happens. I just, whatever it was, but somebody sent me a request for pay. I was like, oh, I didn't see that. I thought it was a Cash App that somebody had sent, but it was somebody requesting somebody wanted some money. How do people get that? They're the most random people sometimes. This probably happened about 10 times on my Cash App, just people I don't know. Like, where do these people come from? Just random people. So that's what it was. So I was like, oh, well, darn it. that was somebody who requested to pay. Nobody gave me a Cash App. So it's okay. I just didn't know. I told everybody, thank you earlier. I didn't know who it was because I didn't look, but I thought it was kind of funny. I went there thinking it was a Cash App and somebody's like, hey, well, you guys like, who is that? I didn't see in the room. Like I said, when the Cash App came through, I didn't see anybody in the room, like I said, that I recognized or anything like that. So, yeah, I'm one day at the time. We're been crushing out the ministry here. Was able to secure the funds, cashed in a stock that I had since the COVID, and pulled a little bit of profit, and was able to pull my original investment and leave a little bit on the table still. Win-win-win situation. So I am excited to get this ministry with the freeze dryer out here so we can tie to you guys. And then once this gets knocked out, we're going to start trying to get a crucible out here and send out silver meatloaf bars, like 1 ounce meatloaf, HD fat meatloaf bars to our subscribers. That's going to be fun to do too in the future. You guys will get to see me make them and pour them and whatever. It's just something to do. Nope, nobody ever came. Nope, nobody came. So I've been doing it all on my own. So broke my back doing it, but oh well. Now I got a broken back. I'm working through it. It's hard, but I'm trying to do the best I can. I broke my 3rd compression fracture, my 3rd vertebrae. So I can't work too hard out here. I got to just kind of take it easy. So if I'd had another hand, I might have hurt somebody. Somebody could have died that day. So I'm glad nobody's here. I didn't want to drop it, but that's what happened. So, I'm still at it, and it will come. I can almost not, like I said, guarantee once there's flushing toilet, or 2 out here, and it's not composting toilets, I'll have better options that people even coming out just if they come visit. Nobody has to come out here and live with me. That's fine, or come out here, but this could be a zero cost of living lifestyle for people. I don't understand how people have been jumped on this. Not even one person, you know what I mean? So I put an advertisement up on that page, but I just didn't get the person that I was thinking. I want somebody who's can be told what to do a couple times to be left alone, doesn't need to be told, and I'd pay them. I'm doing a work trade. I'd offer $600 if they can help me build the inside of that building, then have a building to stay in. I know people stay on people's property in a tent for $500 a month to be out in the country. I would do that on a work trade. What I'm saying? It's somewhere on a work trade. So on work trade, that's $20 an hour for somebody that can, read a tape measure, knows how to use a speed square, framing square, can, maybe not, or be instruct. I'll pay them $20 an hour in work trade. So they'd only have to work 30 hours a month, $15 an hour if they could be taught. Like I said, here's how I want it done. I'll do it with you. Now, can you do that on your own? If I walk away? Yeah. Okay, cool. I could probably eventually move somebody like up to, $20 an hour, but that'd be 40 hours a week. That way they could actually work outside in the town and have a part-time job and still have some time off and still work here a little bit and not overwork themselves, and just have a good life. It's not like, oh my God, this is grueling. It doesn't have to be like that. Nothing has to be that damn hard. I do it all by myself anyways. So, but I appreciate you asking. I didn't get anybody. No, nobody, just didn't find the right person. So it's all right. Father, don't make mistakes. I'd rather have no people out here than one wrong person. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you get a bunch of people out here, one bad apple could upset the whole apple cart, cause it bump for everybody. Everybody leaves, say, by this terrible, and you'd be gone. I don't want that to happen. So at least have a good start now. You know what I'm saying? So Father will send the right people. I feel like what I'm doing right now will really, truly help the right people to come out here. If not, I will just have people in the ministry eventually, because I'm going to turn this into a church. Once I get this put in my name, I already got all the paperwork. Once I get established, the address, or whatever, then I can change it over and establish as a church. Then I can change the residency and build 2 or 3 more buildings out here. And then I'm going to actually people come out here and do a no cost for people to come out here. Now they'll have duties, but I'm going to help people here. It'd be like a helping situation to help people with low income, and I'll find the right people. Father will provide, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It does. Just one bad person, you know what I'm saying? I got to get all established and bring one bad person out here, and it just mess it up for everybody. So thank you, Father, for not sending no bad people. I've had a couple people come out through the years, but just for a visit or whatever, and it just wasn't the right. Daniel's still here. He still lives in this town. He loves it out here. Yahisha, Yesiah, he was a good kid, enjoyed having, but he was a city kid. He couldn't, he lived gates open and didn't almost burn the house down, but I had a good time. We hung out and churched and whatever. And he a good young man, like I said, I still from time to time, he'll contact me, let me know he's doing okay. He's down somewhere. He came from Oakland, I think, somewhere down there in California, down, somewhere in the city. It was real city. So but I enjoyed having him here. It was fun. It was a good time for, I don't think he stayed here for a week or two. So, but that's okay. Father will keep me going, and I'm preparing to have nobody out here at this point. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing as well, because I eventually need to step my game up. I just broke my back again, and it's not easy. The first time I did it, I was, almost a teenager, 19, 20 years old. My body healed a lot different. My energy level was a lot different as in that age. Then I broke my back in my 30s. A little harder to deal with. It irritated my old injuries. 3 major car accidents, rear-ended 3 times in 13 months. Not my fault. I didn't do it. They were running into the back of me. One time I was a passenger. That's the second time I actually broke my back, not the first time. In a rear-end accident, in the middle of the day, a felony hit and run. The guy just came and just slammed right in the back, at 50 miles an hour or something like that, and totaled in a full-size vehicle and drove away in the middle of the day. And then I had fluid in the frontal lobes of my brain. That is, and then I got in another car accident, and that made it worse. So by the time that I started healing up, what I'm saying, from that, the doctors want to do surgery on me. And then I left, and moved out of the state to freak my son out or whatever, and healed up, whatever. Here I am, 10 years later, broke my compression fracture on my L3 vertebrae. So I was wondering why I was having so much pain and couldn't figure out why I was, feeling the way I was feeling. And I knew it felt similar, but I'm like, God, this is more than I should be feeling right now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I should, go checked out, because this is familiar. I know I broke my back. I told you guys in here I did. I said I broke my back before. I know I did. It's just my hip. I've never busted a hip. I think I broke my hip. The back for sure. I know so when I went and got my x-rays, there's, like I said, they've got a large compression fracture in my 3rd vertebrae. So breaking my back in my 50s is not like breaking my back in my 20s, I'm telling you, or even in my 30s. So it has really taken its toll on me a lot. And I don't mean to go there, but it is what it is. Do I still work every day? Yes. But can I work like I was 20? No. Do I want to? Yes. Can I? No, I can't. And that's what I have to. So it's hard for me. It's deflating. Not like I have an ego, but it's just, I want to do more. I feel like I always could have so much more done than I do. I look at it and go, man, I could have done all of that. What took me 3 days to do when I was 20 in a 6-hour day. That took me 3 days to do. We didn't work all day, doofus. you took a break, and so, but now I have to remember, I need to do that, guys. I need not to let myself think that I need to do anything, like I said, in that big of a hurry. I can still do everything that I have been doing. I just don't need to do it with that, gung-ho, to the wall attitude. I'm a veteran, so it's hard for me not to have that, where I'm in the moment, that's when I do my best. But now I need to pace myself, and I'll be just fine. I'll make it, guys. I made it through the last 2 times when I did this, and I'll make it through this one. It's just a lot more painful this time. My body has been through this for so long, it just wears me out. You know what I'm saying? I just get tired of the getting tired at 5 or 6 in the afternoon sometimes from the pain. I was wondering, why am I getting tired? Well, your body is in flipping shock. It's telling you to go have surgery there, goofball. Go get looked at, figure out what's going on with you. Once I identified what was wrong with me and I knew I had that break, it was so much more mentally to deal with the pain, because then I wasn't guessing anymore. And like I said, I'm not going to guess on my hip. I can guarantee you, if I went in and got an x-ray of my hip, I did something very similar. There's some kind of fracture in my hip, okay? But is it going to stop me? It is not going to stop me as of now. But can it? Yes. And remember, my son is either dead or he doesn't want to talk to me ever again, which is crazy. But he's the only person I have when I go down to literally wipe my ass when I can't. Put me on the freaking toilet when I can't even get to the toilet. And I don't have anybody here anymore, brothers and sisters, to do that for me anymore. So this is a big thing for me, too, to have some place where, I've been looking, was talking with the person that's going to help me with the excavation. You know what I'm saying? And I need to get a house down a little bit lower too. Pushing a whole wheelbarrow up on this big, large ramp up into this cabin. This cabin is, 3.5, 4 feet off the ground. It's up there, pushing a big thing, bring in the composting. It's going to be nice to be down a little bit lower. You know what I'm saying? And then when need be, if I want to use the flushing toilet, I can, and not, have to carry the composting toilet out and take and dump. And, that's all. And it's not like I can't, but just what happens when I go down and I literally can't, guys, I can get to where I can't even I got to drag myself around with a walker. I can get that bad at times. It can get that bad. I can get to where I really can't even move. I mean, I drag myself around. That's what I'm saying. I had my son there to drag me when I, poop myself and have to clean myself, like just nobody to help me. So it's time for me to step up my game out here so that when nobody's here to take care of me, and actually I've spoken with, hospice to maybe in the future, because I've been looking at potentially getting my Social Security. I've no benefits, no veterans benefits, no nothing. I don't have income coming in, so don't have retirement. Everybody keeps stealing my retirement, remember? And I'm going to spend my retirement again on the ministry. That's fine. I'll find another. I'm already retired, so I don't need to worry about retiring. I just need some income to make ends meet. Now, do I have enough food for the next 10 years? Yes. I have enough food for the next 10 years. So my food bill's taken care of. Is it everything I want to eat for now? No, but I can change that too. That's what I'm trying to do. See what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to where I can get all my cooking, get all my meals prepared, get everything so that if I go down and I don't have anybody to take care of me, I'll be able to make it until I can either find somebody to come help me or get some kind of hospice care. Do I want this to happen? No. Can it happen? Absolutely. I can have a seizure at any time. I'm very prone to seizures, which obviously, and then I'm probably, could send me into being almost, completely a paraplegic. It could be that bad like that for me. So that's why I'm going to pace myself now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not 20, like I'm not a spring chicken here, a spring rooster anymore. When you're 50 years old and you break your back, it's different than when you break it when you're 19, 20 years old. My body doesn't heal the way, it doesn't deal with it the same way. So I'm glad that I got it figured out though, because knowing that it happened helped me. It did. I felt, does the pain go away? No, but at least I could deal with it then, because I knew I wasn't crazy and knew why I was starting to, I'm like, man, I'm losing my motivation and stuff to do these things. And this isn't me. I'm self-motivated. Nobody needs to tell me to get out of bed or work or do. I have my own schedule. I work on my own schedule and my own boss. So, yeah, no, and I can't, there's nothing I can do about, and I'm not opposed to Angel about that. I think that's one of the things that, or Angela, excuse me, we got to be careful talking about it, but nobody does that anymore, and I do. I have quite a bit, I go days, and just not, it's just, I like the idea of not, being dependent on the 3 meals a day. I've gone for years. I had a lot of stomach issues in the past. And so, going periods of time without eating was just normal for me. It just didn't affect me, like I didn't get tired and I didn't get, but what I'm having issues, like I said, is it's a broken vertebrae. So my body is sending that neurological pain signal. That's, that's why they want me to do neurological surgery on me, because they can't fix the damage without going in and doing a full repair. Can I do things through diet, exercise, fasting? Absolutely. I'm a homeopathic type person. I won't take narcotics. I think that, natural is definitely a better way to go. And I'd rather manage my pain and not take any narcotics than be in pain. Truly. It doesn't fix anything. A narcotic is not going to fix you. It's actually going to probably make things worse, make your body over time feel worse. So, but I'm thankful that I do regiment my diet, and that's what I'm working for right now, is to try to get as much organic food in my body as possible and cut out the supply chain that I'm on right now. Now, remember, I'm a farm. I raise my own chickens. I raise my own eggs. I have raised, red meat before, which I don't, but I'm looking forward to doing that again. Rabbits. I don't eat pork, but, I don't eat fish because it just don't, But I eat red meat, and I have a pretty limited diet. I don't eat sugar. I stay away. I quit eating bread. I quit eating pasta, and my whole system shut down because I don't eat sugar. It did. My system quit producing insulin. My body went into straight insulin. Quit producing. That's the other reason why wasn't feeling good, because I cut everything out of my diet. I'm like, I don't want this stuff in my body anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't want bread. It's freaking got a novel. That's not bread. Bread's supposed to be what? Baking powder, flour, egg, this is not this novel, So pasta's the same way, you know what I'm saying? Um, so I think if I just keep my diet, regimented like I'm doing, pace myself, don't overdo it, right? I don't need to get surgery. I already had two vertebrae that have, healed themselves with, the whatever. Your body will calcify. It get arthritic, but it is what it is. But I can make it through this. I know I can, guys. I know I can. And if I can't, then so what? At least that's what I'm saying. I want to put in all these little luxuries that I haven't had for the last 10 years because nobody's going to be here to wipe my butt. I just don't have anybody, guys. I was a single parent, and I don't think my son is around anymore. So I don't have anybody to take care of me if I get into my 60s or 70s or whatever from 10 years from now, and I go down and I just can't move around anymore like I could. I just don't have anybody here it could be any moment too. I've been in my 30s and used a walker. You know what I'm saying? I was using it 20s, but once I hit my 30s, I don't want to use no cane. That day it hurts worse. So I drag myself around, walker, whatever it takes to stay going. And most of the time when I go down, I don't stop. As hard as it is to stay going, it's like it hurts worse to stay down than it is to, stay going. I say what's in motion stays in motion, right? So I definitely want to work through this one. And that's why I'm going to moderate what I'm doing and just, keep biting it all. So, no, I can't have no more kids. Oh, I got neutered. I'm neutered. I got fixed. They didn't cut my nuts off, but oh, I can't have no more kids. So, oh my goodness, kids! I need a kid though. That would help me, boy. I tell you what, my son, he used to put the fire in me. You know what I'm saying? So much. I got a puppy, so I'll take care of him. So he's my good boy. He's such a good boy. So you were a good boy today. You were the best boy I ever did have. So, anyways, wanted to get you guys again. Yeah, that's actually why I got fixed, because I said, I don't care. I don't want to have another kid, bring another kid into this world. This world's nuts. That was 25, 26 years ago. I thought the world was out of control and told everybody, like, why would you do that? I said, well, because I can adopt a kid. I said, you know how many kids don't care what the shape of your eyes are, or how much melanin you have in your, skin, or if you're the same ethnicity. All they want is love. They do not care. They don't see color. All they want is love. It don't matter. They could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They don't care. They just want somebody to love them, treat them, like a human being. So it is something that I did consider in the future, because I don't want to have kids. I would rather adopt a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because it does not going to act any different. I wouldn't treat the child any different than I would treat my own child. I mean, I raised my son's daughter, his sister, as my daughter. For 8 years, I raised her, as my own. And, so I've gotten, and never treated her any different. Had the cops come to my house a couple times because she needed a couple spankings. She didn't hardly ever get spanked for hardly anything, but her dad got all jealous and, oh, he spanked my kid. And they came to my door and said, the dad said, yeah. And if she acts up again, I'm going to whoop her ass again. You don't let a child act up without, and it's not, no marks under the, oh, okay, well, okay. We understand. We just had to come make a check. We know that, we have to do a follow-up. But see, I treated her just like I would treat my own child. I didn't treat her any different. You know what I'm saying? She only got a couple butt. Her was spanked about 3 or 4 times. Just a little swat on the butt. Little girls don't need much. So, I really enjoyed taking care of, I could say that raising a girl is kind of neat. Like I said, it's different. Boys are fun, but girls are a little different. They're just obviously, 8 years, you know what I'm saying? The dresses and all the different, boys are a little more simple to raise. Girls are a little bit more complicated to raise than little boys. They can be, simple too, but they tend to have a little bit more. Like I said, I could say, because for 8 years, I raised her from time she was 3 until I think she was like 11 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So a good fair amount of time when she was pretty young. So I enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, cool. Outstanding. Thank you for that testimony, Michael. So that's what I always thought. I'll just adopt a kid. You know what I'm saying? Or if I meet somebody that maybe has a kid or something like that, I don't need to have more kids. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have never got fixed. I think it's affected my life in many ways, not in a physical sense, but I think some of the issues that I have is maybe I was supposed to have another child and I didn't. And Father's pissed at me because I went and neutered myself playing God. Seriously, I have regretted it in my later years. Of course, when I was younger, when I didn't want kids, it was convenient or whatever. Like I said, it can, you know, I was still careful with contraception. You know what I'm saying? Just didn't use that as an excuse. But I'm saying, I'm like, hey, what the hell did I do that? What if God wanted me to have another kid? Maybe that's why your life sucks so much, because you were playing God and you were supposed to have a second child and you ruined the timeline. There's some crazy thoughts go through a man's head sometimes. So, man, I shouldn't have done that. What am I supposed to have 10 kids, and what am I supposed to be the president? And now it's not, or, I don't know. I'm not related to the queen. Don't worry. Nobody's going to be the president in my house. So, okay. Appreciate it. You guys, I do. No, hey, Angela, appreciate it. Like I said, I've always said, you don't want me as your president. If I was the president, I would make it illegal to have kids. I would. You'd be thrown in jail, or we just take your life, because population control is not a thing, or overpopulation is not a thing. There's plenty of children to adopt. So if you do not adopt a kid and you end up having a kid, well, then we'll take yours. You know what I'm saying? Be like, dude, that's crazy. I said, well, whatever. That'll get all these kids adopted real quick, won't it? We want all these kids sitting in adoption, that just want to be loved. Some of them got issues, but you can find families that can house children that got issues over time. Children are resilient. They can be worked with, but that's why I was like, nope, can't have no children. They're like, dude, I'm glad you're not the president. Yeah, I wouldn't let you have kids. Hell with your one child policy China bullshit. Oh, darn it, I cursed. I was been trying not to do that. But seriously, I would be like, nope, not until all these kids are adopted. Nobody have any kids in America. Dude, that's savage. I know, huh? You don't want me as your president. Don't ever vote for me. Yeah, Pastor Revelation 2028. You don't want me as your president. We make sure all these kids get adopted. Nobody's having any kids until every kid's taken out of adoption. By executive order. All right. See, you don't vote for me, man. You wouldn't want me as your president. All them adopted kids. Then we go back to having kids again once all the children have been adopted out. Okay? What do you think, guys? Would you vote for me? No, I know you would not. So, hey, that's the man's nuts. Grab him. A little bit crazy. Not like the rest of them. Set apart, if you will. So, that's your master plan, huh? That's the manifesto, boys. Standard operating procedure. You're not having any kids until all the kids. We're going to take you. Nope, that'll keep you. That'll in your pants, won't it? Keep them legs closed, won't it? Hey, I'm serious. We got all these kids sitting in adoption right now. The process is ridiculous. There are more than enough people to adopt out children that would give them a perfectly, and I'm not talking about this current adoption system. It's freaking stupid. It is. It's a flawed system too, that needs looked into, which could probably, like children and family services and a lot of this stuff too. It's a nightmare. So don't vote for me as your president in 2028, or you won't be able to have any kids. So you won't. You'll have to adopt all the kids first. Then you can have your own. So too many kids out there don't have families that somebody like me would love to have them. I don't care what they are, what age they are, what ethnicity they are. It doesn't matter to me. They need love. They need to be treated like a freaking child and be a child and have a child life and not think about adult things. Just think about being a child. You know what I'm saying? And that's what child should be thinking about. Kids things, being kids, not thinking about adult things. And sometimes that happens when they get put into adoption. Their life becomes such a big adult life. Sucks. I've heard so many stories, you know what I mean? So I've heard good stories, but I've also heard a lot of horror stories too. So um, don't vote for me for president in 2028 or you won't be able to have any kids. So the president's fixed. So, okay, whatever. Like I said, I thought about it, man. I'm like, dude, these kids need adopted. You know, how many kids, you know, that's it. We're doing it here too. Nope. America said, nope, we're not moving the policy. America first policy. So we're putting America first. We're adopting everybody else's kids too. Around the world, they're coming here to America. Coming to America. Yeah, you thought you were going to get it with just these kids in America, huh? Nope. By executive order, we're adopting everybody else's kids around the world too. We're bringing them here, boys. All these kids we're kicking out and sending cages outside this country. We're bringing them back. So, and we're adopting them out. So, good thing I'm not the president, right? Huh? The FBI is watching right now going, let's make sure this guy never gets on the list, right? So, good stuff, guys. So, anyways, hey, I think children are amazing. They're young, they're moldable, you know what I'm saying? And everything you say to them is very important. A lot of that stuff sticks with them for the rest of their lives. They take it with them. They're literally like a clay, you know, shape waiting to be shaped into whatever shape you form. They're still very moldable, you know what I'm saying? Children are amazing. That's why I think it's, you know, that's why I was like, hey, I'm not having no more kids. This world's crazy. We don't take care of the kids that we have right now on this rock. I never thought that I could have a kid to begin with, so my son was a miracle. I got tested. They said I probably would never be able to have kids. Was I sterile? But no, but the closest thing that I could be. So when I had my son Elijah, I never ever, it was unbelievable. It was a miracle. So it wasn't that hard to get fixed too, because it's like, well, now I have something that I never thought that I could. I don't want that to happen again. You know what I'm saying? If, you know what I mean, if I have the ability to adopt, I would rather adopt than to bring another child in the world. Are we overpopulated? No, not at all. 90% of the the populace around this rock lives within 100 miles of the coastline. We're not overpopulated. There is no overpopulation. That is a freaking lie. That's a eugenics program by the elite, and they're working on that right now with their war machine. So they are. War is a great form of eugenics. It's going to happen here in this country too. That's what I said. I don't think people realize what's about to happen in America. I would say before this end of the year, they will probably start the draft. It could happen in any month too. They just put 2,500 boots on the ground with Marines, went into that island over, in the Strait. If they get smoked, they're going to send more troops over there. And they're going to get smoked. They're not going to get. Marines are hardcore. I've worked with. I wasn't a Marine, but I was an MP. I was 95 Bravo. I worked with Marines, MPs are the first one that's in the battle, and the last one's to leave. So the Marines report to the MPs. Period. This is the way it works. So it is what it is. The war machine. That's what the MPs do. So they have 9 field missions, more field missions than any other, military skill identifier in the military. It's literally first one's in the battle, the last one's to lead. But anyways, like I said, this is a war program, and I do think that we're going to get heavily involved in Iran, and I think we'll see a draft in America, and that's going to start the Revolutionary War that they've been trying to start for decades, and that's going to make this country it's not going to be an easy place to live. These are the better days right now. You should have done it yesterday. Seriously, you think it's going to get easier? There's nothing in Scripture to support that. Not at all. Not at all. Actually, Scripture says quite the opposite. Scripture says things are going to get a lot worse. Sorrows. They might pull back like a woman in labor, but they're going to come back on a lot stronger. So don't get rocked to sleep by the waves. That's right. That's what rocks people to sleep. They gets heavy, but then it pulls back. They think it's over. Prepare for another wave. Is it the end of the world? No. It might be for you if you don't get out of the way of the wave. You know what I'm saying? Tsunami. Honey, get the lawn chair. This guy's nuts. And they go follow the water and tell me I'm crazy, right? Yeah. They want me to go scream tsunami when the wave's coming back. I can't save my tail or them at that point. We're all done, right? So sometimes you need to get ahead of the wave. Sometimes you got, as a messenger, I can't warn you as a messenger when the event is already happening, correct? As a watcher, as a messenger, if somebody's going to sound an alarm, not to cause alarm, they have to sound that early enough so you could prepare, correct? If I'm out here warning you something that's already happening, I'm not a messenger then. I'm a parrot. And I'm not a parrot. I tell you many a times, I'm not a prophet, but I am a preparedness mindset. So I prepare for both. I make a preparedness for the best and the worst. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality you should have. Don't make plans, God will wreck them. That's what I'm doing. That's how I've been able to make it as far as I've been doing. I say, here's what I'm doing. I'm planning for both. That's why I'm, doing it this way, doing it this way. That's why with this silver thing, okay, well, it could go this way. I've got both plans, right? No, he'll wreck them. I'm prepared for this and I'm prepared for that. Whatever he wants, he's got a plan for me. I just need to be prepared for both. That way you're not one-sided. It is a much better way to go about life. Is it harder to live life this way? Well, yeah, there's more preparedness in it, but do you get time sometimes where you get to reap what you sow? Yeah, you do. You get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. The farmer gets the first fruits, does he not? You'll reap what you sow. So it's pretty amazing. You know what I'm saying? If you get ready for what is coming, you should be able to thrive. You should ride the wave and actually do well. You know what I mean? Exactly. Getting cheaper. So buying a food bucket 5 years ago is a lot cheaper than it's going to be tomorrow, right? Right, Michael? You know what I'm saying? For preparedness. That's why I'm getting this freeze dryer out here. It's not like the food quality is getting any better. It's getting more expensive to raise. It's getting more expensive for feed. It's getting more expensive for gas. It's not like it's going to be cheaper to raise this food. So I should try to raise this food now before it's more to raise the food. Diesel goes up. They use diesel in tractors and combines and rakes and that's part of the farming industry. So prices of fuel go up, diesel goes up, the price of food goes up. So to prepare now is a wise idea, because another thing that's very wise in the future is if you've already done all your cooking, you tell me my electric's going to get cheaper? No, it was cheaper to cook 5 years ago. And if you can prepare something that lasts 25 plus years, what are you waiting for things to get more expensive? You're going to go buy that steak T-bone when it's $25 and not $19? It goes up to $40 and you freeze dried it at $19. You just put $21 in your pocket for every T-bone that you freeze dried. Imagine that. It's like putting money in your pocket. It's like a time machine. And you already have it prepared. Imagine dragons. Whoa. So, no, it will. It is controlled. Michael, remember they said that if you control the food, you control the people. So that's their plan. That's why I don't ever show you guys food, 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 food. Everything around me, I'm surrounded by food. You guys don't see it when I walk in, but it's everywhere in this cabin. There's food I could get locked in this cabin and probably stay in here for 3 or 4 years. There's enough food in here to get by. Now it's not the greatest food, or probably not but there is enough to live off of it. Stay good, it's lab-made meat now, California law. Yep, absolutely. They don't even have to mark it with the label of origin. So it could come from another country. It could come from a lab. It could be genetically modified, grown. It could be, see what I'm saying? So I think the best thing for me to do right now, again, is continue to stay on this path that I am, get this red meat and get this freeze dryer out here so I can start packing up goat and sheep, and might even consider a cow. I might. I've been thinking about it. I have enough property, barely, 20 acres to if I moved them around and, I could probably keep a cow out here. I'd probably have to supplement some feed, but with having a freeze dryer, that's the game changer. See, the freeze dryer, and a freezer. That means I can put that meat in the freezer and start freeze drying it. I've got to get this property on the grid, guys. I'm off grid now, and I've been off grid for 10 years. But this building will stay off the grid. The Rusty Dragon will be off the grid. We'll put a couple buildings up front on the grid, 1 or 2, and then the rest of the buildings will be off grid. So we'll have the best of both worlds. See what I'm saying? So I'm super stoked. Today, actually last night, I pulled my profit from my mining stock, okay? And all those things too, Michael. Exactly. Then I can have cream, curd, I can have whey and all that, which could be fed to animals. That's another great animal feed, guys. Animals will feed other animals too. You know what I'm saying? Chicken eggs, you get too many chicken eggs, you can actually start feeding them back to the chickens. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people do scramble them up. I feed them to the dogs. You can create abundance. People are going to barely be surviving, and you could have more food than you know what to do with. When you raise chickens, you've got a rooster that fertilizes that egg. You make hatchlings, and now you got eggs, chickens, hens, and roosters. You got crock pot chickens. You got chickens to lay eggs. You got chickens to eat. You got eggs. You got chickens to sell. You got abundance, baby. Started out with just a couple chickens and a rooster. You got 10 rabbits. You can create as much meat as a whole cow. That's right. $7 and 3 does makes as much as a whole cow's worth of meat. That's right. It's in the same amount of time. In the same amount of time, 10 rabbits, and the time it takes to raise a cow, 10 rabbits will produce as much meat. And if you're cooking your rabbit with any kind of fat, cream, butter from your cow, but if you just lived on rabbit, they say you can't live on just rabbit. Yes, you can. If you never cooked it in oil and all you ate was straight rabbit, sure. But if you used any kind of olive oil, cooking oil, coconut oil, any kind of fat, lard or anything like that once a week or two, you'd be fine. You would never have any issues with that. You'd never get sick. So you can live off rabbits. That's a bunch of hogwash. You get a couple things of lard, mix that in. When you cook it with that over you're going to have enough. You're not going to have that issue. So abundance is possible, brothers, sisters. It is possible to create abundance. Most people are going to barely just survive, be hanging by a thread, hanging by a string, and you'll be the one be able to actually lift people up by that string and help them out if you get ready right now. If you get ready right now and you make the right moves right now, you will be able to be that person, not asking for that hand up, but that person that's literally lifting that person up. Won't that be an amazing time to help people out when people are starving to death? They were ill prepared, and you can help quell that growling stomach because they're really not thinking very straight, and help quell violence with, peanut butter and, rice and beans and some of just the basics that are better than nothing. Rice and beans are a lot better than nothing. And if you got rice and beans and you got chicken bouillon and you got tomato bouillon and you got beef bouillon, well, now you've got rice 5-6 different ways. It takes that plain white rice and turns it into, what are you doing? What do you want? You want a hug or something? Hold on, my Bubby wants a hug. He wants a hug. I love you, boy. I love you, puppy dog. Do you just come say hi to Dad? What is it, time to put up the chickens? Are you trying to tell me it's time to go put up the ladies? It's time to go put up the ladies. The Muskogee ducks, too. Those are good for red meat, guys. Duck meat is really good with some, the right duck meat, too, guys. A lot of people forget duck meat can be outstanding. And then I was telling everybody yesterday on the live stream, during the holiday seasons when they do the pagan holiday, that's the time of the year you can find duck lard. They actually do a duck lard. You can buy it in the tubs, but they normally don't sell it all year long. They only sell it during the holidays, during like Thanksgiving. Sometimes you'll see it, and during Pegmas, you'll see during the pagan holidays. You're such a handsome guy. You're such a handsome. You're such a good boy that I love. You love the dad. Just come hanging out with the dad. You're just a good boy today. You were a good boy today. You were the best guy in the whole wide world that I love. You were the one single guy for the dad. Your dad's best puppy dog. He's leaning on me. He's doing the magnetic. He's doing the magnetic puppy. He's magnetic. He'll be stuck. I could try to push him away. He'd come back and stick to me, huh? He'd come back to stick. Oh, you're such a good guy. You're such a good puppy dog. He's the best puppy I ever did have. Are you having a good day? You were being a good boy today. You were the best puppy I had today. You were the best puppy in the house today. You were the best one in here today. You sure were. For the dad. For the dad. Don't you kiss me. You keep that tongue in your mouth. You keep that tongue in your mouth. He's such a good boy. Don't you kiss me. Don't you dare kiss me. Don't you dare kiss me. No kisses for the dad. He's like, Dad's cheating. Dad's a hypocrite. Dad's giving me kisses, but I can't kiss him. So, oh, he's going ants in his pants. He's got ants in his pants. He's got ants in his pants. Oh, ants in the pants. Ants in the pants. You got ants in your. Oh, you're a crazy boy. You're a crazy ants in the pants. I love this dog so much, guys. Thank you, Father, for good puppies. Well, the canines. There's a reason why they say it's man's best friend, don't they? So, oh, boy, guys, we went over 2 hours. You guys want to keep going? Oh, there we go. Thank you. How long have I been muted? So, boy, this camera sucks. Look at this. We're going pale. We're going dark. Okay. But anyways, no, I appreciate it, guys. I'm kind of, like I said, I'm kind of on cloud 9 today. You know, I'm just saying it's a big day. I really am hoping again in the next day or two that I hear from this guy on this trailer. I don't think he's selling it to anybody else. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's on the market. I see where it's sitting out. It's sitting out in the middle of a pivot somewhere out here in the middle of the, you know what I'm saying? In the middle of the field. So it'll probably be there. So this is a good moment for the ministry. Like I said, this building is going to allow us to put this freeze dryer in there and create abundance for the ministry. So that's what a ministry is supposed to do, right? Give back to the people. The people tied to the ministry ties back to them. And I'm not talking about money. I don't need your money. We'll figure that out. You tithe your time. You come in here and put comments and, you know, make this online ministry what it is. It gives it purpose. And then we can create the abundance and set out to our regular people and send out, like, I know Sabrina's got kids and stuff. You know, she's got kiddos. She'd probably like to have some organic food sent her way. She's been here a long time, you know. I don't think she would. Yes, I have been monetized. The channel's back up. It's monetized again. So I'm not monetizing the videos, but I really don't like giving AdSense 70%. So the videos aren't monetized. I know because I'm not monetizing it. I could and put commercials in it, but I want to put commercials in the live, and then I have the super chat, you know what I'm saying? That's why I pretty much for monetization, but the channel is monetized again. Yes, the monetization, that's why you see the super chat. I think it's up there. Well, I haven't had any super chat since the monetization, but that's okay. Oh no, we did. Did we have a super chat? No, we didn't. We got a sticker or something like that. We haven't gotten any super chats since we started remonetizing the channel, but that's okay. Like I said, monetization is not for you guys that you have to worry about, you know. It's there if you want to use it. It's not an obligation The ministry will exist outside of any funding. In most cases, most ministries are funded by the people. That's just the way it is. Brother Jim Brown brings in $1 million every year. $1 million. Ask him. He brings in $1 million in tithes every year. I don't think I bring in $1,000 in a year of tithes. So, and super chats, so that's okay. Most churches are fake, and people tithe 10% of their money to a bunch of fake churches, and they never even get taught the gospel. A bunch of fake Jesus, other gospel. So, but that's fun. That's the way Father wants it. If you wanted it to be different, I know there's plenty of people watch this ministry for years. Apparently, this is just not a big enough ministry for them, or the ministry that they're drawn to, because I've never had anybody tied to this ministry. I've had people before tell me I'm going to start sending you a tithe. They watch your show regularly. I'm like, whatever. You're not supposed to tell me you're tithing. Remember, you don't do that. A tithe is something you do without saying. You're not doing it for gain. You're doing it actually. What the scripture tells you is, if you find a man that's actually feeding you the meat, giving you the gospel, not giving you watered down, whose life is devoted to that service, you're supposed to be taking care of a man like that. That's what the word says. So that's not between me and you. That's between you and the Father, whether you're tithing to this ministry or not. That's what it says. You're supposed to take care of. And so, do I need your monetary money? No. Do I need your support as this pastor who's going through just having a life just like you in hard times? And is that your tithe as part of this ministry? Yes. So as far as I can feel, are you tithing to me in this ministry as far as what I think the scripture says? Yes, because remember, I said you can't print money. Oh, yes, you can, but you can't print time. So your time is more valuable than any money that you could ever tithe to the ministry. So I like to stay in line with scripture, but, like I said, it's not up to me if somebody decides to give something of their monetary. Like I said, this channel has been up for 3 years. Nobody's ever tithed on a regular basis to this ministry. Actually, there is somebody who kind of on a regular basis to this ministry. I take that back. There's somebody that contributes $1. Everyone, they give $1. Awesome. Like I said, it's not up to me. They're the most regular person that's ever tithed this ministry, but they just tithe $1. And that's fine. I don't want it, because I'd rather them take that $1 and spend it on themselves, but it's not for me to tell them what they ought to do with their time and their money, right? So I can tell you what to do with your time. Well, I'd like you to spend it here. When you have 10% of your time instead of money, you can spend that here. That spends just as good as money. In my book, it does. Okay. And it would be nice if I had Social Security. It'd be nice if I had disability. It'd be nice if I had VA benefits. It'd be nice if I had income coming in. But, I have lived without a regular income like you guys probably have, coming in on a regular basis for so long. It doesn't scare me that I don't have income coming in, that I'm not going to make it next month. I work enough throughout the month to know I can cover myself for the month. That's how I did. That's why I said I just went out and bought a trailer, building material, things that will help me produce more money. It takes money to make money. So, but I want you to know that. Don't feel obligated, but it does say, if you find a man that is feeding you the meat and not watered down milk, to give them that tithe. So appreciate you coming here. You can go wherever you want. You know what I'm saying? Wherever you want. You know what I'm saying? You can go wherever you want to any channel. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to force you to stay here, but if you're going to spend your time here, I want it to be worth your while. I don't want it to be a waste of your time. If you're going to spend your time here, I'm hoping, again, it will be, gotta wait. Yeah, I don't have to wait for that long to get Social Security. I'm going to get it for my PTSD this time. I am. I got plenty of medical records. I got medical records this thick, whatever, but that's whatever. I've been documenting my PTSD. So never once did I ever claim to have PTSD, but they say I've got it bad now. So they'll give it to me for PTSD. So It is what it is. I actually have an appointment coming up, guys, which is pretty exciting. It's not for, I don't know, a couple months or something. They're a long way out, but at least it's something. You know, I've military veteran. I've served, this honorable discharge. I've been a law enforcement officer. I drove a school bus. I've had a CDL since I've served a lot in this country to try to get my benefit for what I don't want a check every month. I want what I paid you. You can take the check and send it to somebody else. I want what I paid into this system. I started paying taxes. I had a job at 14 years old. I was paying taxes and Social Security at 15. I had a job at 12, 13, and 14, but I wasn't paying taxes. I started paying taxes at 15 years old, joined the military at 17. I have paid into this system for a long time. It'd be nice to get back what they made. How much interest on me? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. It's been a long road, and if they would just give me what I paid into the system, they could take the check and um, give it to somebody else. You know, I don't need a check every month. I'm already have the ability to make it. So I would like what I could take and paid in, then I can invest that and make a future for myself. Uh, I don't know. Everything has changed. I don't even think they do that anymore. From what I heard, I'm not going to even get that. But I'm told there's been a lot of changes in Social Security. You don't get your back pay now anymore. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Uh, because my back pay is, when they did my case last time, I fought them for 7 years, went to trial, and then they denied me as a single parent with no child support, no disability, nothing. I was raising my son on my own as a single dad and was actually trying to get Social Security at that time, and then they denied me as a single parent. No child support, no nothing, no VA benefits, nothing. I actually thought the person that they should give, a benefit to, not because I had earned it. Not like, remember, Social Security is not a handout. Social Security disability and Social Security insurance are two different things. You pay into the system. That's what I was filing for. Once again, not a check every month, you know what I'm saying, but what I paid into the system. So there's been some recent changes. I'm not sure, but my last date was 2019. I think it was when they did my back date was 2019 is when they dated me from last time. So it was going to be a pretty large check. So, but oh well, I'm just going to go through the process and see what they'll do, and I'll even take a check now. I don't care if they're not going to give me my back pay since I was 15. Then I'll go ahead and take a check, whatever. I wouldn't even know what to do with that much money. You know what I'm saying? Um, Outstanding. Nobody feel obligated, guys. Like I said, I'm just telling you what the scripture says. Okay, Michael, that's what it says. It says in the book of Malachi. If you find a man that's feeding you the word, a man of God who's dedicated his life because Father makes him serve the word, you need to take care of people like that. It's not for me to decide who takes care of me or not. I don't need taking care of. I could take care of myself. If somebody wants to help the ministry, which helps me, I just put it towards the ministry. I don't buy myself anything. I don't need anything. I don't want anything. Food. And I don't even eat. Like I said, the last 2 times, 3 times I went to town, I knew I needed the money for the ministry, so I didn't go into town and I didn't eat. I didn't even get myself a pizza, $7.99. I didn't even get it. I like to eat half of it or a quarter of it and bring it home and have it 2 meals. That's $4 a meal. That's something I can actually afford. You know what I'm saying? So, I've been a cheapskate because I need the money for the ministry. I'll suffer for the ministry. I won't have anything to get to see this ministry put through so that after, if I die, that this ministry can serve people after I'm gone. That will make me a happy man. I will die very happy knowing that there'll be a legacy left after I'm gone, that this property will continue to give to others without me here. That is amazing. I never even thought, I didn't know that was what I was going to do. I didn't want to accomplish that. Father's making me do this, not me. Father makes me do this. Remember, I could be out chasing tail, fame, fortune, whatever. I don't do any of that. I'm in here daily and building this ministry out is what I've been doing for 10 years now. So I've got a pretty good record for showing, like I'll keep my skin in the game. I have ups and downs, but I'm here. I've had to leave, come back, you know what I'm saying? But I've always come back here and continue. I had 6 years ago, my own family came and took everything I owned from here. Everything. What they didn't leave here or whatever left here, the locals picked off from me. Because the sheriff said I wasn't coming back. I don't know what the hell he'd say that to anybody for. So the locals went and cleared me out. I came back to a tent. After 15 years of supplying myself, getting all my supplies to come out here, I finally made it out here after planning for all those years. I got out here, and then my own family left property, and my own younger brother took everything I owned, including 25 pounds of silver from me. Well, 20 of it was mine, 5 was my son. So I've had to start over from scratch, and I look what's out here, and it blows my mind. There's a $250,000 storm shelter sitting on the back of this property. That's insane. I can't even imagine how I even did that. You know what I'm saying? It's insane. That is a huge feat. That takes a lot. If I had a tractor, if I had an income, I did it with buckets, 5-gallon buckets and shovels. I was actually talking to somebody about it today. He's like, dude, I can't imagine how much money you have in concrete and rebar and alone. The price of what you have in material. The steel culverts are do you know how much it costs for a steel culvert for a 20-foot section culvert? A steel culvert? I got 2 20-foot sections brought from Portland, I could put it all the property on the grid for just nearly buying those couple culverts. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. I don't regret anything I've done out here. I seriously don't. It's all been for the purpose of Father. I know that shelter one day is going to be needed for a reason. It's going to archive the word of God, and someday it's going to bury, if this whole valley gets buried or something, and they're going to find these books 1,000 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years from now. You know what I'm saying? So, I saw a click system for walls. You can make a structure out of pure quarter scrap lumber. Cool. That's all. Everything I have out here is like that. Sure. Cool. Outstanding. Yeah. Everything in this whole build is all repurposed. Everything in this building has been weathered and repurposed. Nothing in here there's not one new board inside this building. And every one of these boards, I'm thinking I'm going to remodel this wall. I'm going to change this wall and move it in a different direction. But every board comes from a different portion size. If you look, a lot of people, you don't realize, but every one of these boards comes from a different location or something. But I'm actually going to take this wall. I figure I'd take this wall apart and I'm going to turn it this way, just like I have this wall. I just like this better. I just do. I mean, I've had this way for a long time, but I just like it racked, vertically. I still have it this way. See what I'm saying? That's big, big, thick. Look how those boards are like 18 inches, something like that on the door. Look how big those are. Got my Levi's, my pile of clothes sitting over there. Oh, that's nice. I was pulling some laundry. I gotta do some laundry the next day or two. So. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you ever want to get away from LA, come up here. I was born in the valley, so I know it's nice to visit, but I don't think I ever want to go back to that place. So, well, family there still, relatives, not family, but no, I can't think of anything I want to do in LA. Maybe I'll go to Olvera Street. I don't know. Yeah, I go to Olvera Street or something. There we go. Maybe go to Chinatown or something. Go hit Philippe's. Go get a leg of lamb sandwich. Go to some of the old stomping grounds or something. I don't know. Maybe go have a Dodger dog at Dodger Stadium. I haven't had a hot dog in how long? So, so speaking of, I'm getting a little hungry, guys. Oh, I planted those plants, guys. I did that earlier. I went ahead and got what I put almost all those cucumbers. I think they were. I don't think those were cantaloupe. I think they were cucumber seeds that sprouted, and the beans, the green beans, the peas, we got all that stuff sprouting. So we're gonna get that stuff going, guys. We're gonna get this garden rocking out here. And I got some flower seeds started too. So hopefully we get some herbs started out here. You know what I'm saying? Get some flower. I did 4 really nice ladies last year, and I want to try to do a little bit more this year because I have my medical card. So we'll do a few more this year. I'm not gonna go hog wild. I'm gonna grow a bunch. I only like to grow as many as I can just spoil the hell out of. And I don't mean over spoil them because you don't want to do that too, but give them all the time they need. Um, so I'm excited. I have a couple. Oh, as a matter of fact, I got to go because I have some ladies out there, just those little cups that I put outside. So, guys, I'm going to have to get up and go get those. I don't want to leave them outside. I will toast them. They will get zapped out there. So, give me a minute. I've got to put my ladies up. I'm going to grab some hamburger, and burgers won't take me too long to make. So, if you were thinking about leaving the tithe to the ministry, this would be a time to do it. Okay. Cash App, PayPal's in the description. Don't feel obligated in any way to do that. I'm just telling you, this would be a good time to do it. There is a comment section after this video. That's a great way to help this ministry out. If you don't have the ability to do monetary, it's totally okay. It's not a problem. Okay, that thumbs up too. Cool. You know, we got more thumbs up than we did last time. We didn't. We're going a little bit longer this time, but that's ways to contribute. Come back when you have more time. Remember, monetary is just part of this ministry. Don't ever feel if I talk about a monetary thing, eventually that's going to go away, guys. Once I get this ministry set up, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you guys, but what if I want to build more buildings or something for more people, I might ask, but you know, hopefully we can get through this, work through this thing. And I'd like to get this squared away. You know, I'm going to build a building for myself out here on the other property. I'm not going to ask you for anything for that. If I'm asking for a tithe, it is going to the ministry. Okay. So you can see your dollars at work. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to put you on pause. I'm actually going to put some pants on. I got shorts. It got to 75 degrees out here today, guys. 75 degrees. It was nice outside. So give me a minute or 3. I'll put you guys on pause, get some food. It might be 5 or 10 minutes, and I'll come back in here and just, unless you guys just want to come back in and start all over. You guys want to just shut her down and start back over in a little bit, or want to just keep the stream going? I've got nothing going. Like I said, I'm kind of flouting on cloud 9. I really am. It's so nice to have the funding that I need here. I might be $100 short. You know what I'm saying? It's because I got to go buy that part tomorrow. So the part's $129. So that's, otherwise I think I should have it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just putting it out because I need to buy that part to put it in the truck. So that's the money that I need to, for the truck, I'll be able to get the permitting. So, cool. Okay, guys, chit chat with each other. If you guys want, you know what I'm saying? I just apologize to be a little longer than I normally take here. I want to just make sure I get my birds get put up. I got the farm duties, guys. I'm on a farm, so I got to take care of the farm out here. Plants, chicken, you know, livestock, dogs. They've all been fed, but I'll be back in, 5 or 10 minutes. So check back with you guys. So hang out. Smoke them if you got them. That's a military thing. Smoke them if you got them. So go take the dog out to use the bathroom. If your wife's been griping at you, you've been on that internet for an hour, honey, go over there and give her rubber feet or something for her, rubber back or whatever, rub your husband's feet or whatever. Do something, take the dog out to go use the bathroom, do whatever you need to do. I'll be back in just a little bit, guys, okay? All right, thank you. Hey, we're back. Made us some hamburgers here. The cheese I had in there, I didn't trust it. I was some cheese. It's just fake cheese, but I'm not gonna eat it. I don't like the way it smells. It's only been in there for like a week, but I don't know. I just couldn't trust it. So I'm just gonna have some regular hamburgers. Good stuff. All right. About overnight moisture capturing system. Yeah, this is single cow burger. This is real burger, not that pink slime. You can actually look at the burger and tell. I know, that's what worried me. I'm like, it smells okay, but nah. I'll pass. I don't need to eat it anyways. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't be eating that kind of cheese. I never grew up eating. My dad never once made no fake Velveeta and none of that kind of cheese. But it's all right every once in a while. It's all right, so I don't do it too often. But I bought an off-brand. Mm-hmm. I need that red meat. So I'm super thrilled about this, guys, to get this. If I can get this house knocked out, you know what I'm saying, get this building, that takes the variable out of this whole situation for me at this point. I mean, yeah, there's some unknowns on not having quite enough funding to do that, but I'll cover the funding. It's not knowing the building, or, you know, if I can use this semi because I've converted into a cabin. With the county past that, wasn't going to try to get a shipping container, wasn't going to build my own, you know, house. I could build my own. I convinced myself that I should just build it myself. But if I ran into something like this, it was 4,000. That's affordable. You know, I'm not going to pass it up. I couldn't build something. Somebody's doing me a big solid, you know, by doing this. So why did I say that? I never said that. That's stupid. Where did I get that from? But a big, you know, it needs a lot of work. It's dirty. The windows are all busted. I see pictures. Almost all the windows in it are broken. But whatever. He told me that when I, you know, over the phone, it needs new windows. So be okay to update them. Oh my gosh. Okay, this sciatica has been bad today. Just overbearing sometimes. But that's a nice thing, you know what I'm saying? It'd be nice to have that knocked out of the way so I don't have the variable. Now I know, okay, here's the permit cost, here is the, you know, electric permit cost, here is the septic permit cost, here's the tank, here's the lease lines, here's the, you know, boy, that conduit costs more than I thought too. $45 a stick, guys. And I need at least 10 or 12. Damn. I wasn't looking up the right PVC. When I was looking it up, I wasn't looking up the right PVC. I was like, ouch. I went and recalled today and look, that's why I'm glad I went back over and like I went back and talked to this guy so I can find this particular building. It took a couple times, but I went back and looked, and it was like 45 a stick for 3-inch schedule 40 conduit for electric, and that's about the going rate. But I don't know what I looked at. I thought it was like $20 a stick. Nuh-uh, it's $45 a stick for a 10-foot stick. But oh well, we'll get it. I'll keep my eye on the internet. I look every day, but I haven't seen anything. I'm not going to be able to this other food now. My back is just. But I'll keep my eye on, on the internet, on Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, locally, or whatever. Maybe I'll find something. Somebody's abandoned a job or did something or had bought too many or something. See if I can get a better rate that way. That's how, so I want to kind of get this going. That's why I think I'm going to go ahead and. Yeah, I'm going to do the, on the septic, I'm going to do the, they've got this stuff now where you don't even have to put down gravel and compact it. I think you dig it out 2 feet or something like that. Maybe 3 feet, kind of like your electric. And you just bury it with dirt. You don't have to do anything else to it. It's more expensive. The closer you place the tank, more labor and more money you save. Closer take to the lateral line or to the house, right? Because there's a certain distance like he's got to call for away from the house, right? But away from, obviously, I'm not going to be anywhere near my property, the edge of my property line. I know that's part of it. You can't run that thing out, in your easement area or anything. Yeah, I was just discussing that with somebody today. The same thing, how close. Because he told me an idea what he's going to do, and I think what he's going to do is absolutely brilliant. What this guy's doing. You know how a septic tank has two holes on it run, obviously sometimes the hole's not there or sometimes it's filled in, but a septic tank will have two holes on it that you can take, for clean out and inspection, right? He said he's going to take and build a downflow that needs to be. Put at 7 feet, huh? Okay. But what he's going to do, and this is brilliant, he's going to take and open up that hole on his septic and build a little stall over it. You know what I mean? He's going to build a stall over that second hole. Not the inspection, but the other one. He's going to take the lid off of it and literally build where he could take a crap right there. I think that's brilliant. Like it if you're out working during the day, not the first one where you want to get up and flush, but during the day, kind of like a rest stop, whatever, right into the tank itself. And I was like, dude, that's freaking brilliant. That saves a lot of water, if you can, you're out, and it's not cold during the summer, like, you're not, yeah, no, it's like, dude, I've never even thought. It's like, that's freaking brilliant, dude. That's going to save a lot of water, kind of, I was like, it's pretty wise idea, it's like, you go put a building around, what I'm saying, but on that, and you won't even notice it, but he'll open the hole and go right in the hole. I'm like, dude, that is freaking, why did I never think of that? I said, can I steal that idea from him? He's like, hell yeah. He says, I'm going to build it after whatever they do their inspection and they're done. And, I'll wait a couple months down the road and I'll just pop in a little building above it, open the lid and just take a dump right down in the hole, put some speaky smell stuff, whatever, stick up and, and just, I said, well, I said, that's great. I said, because you're going in and you're flushing it anyways. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's just sitting there. I mean, obviously, if you're using that bathroom inside, it's going to continue to, it's not just be even better than kind of like having to tank out at the rest stop. I mean, you're going to be passing that stuff, you know what I'm saying, kind of through there, so to speak. Obviously the solids go, down in the bottom of the tank, but I thought it was a great idea. I was like, holy smokes, dude, that is a freaking brilliant idea. Because I'm a minimalist. So if you didn't have to flush the toilet, right, per se, why would you? And if you could poop right into the septic tank itself, into the tank, and there and run regular water over it, where would you install a trap in that hole, though? You're just going right into the hole. So where would you put a trap? You're saying put a trap on the tank itself, vent it, put another hole in it or something, and put a trap. I mean, I understand for ventilation. I totally get what you're saying, but I don't think it even smell that bad. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not even that, like some of the restroom stops, they don't smell that bad because they clean it pretty. But if you're not pooping in there, like on a regular basis, got a bunch of people in there and you flush almost every morning or something like that, that I don't even think the smell is going to be that heavy. You know what I'm saying? And if you put a lid on it, so to speak, I mean, I totally get you with ventilation. Just thinking a trap. Okay, yeah, but all right. Hold on, I'm gonna go put this. I couldn't eat that other bird. My sciatica is going bananas. Sometimes when my sciatica goes crazy, my stomach just is like, nope, no food right now. Oh my gosh. So 1 second, let me go put this up. Thought I had another juice. I couldn't find it. It sucks, man. I thought I had another one of those juices, like this one. I got a little bit left in there, but I love it. I really like this mango lime. Mango lime. Nice. Okay. Ooh, that's a good combination. Mango and lime. I never thought I'd see those two in a together. Ooh. But again, I'm excited to do this, in steps so that I can, I can do it in a manner that I can accomplish this, and it won't, won't get to where I can't meet my goals, meet my, set some goals, and prepare to do, for all things, like I said, prepare to excuse me. But yeah, this building is going to be the big portion of it, though. For me, that was unknown, and getting this thing. I mean, I would have liked the guy for me to call me here, but again, I looked at the building. It looks like there's a lot of stuff sitting around the outside, and there's stuff still, furniture and stuff inside the building. So they might be trying to clean it out. Take a couple days or whatever. It's the weekend, and so again, I'm hoping again that this week I'll have this building out here by the end of the week. That will be, I'm telling you, it's going to put me in a mindset that it already is. It's kind of neat to think that, it's something I probably should have done years ago. For what I paid on the storm shelter, I could have done this 3 or 4 times over. But when everything else blows away and, there's nowhere to get in a safe spot, what does any of that matter? The stuff that's on the surface, right? So shelter took priority. I never seen a tornado my whole life. I lived in Oklahoma. I've been to all 50s. And then I was sitting over here and I seen a tornado right over here by the Black Hills. Wasn't big, but it was, I was like, I'm dropping everything I'm doing and I'm building the shelter. I need to protect myself, bring the word of Father down there, have a place to study and not worry about the world. He kind of called me out, said, you're going to do this. That's why, shelter's going to take priority when everything else blows away, and the neighbors F-350 pickup blows in my yard, and his whole property's there's nothing there. I guess I got a new F-350 pickup, right? Where ain't nobody left because they didn't have some place to go and get away from the wind. I'm doing it because of the wind. And hailstone's the weight of a talent because of what it says in Scripture. More that too, more than anything, really. It's a scriptural thing for me. It is. You don't think everything it says in Scripture is going to come to pass? It says every jot and every tittle. It talks about hailstones the weight of a talent. You know what a talent is? That's a measurement. In precious metals, a talent. Like Solomon's temples was how many talents of gold, So it says there'll be hailstones that is caused from a compression event, and that is caused from high and low pressure. And then Honga Tonga just went off. Remember, we've got all that extra moisture in our upper atmosphere that was never there. Was that 146 gigarams? Do the math on that. That was never there. 14% of moisture that was never in our atmosphere that's there now, frozen. And it's the mesosphere it's a cold layer, and it froze up there, and it takes time to wring out. So I've been watching David. I think David's off on his projections, and David is smart. He's the only other person that's covering this Honga Tonga. You know what I'm saying? Outstanding. Good to hear that. Thank you for your testimony, Michael, for having the balls to eat it and he's try it. Yeah, that's good, man. I'm that guy. I'm a vet, so I'll probably eat just about anything. It's crazy that people, they throw food away because it comes out of the safety zone. They throw it in the trash because somebody gets sick and the homeless person eats it to stay alive. Because, it eats out of the trash can, and, these people are going to have a bad, hard time when they can't eat nothing. You know what I'm saying? When their body can't, I'm not saying eat mold, but can't let sit something on a shelf and eat it after it's been sitting there for a day. We used to smell test everything. That's how we figured out whether it was good or not. We didn't have born on dating. We didn't have hand sanitizer. There was a world before hand sanitizer. YouTube. Yeah, the world went on before hand sanitizer, but anyways, smell test. Like I said, I just smelled that cheese. It was probably fine. Just didn't want to eat it. That's what I'm saying. The lost ways, man. People forgotten. Bread that sit on a counter, it would mold after a few days. Not the, you let bread sit on the counter for months, it don't mold at all. Things have changed a lot. You used to sit on the phone book or whatever if you're a little short of the table. Dial 411. Used it. We had like a pager back that was called collect calls. Remember, collect call from mom. I'm at the Baroque, pick me up. Hey, we made it work. That was our pager. That's what it was. Pagers. We had a pager. It was called collect call. Remember? Okay, mom will be home before the lights go off. That's how it is. So that's how we made it work. Remember 411 at the tone the time will be. So those are some pretty interesting times we lived in back then when your phone was on a cord. We had cords that were like a half mile long. You can go into the other part of the house on a cord. So you guys remember those days? We're just doing some nostalgia in here. Frozen? We're going to get frozen. I was talking about talents, remember? Weights of measurement, the Honga Tonga eruption, hailstones, the weight of a talent. Talent? That's the conversation. My bad. I keep notes, mental notes, so apologize. I don't do drugs, so, I got a pretty sharp mind. Keep out the drugs out of your body, and you're amazing what your mind can cover. So it's mind over matter. So does anybody know in the room what a measurement, a talent is? I could have a conversation with 3 people about 15 different things. Hey, I used to do TikTok over there where we'd put 1,500 people in the room, and I'd have 8 people in the chat with me chatting with me in the chat, and I used to run the whole show. Well, a little bit of help with the moderators, but we used to rock it over there on TikTok. We did. Whatever, we got kicked off there, so we came over here and we matched the numbers over here. So, I'm saying, we what a blessing, I'm saying, Father doesn't make a single mistake, he never has, and I'm thank Father that he told my son, told me to go over there because it gave this ministry a chance to reach areas that it never had reached before. I'm saying, to me, I don't care about the numbers. For me, it's like it's the reach. All flesh under this covenant. White, black, brown, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, all flesh, right? Man, woman, all flesh. So it's not, this web allows this to happen. This is beautiful, the va, the knowledge, so we have the ability to all be here together as one bride, as a body, 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, there I'll be. So he's here with us, and we get to do this, as kind of a prelude to what is coming. You know what I'm saying? Outstanding. I got to remember that sometimes when I come in here, that you guys a lot, and that's cool because I know that some people say, "Hey, I just put you in the background, man." Seriously, I don't mean to go there, and I don't like that because I'm here to talk to you guys, and it's not me just I could do content channel, but that's the cool thing about live, and you don't have to, that. Mike, we don't because people work, but Sabrina does that a lot. She's in and out. She's doing this. She's with her kids. She's, but and I've had people like, I just put you going on in the background, man. I just like listening to whatever. It's just kind of my thing. So, because I live stream for years for a lot of hours, what I'm saying? I'm retired. I'm a pastor. This is what I do. This is what Father devoted my life to do this. So he give me the abundance of time. I take the time, used to trade it for knowledge, and instead of now I can share that knowledge. When you rather had fame and fortune? Oh no, the knowledge is way more important to me. I'd rather want to know what's going on. I don't want to be blindsided, being in the know, privileged information. You ever heard that term? The people who are privileged, normally people have to sell their souls to obtain, the kind of knowledge that Father has allowed me, it's a trade-off, but the devil is wise. Remember, he said we're supposed to be wise as a serpent. So if you don't take the time to look at what's going on, then you're just, that's fine. That's totally okay. I don't want anybody to be me. I know I'm still in a study mode. I'm always learning something. I'm always researching, and I love learning from other people. I love to study. I'm an investigator. I've got some mad study skills, the way I militant, but I learned probably 3/4 of what I know from other people. I wouldn't know this if I didn't have the ability to learn from other people. I'm serious. Like I said, I'm self-taught with many things. Many things I've been able to teach myself. But also, I take what people say, as I keep telling you guys, the comment section. I've learned so much from comments and links that people drop in the comment sections, or comments in the comment section, because if I'm studying a subject, I'm watching a blog, a documentary, or something, I'm saying some kind of, something modern day, I get the ability to see comments or chat log, and then I go through, and after looking at the subject matter, now I'm seeing sides of this blog or subject that I wasn't even hit by the author or the narrator. You know what I'm saying? That the people are coming up. I'm like, that's so freaking brilliant. So you're seeing something from a different side if you'll study a subject, right? And you can get yourself into a good comment section, or a good, a good live or something you're reading through. You'll find links and stuff to things you're like, I never would have, found that kind of information if people didn't drop a link or had that opinion or something. And that's what most people don't realize this. You guys are those people. You guys are that comment section, and that's, I really wish some people would take it more serious. That's why we weed out people that aren't producing fruit in here. It clogs up the chat, and I don't care. I mean, I just don't want it in here, and I'm thankful Father's kind of narrowed the channel down. That way we don't pull 50, 60, 80, 100 people, 150 people. We used to, and then there's too many trolls, too many people not putting, and I know people come on the internet to enjoy themselves, whatever hub chain they pull, okay, whatever they're doing, whatever rub or whatever they're doing. Look, everybody needs some break, but there's a time to work and a time to play. This is a ministry. You're not coming into some channel about puppies and butterflies, and it's a ministry. So, people see it. It's HD, high desert bait. So what are they going to come in here and, troll a ministry? There's other places to do that. You know what I'm saying? So, that's why I love the comment section, because it is a section that has been able to learn things, again, that I just never would have discovered. And some people are so brilliant. Sometimes just a comment, like about the subject or something in the same matter, but a different perspective is just like, whoa, and that's just a kind of a simple thing. So I want to let you guys know that. And that's why I always tell you, you're tied to this ministry is your comments. It's tie the time and tie the comments. It doesn't have anything to do with money. We'll figure out the money situation. Normally, I don't normally have struggles with money. I haven't, like, 'cause when I was young, I missed a couple bills or something, didn't pay, and it bit me, and I didn't, and I just learned not to do that. I actually learned to take care of my finances first, and just did it differently. I didn't get myself, and I have several, but don't now, and for decades, strap myself to a dollar trading for an hour. You're going to lose. You trade dollars for hours, you're going to always make somebody's, mansion millionaire, pay their mortgage while you're just barely paying rent. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's not little, but what I'm saying, and it's a lifestyle. They get people chasing a carrot, like a carrot on a string, always people can't get out of the box. It's hard. Like Michael, I think he says he's in LA. That's a place that'll trap you, man. That place is a freaking trap. It's hard to get out of there. It's awesome to be there, but it's hard to get out if you want to go. It's a rat race. It's one of the, I grew up with the concrete jungle. I know it better than, I haven't forgotten any of it, the all of it is ingrained in my, in my core. So it's going to be who I am from my base. You know what I'm saying? So the neat thing, like I said, again, is that, if we take the time again to look at other people's perspectives, that's when we really learn. That's when I learned that that's how you. I mean, I was an investigator at the age of 19. My brain was wired backwards, but when I started my studies, when I really learned what, like I said, the meat, like I said, is from these other people's perspective. It's the thing that used to scare me most, was that other people thought differently than me. That I was the crazy one, or I was normal and everybody else was crazy. So I figured it out. Everybody else was normal and I was crazy, and I just left it at that. And it was okay, because I actually discovered that some of the most brilliant minds, and I'm not saying that I'm the smartest man in the world or I know everything, because I'm still in a study mode and I still could be corrected and I'm still want to learn, but have the most brilliant minds didn't think like everybody else. They could think out of the box. You know what I'm saying? They were, maybe even said they were a little crazy at the time. You know what I'm saying? They didn't think like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? They had a different perspective than society. Kind of like Scripture says, we're supposed to be set apart. We're not supposed to do what the dirt is doing. We're not supposed to do what the world is doing, because that's what the world does. They do the world. The spin and twist and warp and pervert. They don't ever study the word. But they're lovers of self. Their hearts, it's their agape is pornea. So don't worry about changing it. And I just would say the nice thing it is to focus on people who are, more of a mindset. They're not trying to gain, not like this narcissistic, the gain is to learn knowledge. Remember, he said, my people shall perish for lack of knowledge. That's the word hell. It's in a handbasket pretty much, right? That's hell is knowledge. It's no knowledge is what hell is. My people shall perish for lack of abyss. Revelation 9:11. Remember, it says in Revelation 9:11, it tells us about the king, the one that's locked up, the seventh king of Revelation, Pastor Revelation, right? Pastor Apocalypse. Most people don't even know what the word revelation means. Can't define it. They can't define anything in the word. So that's why, like I said, I like to stick to people's perspectives, put it in my file, and then run everything through my spiritual calculator. Father does everything by the number. Everything by the number. Oh, yes, he does. Well, okay, we'll leave it alone. 7. How about that? Be mature and be 7. Okay, that's the number of maturity, to be 7. So we'll start with that. He does everything by the number. Like 7 days in a week, right? The 7 writers of Revelation, right? No. The 5, not 4, 5. Remember, there's 2 riders on white houses, horses. Remember, people forget about that 5th rider. I don't ever talk about it, but that's okay. Remember, I live it. You got to be a living revelation. All right? That's what we do. That's exactly what we're talking about. The same subject, pulling off the cover and showing the truth. Aletheia is truth. That's a Greek word, truth. So he said, I am the Aletheia, right? So if you want to know the Father, you need to know the Word. You got to be in love with the Word. He's the Word. He's not some God in the sky. And he came here because they perverted the Word. He doesn't like when you pervert the Word. That's froward. Remember, you frowarded my Father's agape. But most people don't know what the word is. They're lost in space. So let's get back to this subject, what we're saying, front and center. This is a time that was spoken of thousands of years ago. It's spoken in the scriptures of these exact days that we're living in right now, but people don't pay attention anything to the scriptures. There's a celestial clock above your head that tells the time, and it's not 2026. So that's where most people are complete. Not only they not know what time of the day it is, they don't even know they celebrate the New Year's in the middle of the winter. I live in a world full of people that are evil, and their hearts are waxed cold to the word, just like it says. Their agape is pornea. They think there's such thing as free will. There's no free will. There's no luck. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. There's no such thing as rapture. There's no such thing as Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lord. There's no such thing as Christ. There's no such thing as Jesus. There's no... All these things people say, and they just are willing to accept that this is acceptable. See, this is how I've been able to refine myself through the years. I've gone through a lot of it through the years, but until I actually refined like a refiner's fire, you have to burn off all those bad teachings. Oh, don't think that I didn't listen and didn't get a bunch of bad teachings. When you open yourself up to learning like I'm telling you, then you teach yourself wrong. Other people teach you wrong. You read wrong things. Yeah, it's a rabbit hole that you can't get out of. Oh, yeah, you can. But most people can't get out the rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? The Alice in Wonderland, the clock, remember, they think it's 2026. They think God's in the sky, Bang, bang, Happy New Year's, banging the boss's wife a week after the orgy. Now they're, whatever. It's this world that I live in. Remember, they're spinning on a ball. So, yeah, that's what I should. That's what I teach in here, Michael. If you've been here for my teaching, that's what this ministry is about, showing you that all these perverted holidays are not scriptural. You won't find All Hallows Eve. That's given to you by the pagan Catholic Satan Church of Catholics or Satanists. These are the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. You've been here for a whiteboard teaching. You know that. I apologize if I had a broken back. That's why I've been doing whiteboard. You guys wonder, where did the whiteboard go? You guys have had a broken back. It's so hard to stand up there with that broken vertebrae. It just sends pain, and I don't talk about it through my head, my back, my nuts, my feet, my butt. You know what I'm saying? I just ignore it and move on but if you've been here for a whiteboard teaching, that's what I uncover here. That's why I live revelation. I constantly am lifting off. Remember, they veiled his face. They put a veil over him after they hung him. So I'm kind of offended by people who put face diapers and cover their, burqa and all this. It's offensive to they hung him from a tree, So people think nobody hung from crosses. There's a lot of things in this world that people do. They just accept, and that's okay, but it's not okay to, nobody ever hung on a cross. The Messiah never carried a cross. He tells you to carry your cross. Huh? So daily, remember my disciples, Luke, that's the sister chapter to Matthew. Deny yourself daily. Idolatry, dirt. Remember, people love the dirt. Yeah, but you won't get to be with Father. You'll get to be to Shiloh. They're not that. Where do you think you go if you take your life? Where do you think? You think you get to be with the Messiah, even if he makes your life hard? Because he says he give you no more than you can handle. He might make it. My life, I think, is an example of it. I'm seriously. I got a son that I've tried to report how many times murdered, missing, and they won't even take a report. Nobody's looking for him. I have to wake up every day with that. I probably the reason why he got killed. My not listening to him. So if he's alive, that's maybe why he's not talking, because they didn't listen to him, or he's dead. So I people. What does the scripture tell us? Because I constantly pastor this. People need to hear this. It's a permanent solution to a temporary problem anyways, but we've all probably been taught that. But what does the scripture tell us? Well, sure, that's been around. I'm not trying to see it talk about what happens if you do that. What does the scripture tell us? Salvation. All you need to do is define the word salvation, and you'll realize you can't take your life. I'm not saying to take another life. We all have a past or whatever. Like I said, I'm a veteran. I grew up on the streets of Los Angeles, California, as a white boy named Tracy, born in Granada Hills in the valley, in the hill in the valley. If you're there, you know what I'm talking about. In the 70s, that wasn't an easy, place to, but I've seen a lot of that. Death is all I knew, So salvation, it tells us what salvation is. The Greek word sozo, S-O-Z-O. And sozo is to be lifted, carried from a beginning point to an ending point, and then healed over here, on this end, over here. So whatever pain that you're having is not going to be healed. This is what you need to be taught. If you were in the Word, this would tell you that. I'm not going to make you better. I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm going to make your life a living hell because I love you and I'm going to beat you. And so you won't get all depressed. You'll say, hey, I've been there. We all get, but then he lifts me up, carries me from beginning point to an ending point. And he says we have to endure to the end. We have to endure to the end if we want to be saved. That's what it tells us. You must endure to the end to be saved. So if you take your life, do you get to be with the Hamashiach? Do you get to be with the Messiah? Do you get to be with Father? No, you're going to gnash teeth. I think the scripture is quite clear. If you'll just study what the word salvation means, the ones he saved, oh, you get to take your life and they called out at the wedding feast of the lambs? No, he suffered. They threw him in a cage, a rape cage. They put a crown of thorns on his head so thick that the little thorns went into his skull. Stabbed him, remember? Literally, Roman soldiers striped him. He said, follow after me. Are you earning your stripes? Remember, my disciples, take up your cross, follow after me. Deny yourself daily in Matthew. Take up your cross daily, follow after me daily. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Remember what he did? Remember, they literally ripped his beard out of his face. Does anybody want to rip your beard out of your face? Does any put holes in you? He said, do what I did. Does anybody want to put holes in you? Literally, he paid in blood. It says it in Colossians 2:14. It's sprinkled with that blood on our hearts. Yeah. Holes in you and hang them, raised them and hung them. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? He said, follow after me. So see, that's what people don't understand about the word. They don't understand who the Messiah is. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to go through suffering if you want to be with him. That's what the word says. That's what Paul said, through much thlipsis. That's the word tribulation. We must go through. Nobody's getting out of here without going through tribulation. That's something we do every day. And it's not supposed to get easier. It's supposed to get worse. That doesn't mean you can't thrive. That doesn't put nothing around you is going to get better. Right? Don't hide that light in a basket. So if you've been given something, remember he says, give that shekel to the rich man. You didn't use what you're given. You hid that light. You didn't put it at the top of your house and let it shine like I told you. You didn't let me speak for you. So this is a lesson on suicide. Because I'll never suicide myself. I won't get to be with the Messiah. You have to endure to the end. If you want to be saved, he's going to come back and pick up what he already bought and paid and purchased for. There is purchased possession. And so if you want to be on that list in the book of life at the wedding feast of the lambs, you surely can't check out early, can you? You play the little sucker route. Act like a little biat. You know? So I think that's a beautiful thing. If you're going to do that, why don't you go give your life for the people? If you're just going to throw it away, why don't you throw it away on, be charitable with it. Give it to somebody else, not take it. Can't take your life, brothers, sisters. That's the scripture. That's the word of Father. That's the word of Shiloh. If you want to be with Shiloh and have your name called out, he said you must endure to the end to be saved. So when I hear this crap that you can do anything to yourself, a man's enemies be the one of his own household. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. So if you believe, he said, he who loves the Father more than me is not worthy of me. Remember the kingdom, the inheritance? He who loves the Son more than me is not worthy of me. So I can't let this thing with my son take away from what is going on here. Put faith like Daniel in the den of lions and let Father handle it. Let him fight my battles, and I can't let this ruin my life. Get into a state of depression and go, oh my God, I got nothing to live for. I got nobody else on this rock that I'm connected to. Father has given me the abundance of this ministry. I didn't have anybody but Elijah that when I was connected to eternally, and I still don't know if I'm going to be with him, but eternally, he's the only person I've ever connected with. In my 50s, I've never connected with a one person. Don't even know of anybody in my blood that I'll be with. Not my dad, nobody. I don't know anybody. I've never connected with anybody. My son, I did. So when Father took that from me, boy, oh boy, was that a hard time for me. Yeah, and look at everything that happened if you followed. SWAT raided, hit in the face with a grenade, tear gassed. And remember, I didn't sue anybody. I didn't. I'm not going to make any money off this. It doesn't make sense to me. I understand that I didn't make anybody pay, and that's not my decision to whether people pay judgments or not. Accountability, is how I did this. Remember, meek, not weak. So I'm not weak. I'm meek, and I don't need to seek vengeance. I didn't threaten anybody, and I never hurt anybody. So that's, they're bad. They're going to have to pay for that. He said, you'd be better have a millstone tied around your neck and be cast into the sea than to hurt one hair, right? He says, and he knows the number of hairs on our head, then hurt one hair on my children's head, right? Cause one of them to stumble. So it's not my to seek this, and no matter how hard it is, Father will lift me and pick me up every day, whether I can handle it or not, and bring me to the end of the day. He will. That's just salvation. That's what it does. It keeps you going. I don't have the strength to be here. I don't have the strength to do this. Father's giving it to me. He is. I already peaked in this life. I apologize. I set high standards for myself, standards like I'm doing with this ministry right now that I can reach, but I've already done everything that I asked Father for. He's given it to me. And this is what I asked for, and I didn't ask for this much. This is what I asked for in my life. I had one bucket list to scream the word of the Father as loud as I could from the top of the highest peak, and just one person hear the word with me. And that I could die. And I told this to my son when he was younger, that I would live with him as long as I could, but there would become a time that when he turned 18, I was going to leave, I was going to share the word of God, and then I was going to find the highest peak that I could climb. It didn't even mean literally. It was a metaphor, and this is what this is. So and this is higher than any peak that I ever could have had. This word has reached every single continent. There's nowhere after almost, what are we going into our almost a fourth year here pretty soon or so. This channel's been up for a while, that this has not been heard in every single nation because of the interweb. It's beautiful. And so this is something that I don't need to do anything else. Like I said, I have peaked, but this ain't about me anymore, right? This is about serving the word, doing what you're told. Father's going to put me through a lot more harder times to come, and I'm going to just have to deal with it. Like this situation that I'm dealing with right now. It's just the complete opposite of everything I wanted. Everything backfired in my face. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'll be gematria. I'll either die this year and you'll and say, hey, the pastor said he was going to die this year, and it won't be by suicide. It'll be by, because you have to endure to the end to be saved. It'll be by something else. But if I make it to November 13th and I don't celebrate birthdays this year, you're going to have to deal with me for probably another 5 decades plus, just so you know. I've been told that about 3 or 4 times from people, that only 3 or 4 people that I've ever talked to in this life that I think they're anywhere as old as I am. I do not trying to be above anybody else or be better than anybody else, but I do believe I am one of the oldest people on this rock. Whatever, they live for thousands, Noah for, and I'm only 52 in this flesh, but I'm not 52 years old. I'm eternal. So how am I even a year? That's the stupidest thing. I have 52 years in this flesh. I come in and out of this flesh. I am Hokadesh. I am spirit. I am not Tracy. I know they call me pastor and I love revelation. I live this, but I'm Hokadesh. I am spirit like Father. I'm not a God. But he said you will be as, and you are supposed to mirror. So I am spirit. I am ghost. This flesh doesn't define me. Nothing I've ever touched, taste, smelt, breathed, anything, felt is not define who I am as a spirit. I will not be Tracy when I leave here. And I was not Tracy when I came into this flesh. So people don't understand that about me. That's why when I came in and I knew it, I was very young. I was like, whoop, I quantum leaped into the wrong body. I knew it. I'm like, oh, this isn't the place for me. I'm in the wrong spot. No, I'm right where Father wants me to be. You know what I'm saying? I just know that I wasn't supposed to be a part of it. He said, be in it, but be not of it. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that we're all eternal, brothers and sisters. We all are eternal. We are Hokadesh. We are spirit. We are ghost. We come in and out of this flesh. It says Heaven and earth shall perish, but my word, that is Father, will never die. Father is the creator. Father created before all. In the beginning was the Word. The Word became flesh. That is the Messiah. That is the one I follow, because that's this covenant that I'm under now. I don't care about it. Anything that's happened in my past, I don't even have a blip of a flashbulb type memory of anything, but I know I've been here more than 52 years. Okay? And I will come back here again. And I don't go to somewhere in the sky, some other ball. So it says there'll be a new earth and a new heaven, and that's not somewhere in the sky. Heaven is the ruling class. Earth is the ruled. Earth is the ruled. You reign over this flesh. You reign over this forked tongue, so you don't speak this alien dialect, and you're going to be crazy like Noah. They told Noah he was crazy for 126 years. Remember, he never even reigned on this rock. Did he listen to the world, or did he listen to that still voice inside his head? Told him to baptize that ark inside and out, like we're told in Scripture, to baptize the vessel, right? To cut off, circumcise the flesh. Paul told us inside and out, to circumcise the man, the outer man. That's what he's telling you. That is the circumcision of this flesh. Daily, we die to self, we die to flesh daily. We're supposed to do this every day and be born from above, not in the sky, from above. Let no one take your crown. You have to have a crown, like you have a temple, right? These two temples right here, your body is a temple. If somebody let nobody take your crown, right? That is Father. Let him speak for you. Put that light at the top of your house. Do not hide that light in a basket. Let it shine. Pride is to shine and rise above others. I didn't say that. Be a light in this dark, 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 dark place that you're in. Remember, this place was completely dark. He baptized, overcame this inside and out, completely overcame with light. Remember, this place was created. This light that you see here was created from this dark. Never forget where you're at. That's what people forget. They love the dirt more than they love the word. That's most people, brothers, sisters. Don't worry about it. You're not going to turn anybody into a sheep. If they're a goat, they're a goat. I wasted more than a decade of my life going out, fixing the whole world and bringing people to Jesus. No, I didn't bring anybody to Jesus. Jesus is Satan, the sun god, but the Messiah, the Hamashiach, in his word says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of us would. So we're not out there to bring anybody to Father. The word does it on its own. It's what rebukes a man or a woman. They're equally yoked. And then it may take days, minutes, weeks, months, years. The word will rebuke them. They'll remember that passage that you said because it's written on their hearts, and it will make them to do a 180-degree turnaround, and they will start or stop doing what it is that thorn in the side. You know, you got that voice inside your head is right there right now. There's something you should have been doing that you ain't been doing. And you know darn good and well what I'm talking about. That's Father inside of you. Or something you need to stop doing that you're doing, and you know darn good and well that I'm right, that Father's always there nagging a thorn in your side that just never, that's Father. I love it. That's Father. And he's telling you how to purify you, but you don't listen to him. We're all guilty. Wrestle, not against flesh. The flesh is weak, brothers, sisters. We all do it. It's just part of who he made us. We're born of this sin, born of this corrupt dust, born of the dirt. No wonder we love the dirt so much. You know what I'm saying? Lovers of self, things you see that came from the dirt. He doesn't want us to love the dirt. He wants us to love the word, not the world. That's twisted. Don't do that. World, spin, twist, warp, pervert is what the word is. Well, change. Don't change. Keep it the way I made it very clear. Remember, he said, Old Testament, the wages of sin, one sin was death. What has changed? One sin, death. Add one jot death, one tittle death, one thought death. Nothing's changed, brothers, sisters. Nothing's changed. It hasn't. We're under this new covenant, but Father still has expectations of us. We're not going to get to sit here and just do nothing. Easy, Jesus, sit down on a church pew. Your friends see you go to church and you're a Catholic, Christian, Protestant, Presbyterian. You're all Satanists. He doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Remember, the most, M-O-S-T, H-I-G-H, the Most High, right, does not dwell in temples made by what? Where does he dwell? Tables of our hearts. He's not in the sky. Father didn't come from the sky. Father's never been from the sky. Why do people think that Father comes from the sky? That is Satanism. God's in the sky. Baal is the sun god. Gods in the stars. Hollywood stars. Deities. Idolatry. People of the dirt. That's right. Your pocket Jesus, your own personal Jesus. They got it on their iPhone now, their Apple, whatever. That's how they're linked up, like a cyborg now. They don't even look at the scripture anymore. They don't even open the text. They just rely on some dude on YouTube or some man in a pulpit to do all the hard work for them. Broker their salvation to some dude in a pulpit, huh? I don't think anything's worth trading my eternal salvation for on this rock. At least nothing from the dirt, right? It's pretty easy to trade the dirt for your eternal salvation, right? Well, think about what I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters. You're here for a purpose. You serve a purpose. You're supposed to be serving the word. Now everybody gets a different measure. The measure you pour out will be returned justly. Twice if you pour it out wrongfully on others, right? Will be returned on you. So we need to remember what we're here to do. So it's not like you're here to gain affection is phileo and be loved by the world. That is phileo. Remember, he told Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter. Do you agape me? Are you carrying your cross? Are you following? Remember, he denied 3 times because of the flesh, right? It's easy to just put it off and no, I don't want to talk about this right now. This is inconvenient for me. Oh, well, I got to keep my job. They keep telling me if I don't bring something to the Christmas party or the New Year, this has been years that I'm going to lose my job. I'm the fuddy-duddy. I'm a grandchild because I won't be the pagan. Same thing. My family hates me. Everybody tells me that I'm crazy because I don't celebrate. And I told them these are all things that we're not in scripture and we're not to do these things. And I'm not trying to be condemning. I'm righteously judging and they throw me to the side and imprison me and tell me that I'm crazy. I live in a house full of 10 people and I'm the only one who thinks like this. So I might be in a house full of 10 people, 3, 4, 5 people, but I'm alone. I'm so alone. And I feel like everybody around me is just constantly, that I'm the crazy one. Yeah, that's how you become a disciple. That's how you become set apart, brothers and sisters. But people don't want that. They want the world. They want to do what everybody else is doing because it's comfortable what everybody else is doing. The holidays, Easter, right? The spring goddess. They like to do their sex rituals. Sex sells more than anything on this rock, brothers and sisters. Not actual prostitution, but the insinuation, like a low-cut blouse or maybe a guy in a gray pair of sweats or something for the ladies, some kind of shape or bulge, but right? So, that's what they want. It says, if you're loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. So you're not here to be loved by the world, brothers and sisters. You're not here to do what everybody else is doing. Remember, he said in the book of Jeremiah, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. Esau, he hated. Remember, he stole his brother Esau's inheritance, Nimrod, Moloch, or whatever deity name you want to give him, right? And he loved Jacob. And right, he called him Israel and gave the inheritance, and he loved both Jacob and hated Israel before either were born or done anything on this rock. So Father knows what we're going to do. So it's not like, you get free will. You have self-will. You can do phileo. You can do your own will, right? Self-will. But it comes with a cost. It's not free. There's no free will. Oh, you'll pay. You will pay. When you do Father's will, there's a different price, right? Sometimes at the lick, but what you gain later is like putting up a savings account for later, huh? Well, you got to pay now, but hey, it's like later I got something coming. Where do you put your treasure, on this rock that you walk, or you put it at, or for somewhere after you die? I call it afterlife insurance. Like you pay for insurance now, you got insurance on everything. Car insurance, house insurance, renter's insurance. You get insurance on paintings. Oh, you get pet insurance now. Pet insurance, guys. Life insurance for your kids, right? Not for your kids, not for you. What are you doing for you when you're standing there at judgments with the Messiah? And Father, you need a mediator, somebody to cover you. Did you pay that price for your attorney? Think about that. This is like, let's try to make it kind of a legal thing. I know we're not under the laws of the Old Testament, no land, air, water law. Water, get it? Water, right? But, you need to have paid for that attorney. He's your mediator. He's got an in with the judge. Remember, one sin is death. I hope that scares the living crap out of you. Seriously, you're going to be standing there and you have to have a crown. Yeah, oh yeah, that's your price you're going to pay. You got a crown. Remember, I come quickly in Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. So if you don't have a crown with that judgment to set at the feet of Shiloh, you're not going to receive your inheritance. Remember, Esau killed his brother Nimrod and stole his inheritance, and there would be a wedding, and we'd receive our inheritance at that wedding. The wedding supper, the feast of the Lamb. See, people read into this scripture and they get religious, and they don't actually see what the scripture is telling them, what they're supposed to be doing. And they don't teach this in any churches. Brother says, I don't know of any church you can go anywhere in the world. Not one. And I don't think that I'm some special kind of person. Like I said, I don't have anybody that ties this ministry. Not one person takes in a percent of their paycheck. And I'm not asking for that, remember? But there's all these fake ministries all around the world that's not teaching this gospel that I'm teaching you right now. And he said, call no man teacher. That's the word prophet. The false prophet is Scorpizzo, and I am a Scorpizzo. Birthed on the 13th day in 1973. That makes me a Scorpizzo, the false teacher. So you should discern everything that comes out of my face, because the devil is wise and mirrors and performs all the same miracles and wonders. He's not some leotarded Jesus dressed in red tights over here. You know, the horny Jesus, or the white Jesus over here, the one with the halo, like the serpent, you know, like Kronos, like Saturn, like the ring, like halo, you know, like the crown, like a crown, you know, like halo. You have to have a crown set at his feet, remember, to receive your inheritance. So, what do you think? Have you ever heard this teaching anywhere else? That you have to have a crown, you have to carry your cross. If you don't have a crown, you won't receive your inheritance. Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh. He's the one who holds the inheritance to the church. Inheritance in the age of heir. Heirs to the inheritance. You're an heir, right? When somebody dies, you receive their... Holy crap, it's not about religion, is it? No. This doesn't have anything to do about religion, brothers and sisters. This has to do with everything about being an eternal being and doing what the hell you're supposed to be doing while you're here. Remember, hell is no knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of abyss. I will throw them in the abyss. That's where you'll gnash teeth. You won't raise. Well, you'll raise, but then you'll go right back to where you came from. The dirt. You'll gnash teeth. You're not going anywhere. You're not going into some other... When it says there'll be a new earth and a new heaven, that's not somewhere else. When it says you get a new body, that doesn't mean flesh. That means the new body to you. You're so used to being in this meat suit. And if you're hung on this meat suit thinking that new body means you get a new body, well, guess what? You're going to keep the body you got, and you're going to keep gnashing teeth to the little season. He took the flesh to be with Father. It says that, correct? He'd be seated at the right hand of the Father. That's where he took the flesh, to fulfill all the laws of flesh. It says in the book of Colossians 2:14. See, that's what I'm saying. Where do these people are not prepared, brothers and sisters? That's why this ministry is super hyper-focused gospel, and I don't touch on any. I don't talk about all this 16:11 scripture and talk about the, anything that if it's not canonized, anything that I can't define, every word that I don't want to, I reject it. Period. It's what he tells me to do. If it's not in the same narrow way, if it's not, he said, I am the Hados, I am the truth. So if it's not in the same narrow way and it lacks 100%, it's not exactly the same, I won't, this brain will throw it out, just so you know. I have a calculator. It's like, takeaway, I won't even let it in. At that point, once I know it's not in the same narrow way, it's like the Old Testament is foreshadow of the New Testament, what is to come. The New Testament mirrors the Old. Anything definitions you want to find out of the Old, you can find from in the New, you can find out of the Old. That's because they mirror. If you use the right text and you know how to study one word at a time, you can make sure that everything is exactly, because he said don't even add a period or you'll go to hell. Pretty serious dude, isn't he? Okay, I have a question. Everything is because truth is 90% and the lie is 10, but that's all it takes, right? No, it's 99 truths and a lie, and 99 lies and the truth is a lie. just so you know. Okay, Michael, to Father. Remember, 99 truths and a lie is a lie. 99 lies and a truth is still a lie. Father said, don't even add a jot. Okay, they just got to correct you, get you in that perspective on how that, because a sin is a sin. So little leaven will leaven the whole lump. That's why he doesn't want us to sup with vipers. See, you're not supposed to be hanging out with people who are not in the narrow way. If they're in the broad way, leave alone. You're going to turn into one of them Broadway Jesuses. We'll be wearing 3 different outfits. No, that I'm trying to explain, like I said, if you think about it, that's how Father works, though. That's how the devil works, right? The distributor of fortunes or lies. He's a deceiver. He'll tell you 99 truths and a lie. Kind of like an Alex Jones. I don't mean to go there, but like an Alex Jones, right? You got to be careful. He puts out a lot of good information, but you got to be able to filter out you'll know them by their fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. Careful, discern all things is what he tells us. You know what I'm saying? So it's how Father has made me work this. I'm just a reconstructionist, so I can't accept. I have to ever look at everything. It's like 2 scales to me. It's algebraic, and maybe I don't want to get off on it, but if you take something from here, it has to be given back over here. You can't be biased in this life. If you get one-sided, then you become jaded. You have to see the dark side of the moon. You got to go there, whether they say it's there or not. You know what I'm saying? Up here in your head, not literally in a parable. I don't think that's ever been used like that, but you can find these things. They're there. All things are possible through the word. Lovers of truth. Careful. Like I said, we don't want to go for, Father is birthed the flesh vessel that came here and said, I am the truth. So that's where I focus at. What did he say? He said, before Abraham was, I am. He's telling us I am the Alpha, right? That I am Aries. That I am Father in flesh, separate flesh. In spirit, I am Hokadesh. That is the 3 separate Godheads, that the one that beat the Father, the God that I follow beats the people he loves. And that's not the one that most people go after, Yeah, no, that's what's important. See, we need to know that Father will be there on the other side. That's why he said to you, I am the Alpha and I am the Omega, right? Because he is all things. He is omnipotent. He is all knowing. He never makes a mistake. And when he creates evil, he does that for purpose. People don't. If you get up every day, let me give you one little more hint here, Michael. If you got up every day and you told yourself everybody's evil, including yourself, because most people enter by the wide gate. Remember, the word nice means to be stupid. Most people are putting on an act. They don't talk about the word. They just allow, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing, right? So get up every day and tell yourself everybody's evil, and then treat everybody the same. Agape, thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. It doesn't mean love your neighbor like your enemy, like bake your enemy hot cross top buns and bake them cookies and bring them. No, it means put him, if he's in the broad way, show him to the narrow way. So most people are going to meet her in the broad way. Well, I'm just saying that's how it works. Most people are evil. Most people enter through the wide gate, and he's got the key to the wide gate. That's the key to no knowledge. They don't have the knowledge that we're talking about. That doesn't make any of us in here better. It's called set apart. Remember, he said, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you apart as my teacher to go out and share this gospel. That's the good news, man. Is there any better news than that? If we do what we're told, we'll receive our inheritance. We don't have to be from the high priest. We don't have to celebrate. We don't have to stack up riches. We don't have to have sacrifice. We're not under that covenant. None of it. We can eat what we want. We're not, because we eat this or we don't eat this, are we going to get to Father. We're going to get there by faith and faith alone. By faith we are saved, but you got to put legs on faith, is what he tells us, correct? He said, have your lamps trimmed, have your loins girded in my service until I return. Where does that mean? You get to sit on your butt, do a one-day Sunday fun day Jesus kind of nonsense. That means you get up and you take witness and you bear and you're crucified. You're hated by your friends and you're hated by your family. This is the word theologo. It needs to be pushed on both sides. Yeah, you ain't bringing that gift to the Christmas party. You're, oh, God, lost my job. Thank you, Father. What do I do now? Father just did that for a reason. He don't want you to be a pagan and you're going to suffer. You'll figure it out. He'll make a way. He's a way maker. He is a hados. He can make a way when there's no way in hell. Push from both sides. Theologo is a Greek word. To be pushed on both sides. If you ain't being pushed on both sides, you ain't doing it right. That's theologo. And so you can keep pushed down, 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 until you fit through the straight gate. Till you fit through the straight gate. That's right. And then by not only the hearing ear, but then executing the disciple in the book of Luke. My disciples, take up your cross, follow after me. In the book of Matthew, he tells us, deny ourselves daily, take up our cross daily, follow after me daily. These are, I'm a veteran, so maybe that's why Father maybe, so I can understand these things. I can understand law, I can understand militant. I have been given a command. He said, if you love me, you'll guard my commandments. You'll walk and follow my commandments. You won't let anybody change them. You'll guard them. When you figure out what is the truth, you will not allow anybody to change my word. And if you did, I will rebuke you and correct you with the truth, the aletheia. You'll get your lexicon out. You'll define the words that I am the word, and you'll know the definition of every word that comes out of your mouth, or you will not speak it. Or you're a heathen and you are a false teacher, and I will deal with you first when I come back. There's the very first people that Father deals with when he comes back is the false teachers, the people that change his word. You'd be better off to never even talk about it. But that's not how it works, remember? Don't boast because you know, but woe if you don't go share it. That's right. You have to share the word. You can't just hide it. Do not hide that light in a basket. Let it shine. You have to let that out. Put it at the top of your house, he said. Remember, let it shine. Okay? So you're not here to be loved by the world. Remember, if you deny me in front of your friends and your family and your workplace, right? No, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So you're not here to make friends with the world. You're not going to make friends with anybody. Oh, go to your little silly little church where they're not studying the gospel. They're not going to give you this gospel at any church, brothers and sisters. They're not. Give all glory to Shiloh that Father sent you here. His timing is perfect. This is a true what it's like, because all those people sit in a church and they get to be with each other in flesh. We're here with each other in spirit like we're going to be after this flesh, because you don't get no flesh after you die. Oh, if you want the flesh and you're going to hold on to it, then you'll gnash teeth. You're going to go be with Father. Father doesn't have flesh. Father is Hopedash. Father is the Word. When you die, you go to the Word. That's where you're going. Father is the Word. Hello? So if Father is perfect, Father is the ruling class, Father is heaven. If you die and go be with the Word. The Word became flesh. That is the Hamashiach, the Messiah. He took that flesh to be with Father. So you think you're going to get flesh to go be with Father? Father doesn't have flesh. The flesh is what's holding you back from being with Father. The flesh is what causes you to sin. The flesh is what's weak. That's why Paul told us, circumcise the flesh, cut it off daily. Circumcise from inside out. There's an inner man inside you. It starts out very small, but it grows larger and larger, and your skin starts real thick, and your skin gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner to get. So when you get, like Brother Jim in his 80s, you don't want to do anything but the Word. Me, I'm trying to build this ministry. Most of my life is good, but I'm tailing Brother Jim by 3 decades behind. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, the beautiful thing that people, when you come to the discovery, you realize that Father is Hokadesh. Father in the beginning was the Word. Father is the Word. So you get to go be with the Word. And if you love this Word, see, when he comes back, the sins aren't going to matter of this world. Oh, because you stood up to their nonsense of their crazy, stupid laws. You're not lawless, but you stood up. You used your voice like he stood up. Passive resistance. Remember, I'm not talking about violence. I think, obviously in the last 3 to 5 years, you've seen what that's about. They brought 20 plus men with armed to the teeth and came here trying to kill me. Didn't work out that for them that way, did it? They came with a plan A and they ended up getting Father's plan, didn't they? That's what they get, being so narrow-minded. They can come in here with a plan and get me to act on my instincts. I'm a veteran and grab some kind of Second Amendment item and have a firefight, when I told them the whole time that's not what was going to happen. When it wasn't a Ruby Ridge, wasn't at some kind of, Waco, Wacko, Texas, that this was a stand up and not a stand off. I was just using my First Amendment right to free speech, not a Second Amendment. And they still SWAT raided this house anyways, didn't they? Brought 25 plus men with guns and tried to shot my son, hit me in the face with an 5 tear gas canisters, try to blow me out of here with a weapon to come out with so they can kill me dead. Didn't happen that way, huh? Father's not done with me yet, is he? So whatever, like I said, it's all there on the live stream. I don't like to watch it anymore, but it reminds me of how much Father is not done with me, and that I'm not, I serve purpose here. You know what I'm saying? So I thank Father for keeping me here. It's been worst part of my life ever. This is the hardest part of my life I've ever lived. And I've been through some really tough crap. Growing up on the streets of Los Angeles, I had to live on the streets after my dad died, literally as a freaking teenager, on the streets of Los Angeles, being chased around by LAPD because I wanted to try to continue to go to school. All the crap that Father has done to me, even after my father's death, he's never let up. I'm telling you, my father died 36 years ago, and I don't think I don't ever remember me by my head being above water since then. Not really. If it has, it's been just enough to get me so he can shove me right back down again. It's like, remember me growing up, I remember getting thrown in the freaking lake. I lived in Libby Lake. If you find out where Libby Lake is, Oceanside, literally, they freaking tossed me in the water, guys. I was dead. I thought I was so freaking dead. I'll always remember that, dude. I don't know how many of those guys were, bike and all, dude, all of me. Whoom, in the water I went, man. I don't know how long I was in there for a while. I thought I would know if I came out, they were going to kill me. So I didn't think I could ever hold my breath that long, but I did somehow. I swear I must turn into a fish for a minute. So I was like, oh. But anyways, I'm thankful for what Father did to me, because it has made me appreciate that the word is more important than any of this. The tribulation that I go through, it's not in vain. And that, the things of my past I can learn from. And if I don't have a past, then, if all you ever have is a good time, then how are you going to know what a bad time is? Father puts that resistance in our lives for a reason. A bird cannot achieve lift without resistance. It's an impossibility. Mathematically, scientifically, like King of the Hill, every step comes with the resistance. If you got gravity, which is a man-made term, but that gravity at your back, polarity, magnetism, and there's no resistance, is an easy peasy. Where does your life get you? To the pit, downhill, there you go. Every single freaking step is going to be hard, brothers, sisters. You come a king of the hill at the end, right? You going to be a king? Have your crown? Be king at the age of air. They'll be throned, right? The crowned, the throne. They'll be given their throne, inheritance over the kingdom. Remember, it says the meek, to be meek, will inherit the earth, brothers, sisters. No more flesh. Inherit it. Don't worry about it. You don't need it anymore. You get to go be with Father. This is why these elite are taking their conscience and uploading it to the cloud, because they know we don't get to be with flesh. They're not stupid. They've reigned for thousands, millions of years. These same people, you know who I'm talking about. And then they know in the little season we get our flesh back. You know that? They're trying to make it to that time, brothers, sisters. You see what these elite are doing right now? Why Mr. Stinky Muskrat wants to upload your conscience to the net so they can make it to the little season when we get flesh. They know we don't get flesh after this. They're stuck here, brothers, sisters. They don't get to be with Father after this. Then they know that, and they are not happy about that. They're not happy about this, brothers and sisters. They're stuck here. They can come back here and keep reincarnating in this near same body. There's many of them. They're time travelers. I hate to say this. I don't want to go off the deep end. I try to keep it scriptural, but they do. I told you, I'm an eternal being. They hop within bodies. You know, look at Obama, the Pharaoh. I mean, there's a lot of them. Okay, you can see some of these actors and see pictures, and not doppelgangers. These people come back, see they're stuck here. They're vampires. Why do you think they drink blood, especially young blood? Because they want to keep this flesh as long as they can, brothers and sisters, because they don't get to leave this place. They're stuck here. This is his playground. Remember, they're chained here until the final trump, where he looses, right? And he opens up the pit. So there's going to be a time which is undetermined, right? We're here, brothers and sisters, whether you realize it or not. In spirit, we're here. The seventh king is being revealed as the eighth king as we speak. We're in Revelation. We're in these last pages. Not the end of the world. That doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Grow up. That means within the next 2,000 years. Nobody knows the day or the hour. It says you'll see the day approaching, said Paul, right? There'll be signs in the stars, right? In the sun and in the moon. Remember, it says for times and season in Genesis, but we would see those signs, right? Like the Magi. Remember, they were looking up at the stars. They were watching the king star. Remember, it got its name the king because it's out the longest and the bright. As a Magi, you're getting a little extra teaching here, brothers and sisters. And he said, call no man teacher, but I hope you pay attention. There's markers that have been left in the firmament to let me know personally what day and age I'm in. I don't have to depend on some numbers on a circle on a wall or some digits on a screen. That's not what time it is. Okay. So, you know, there's a celestial clock above your head. And I'm a celestial magi. I told you, I'm the only man with this marker of this Revelation 12 sign that was spoken of thousands of years ago, over 2,600 years ago. The Hamashiach, the Messiah, spoke of this exact celestial alignment of the second coming. Remember, first he came in flesh. Second, he would come in the stars. That's what he said. There would be signs in the stars of the second coming. And then he gave this revelation to John at the island of Patmos of the Virgin, clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, right? And she would have a crown of 12 stars upon her head. Remember? Leo, Venus, Mars, and Mercury, brothers and sisters. This is the star marker that was left thousands of years ago in the book of Revelation as the angel. Remember, the Hamashiach, Christ, visited John at the island of Patmos, not John the Baptist. Appreciate the time ministry. I'm not sure what those are. Goat, not a goat. I'm a dog. So, but appreciate yeah. So you see what I'm saying. So again, please understand this celestial marker that Christ gave to John at the island of Patmos was spoken about 2,600 years ago. 2,600 years ago, talked about this celestial marker, which took the largest star in the solar system, the sun, the second, Jupiter, right? The first of the gas Jovian giants, the moon, right? Two major constellations, Virgo representing the Virgin, right? Leo representing the one that crowned him the high priest of the church, the Shiloh sign, and then Venus, Mars, and Mercury, three wandering stars like the sun that wanders up and down off the ecliptic plane, stood still, not for 4 days, not for 4 weeks, but 40 weeks to the day, stood still like a soldier standing at attention for 40 weeks and didn't even move. As Virgin, right? As Jupiter, the king, star, stayed within the belly of the Virgin and never moved out of her belly. And then 40 weeks to the day on 9/23 of 2017, you missed it, even before the beginning of the new age, we saw this celestial marker that the Messiah spoke about, which again took two major constellations, the largest star, the second largest star, the moon, right? Three wandering stars to sit there for 40 weeks and perform what is known as the Revelation 12 sign, as I just gave you. 40 weeks, the exact time that it takes a woman to child. And you're going to tell me that was spoken of 2,600 years ago. Do you realize there was a sign almost nearly as beautiful as that? Wasn't the same that was spoken about, remember? Well, we hadn't seen it in over 2,600 years. This is the same sign that birthed the king, remember? When Jupiter conjuncted the morning star, remember, in 2 and 3 BC, between 3 and 3, that's the sign that the wise men saw, remember? Then they continue to watch, and then when Jupiter went opposition at the head of Leo, that was the scepter sign, right? This same marker that birthed an age from fire to water, because here it is up on the whiteboard, that conjunction that you see right there in 2 and 3 BC birthed us from the age of Aries, fire, to the age of Pisces, water. So it's really important that we pay attention to these celestial markers, because I wore my battery out today. I made ice a bunch of times. So, okay, anyway, so over here, look, this birthed an age. This conjunction of the king star and the morning star birthed a whole new celestial age. So if you don't think that celestial markers matter, this conjunction between the morning star and the king star, the morning star is not Lucifer. The morning star is Venus. There's no such thing as Lucifer. That doesn't exist in Old or New Testament. Don't say that ever again. It just doesn't exist. People make things up. So anyways, it's as real as the Easter Bunny. I don't want to hear it. There is no such thing as Lucifer. Stop it. You're fooling yourself. Okay, so anyways, again, this star marker of the king star and the morning star, when these conjuncted, is known as the Star of David, right? Christ was born. He was from the house of David, right? David was from Bethlehem. Christ was born of Bethlehem. This is known as the Star of Bethlehem, right? I have that celestial marker on my body for a reason. I don't just put things on me without purpose. I told you, I serve the word. I serve revelation. I'm a living testament. I'm marking my body with these celestial markers like a timepiece, like a clock, so that you'll be able to see this little scriptural word come to life, starting even back with the tetrad blood moons. All of these things just happen. Again, we're coming right back into the same timeline. You said it earlier, nothing new under the sun, right? So this same star marker that marked an age, that birthed a king, this is the one that Herod knew to have the first children born, right? Killed because the king was going to be birthed. It was birthed in the firmament, right? Birthed in the firmament, they knew this is what the Magi were watching. As I told you, they were watching. Okay. That conjunction, brothers and sisters, happened in 2015. Nobody knows that. That hadn't happened in 2,600 years. That's the same thing that birthed my love. Shiloh, the Messiah, translated name, Jesus Christ. That same celestial marker of that conjunction happened in 2015. The whole world should have been back. If it was at the time of Christ or whatever, they've been dancing in the streets, having nudist parties, and it'd be like a freaking Mardi Gras. Seriously, it'd have been insane. The whole world. You'd think now that the church, the modern day church, would be announcing, look, this is the sign that birthed the Messiah. This is the same thing that Herod knew to have the first children born. We are going to witness this same thing. It hasn't happened in 2,600 years. We need to give not glory because we're not supposed to worship stars, but this is something that the whole church should have been on their freaking face in awe to think, oh my God, I was alive during the same sign that happened that birthed the Messiah. We haven't seen it happen over 2,600 years, and now it just happened again? Whoa. And then we saw the Revelation 12 sign, and then we saw the enemy footstool sign. And then look, I'll stop there. It's okay, brothers and sisters. Most people miss these markers. But when Father sends a Magi, you know what I'm saying, like myself, to share with you, please discern these things. Do you realize how few people even know that this even happened? There truly is, and I don't care. There's only one man to take the time to literally mark his body with it, okay? This is the most beautiful sign. If you could even fathom what I just told you, what it took to take that happen. 40 weeks this constellation took to form this beautiful cosmos as an orderly arrangement. It's not in the stars for this event, a tapestry of again, the virgin, the king moving into the virgin of the belly and then moving back and forth in her belly. And then on 40 weeks to the day on 9/23. And just so you know, so you can take this a little bit more serious, Michael, you can find this work on the U.S. debt calculator right now. It should be up there. Now they took off the old work that I did because I did a ton of work. I'm not sure if you've been with this ministry that long, but I did the whole decode on the secret window of the debt calculator, and it has this same, and it's on there right now. You can find the same star marker on the U.S. debt calculator. So you can't tell me this is not work, okay? And they mock me. I know they follow this ministry. I know they took all the work off this ministry and put it on the debt calculator. All the work I did, they put it in that pretty little package and made that whatever. And then I decoded the whole thing and told you what all of it meant. And nobody else decoded. Anybody else to do a decode on it? Whatever. I got months of work on that. Do you know what I'm saying? So, hallelujah. All glory to Shiloh. You know what I'm saying? So, these firmament markers are so beautiful, brothers, sisters. That's why I'm saying I don't have to do anything anymore. I witnessed something that everybody missed. The same star marker that birthed an age, that birthed the king, that birthed my Shiloh, that I love so much, the word became flesh, happened again in our lifetime. And then the Revelation 12 sign, come on, the birth, this is the same exact, thing he spoke of in he always declares to witness. He said first in the stars, second, he gave to John at the island of Patmos, that Revelation 12 sign, and that happened in your lifetime. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, dude, there's nothing they can do to me anymore. Father has too. He's beat the crap. That's when my life got worse. That's when my life has just been, as soon as I discovered this, brothers, sisters, my whole life has been completely turned upside down. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, ever since I've discovered this back in, 2012 and started knowing that a lot of this was coming, these celestial markers, because I've always had just a thing for watching the firmament, watching the stars. Then I discovered this star David, like I said, I marked my whole life. His father's just trashed my life. I'm not going to lie to you. It has come with every single price you could imagine. I'm down to nothing. All I got is this ministry. I got one dog and one cat. You know what I'm saying? He's stripped everything else away from me. I have this ministry. I appreciate that, but I don't have anything else. I don't have friends and family or, nothing on a regular basis. Nobody I've met within the last couple of years, or, I'm a loner in this world. It's like I'm an alien. I feel like I'm out of place, guys. This doesn't feel like my home. You know what I'm saying? And I have to accept that. Like I said, I told you from a young age, it's like, oh, I'm in the wrong body, man. What the hell happened? No, whoop, quantum leap, get me back out. Take me back to the spirit. This is a test, but I hope you understand. And if you could even wrap your brain around what I just told you, this is something that the Messiah gave and visited John, as an angel, as a messenger. That means messenger. Angelos is the definition is messenger. Okay, so Christ visited. Hold on a second here. Man, what is going on? Gosh, they're doing it to me again, guys. They did this earlier. Now they're going to ruin the stream. Oh, dude. All right, guys, I'm going to click off and refresh the stream. All I'm going to do is just take me a second. It's going to out and come right back in. We'll see if I can fix this. Hold on. Oh, now it's all black. Hold on. Oh, man, I knew it. All right, we're flipping around. All right, I think this is going to work. Okay, we're good. Cool. All right, my bad. This is edifying for some of you. This is my life's work. This isn't something that I just learned overnight. And I got, obviously some of this stuff has been on my body for, a decade. Some of the stuff was marked before the markers happened. There are still things that are on my body that haven't happened in Scripture, brothers, sisters. That will happen. Everything will come to pass. So that's what I like to, that's why I like to take my time with my hard-earned labor or whatever. And I tip my artists pretty well and I have a thing for not having any skin. So I'll make sure I get it all covered skin is my enemy. So there's a lot of pretty unique color in a lot of this stuff here. You guys don't always get to see all the work, but it's pretty. They did a really nice, like I said, I got good artists and have had, I don't think you guys ever seen that, have you? Look at that. Crazy. But this is the day, the sun dog, and the day moon. And then I'm the only person I know that's got a chem trailer tattooed on their body, right? Great Red Dragon eclipse of 2017, what started. There's even, look at that, there's a UFO. Look at that. And it's a GFO. Get the out of here. It's government flying object. There's no, it's all man-made. So anyways, but got the eclipse up here, the blood moons. And next time we'll get my armpit tattooed. So anybody ever wants to make a contribution after yeah, well, like I said, I like to take scripture and then use the scripture as a marker, as a time, there's a timeline. It's very scriptural, you know what I mean? It's all scriptural. Everything on this arm is, even like the lionfish. He was the lion from the tribe of Judah, like the Pisces. I don't ever show you guys that. The lionfish, get it? The lion from the tribe of Judah. Pisces is kind of a duality in the waters below, above the firmament, and the waters below, so so it's been a labor. It's taken a long time, it didn't just happen overnight. And some things like my ditch I've had done like 5 times, and that's your ditch. It's like one of your hardest spots to get done. But I think I'm ready for the I'm ready for the armpit to get tattooed. I'm ready for that. Oh, that's going to be a good one. Oh, all of it. Just get it all. I want it all done. One city. We'll see. Right? So it's going to be an animal. But that won't be for till after I buy the ministry. So, you know what I'm saying? It's priority. The ministry comes first. So I got to go get a little bit more work done on this. This is the last one that I had worked on. This is the last one I had done, but I had some work done to this one. I want to go one more band. I wanted to go up here, but they really don't want to tattoo my hand. They said that the guy's like, look, dude, if you were some kind of office job dude or something, I'd tattoo you. No problem. You know what I'm saying? But you're a farmer. And you say that it won't, and you don't use your left hand. Look at me. You got calluses on your left hand, dude. Don't tell me you don't use your left hand, So he's like, dude, I don't want to. I will do it if you want, but you're going to have to come here every 6 months and get it touched up, on the bottom of your palm, Yeah, no, I'm going for the armpit. Yeah, no, I already got a bunch in this, like I said, all this is done all the way. I'm in that pit already, but I want to go ahead and do all of it, the whole armpit. So it's going to be awesome. So, but it probably won't be for a couple of years down the road, because I got to pay this ministry off first. You know what I'm saying? Get the ministry done, and then I can do something like that. I'll do something like that for myself. So no, I won't. It'll be a scriptural tattoo that I can teach with. It won't be for me. It'll be for the ministry. So it's hard for me to do anything for myself, guys. It really is. I just used to doing things for other people. I joined the military at 17 years old. I've been a service to other being. I was willing to lose this flesh at a young age and so it's kind of like all these extra days I get are bonuses, where a lot of people are, like afraid to die. Well, go live a little bit for Christ's sake, get off the flipping internet. If you're afraid to die, go out in nature, go fish, go hike, go hunt, go do something, but death shouldn't scare you. Death is a doorway, you know what I'm saying? So, what a blessing, you know what I'm saying? It is to, to be given this ability to come in here and share something that the whole world seemed to have missed, and then to say, okay, Father, I'm watching. I'm going to take and mark my body with this, so you know that I'm a good steward of my, of my eyeballs. And I wasn't supposed to be falling in love with the dirt, but I saw that these celestial markers were left, and you'll know that when my body was not, this isn't something like somebody left some stupid ass comment on the comment section. Stop it, Tracy. You're not going to be some David Kokesh or some other, I don't know what the hell they said or something. And then they left something about Leviticus having tattoos, that I can't have tattoos. I'm not under the covenant of the Old Testament flesh, the laws of Moses, Aaron and Levi, right? It's not what goes in a man. It's what comes out of a man that defiles us. So do my tattoos defile me? I didn't block their message or blame. It's just funny. I don't know if you saw it. Somebody on the comment section said something about to me, stop what you're doing, Tracy. You're not going to be some, Ruby Ridge or whatever. I just thought it was kind of funny. Just kind of what I said. Somebody recently had a comment like 3 or 4 days ago. I left on there. They can have their own opinion. I thought it was kind of funny, telling me that I can't, mark or cut my body. I'm not under the laws of the Old Testament, and mark is not what people even think. The word mark is karak, or character. And then you're not, these are for gods and doing things for, I'm not doing this for gods in the sky. I'm doing this because it's scriptural. It might include firmament markers, but these things are things that were spoken of. This is what Christ said. The Messiah said this exact words. These are scripture words. Like, here's another one. Like, I didn't show you this one. This is, you'd be better to have a millstone. I got this tattoo to remind myself of all the mistakes, right? The great millstone. Using Father's word improperly, cause one of mine to stumble, right? If you hurt one hair on my children's head, it'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea, right? Into the sea, right? See, all that great millstone cast into the sea. I look at that, and that reminds me of the mistakes that I made in Scripture. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, if anything, what are you doing? Well, I belong to this. This is what my body is marked with, right? I could have anything. I have pin-up girls, and what I'm saying? People get a lot of tattoos, This is what my body is marked with. It's marked with the word. It's marked with scripture, So I'm not marking my body to deities and cutting myself. My body has been marked with words that are in these scriptures. I've just put them into a, more of an animated in some things, but more of an artistic form of the word like, Matthew, it says there'll be signs in the stars, right? So see, these are ugly. They're like the ugliest tattoo I have. It is, it's gaudy, but that's exactly how I wanted it. I wanted it to stand out. Look how that stands out. You know what I'm saying? On my arm. It's hideous. That's what I was going for. Signs in the stars, signs in the sun, like street signs, stop sign, like signs, right? They're signs. Get it? Signs in the stars, sun, and moon. Get it? Signs, street sign, stop sign. Like a sign is a warning of what is to come. Hello, wavy. No, you want it right now. You want a stop sign. It's my money, and I want it now. J.T. Wentworth. No. I had to have it like that because it's got to stand out. There will be signs in the firmament, right? So that's a scriptural word in Revelation 12. That's what all these are scriptural. The wise men. Actually, I'm going to redo this, guys, too, by the way. This is something I'm going to redo. I'm going to redo this whole tattoo right here. I am. I'm going to take this tattoo, and I'm going to turn that all just into night sky, which is okay. And then I'm going to redo the wise men. They've been on there for years, about 10 years or so now, and I'm ready to just make a thing. So I'm going to take this arm. I got a whole arm over here now to work with. I mean, I don't have all of it. So what I'm going to take this, I have some work up here, but I have this whole area to work with. So I'm going to take this same scene that I have here, and I'm going to make that whole scene come, all the way up my arm here, all the way up to right here. I have a portrait that I've had here for about 20 years up here, but that whole tattoo is going to be right here. This same scene of the wise men, but you'll be able to see the detail on them, each one, and they'll get larger and larger and larger as they come up my arm, like as perspective. And then, the guy up here will be pointing at that same Star of David. I'll do the same thing as I have here, because he's actually pointing at the time. He's pointing up at this star, right here. You can see it lines up. That's what he's pointing out, is that Star of David. But I'm going to actually have that right up here and then point in here. So I'm going to take these wise men and turn that into a night, finish just doing it. You can tell it's like a dark night sky. They did like the sun is shining behind them in a silhouette. But, it's been years, and I'm going to go ahead and have it reworked. You can see it's been through. I freaking bashed that thing, ripped my arm. Anyways, that's going to be a dead people's ash put. So I will do the riders of the apocalypse on the other bottom side. The 4 horsemen of Revelation plus Christ on the rider on the white horse. There's 2 riders on white horses in Revelation. Everybody talks about that. Everybody always talks about the white horse, right? The one on the White House. I mean, the one who brings the crown, the bow, right? The toxon. That's Apollyon. The one with the red horse, that's where we're at now. We're in the red horse of Revelation as we speak. We've already done past the white horse. The next comes scales. The black horse, that's judgments, brothers, sisters. You better understand what Scripture's telling you. We are in Revelation. We are literally in the apocalypse right now, because the apocalypse is not the end of the world. Everybody thinks the apocalypse, they don't know what the definition of apocalypse. So they're blasphemous, heathenous swine. So, but anyways, I will be putting the 4 horsemen of Revelation on the bottom of my arm, on the bottom side, up my forearm. That's where, because this tattoo will come up the top and the other one will be down the bottom. So that'll probably cost about $10,000. But it'll be worth it. So 10 grand, probably a little bit more. Somewhere around there, 10 to 12,000 is probably be, and probably a couple $1,000 tip. So not sure if this is true. This generation is putting nothing past. So I'm going to get the right artist to do it too. I'm going to be super, I'm finicky about the art that I have here. So I'm going to find the right artist to do these down the road, but whatever, that'll be when I'm retired, done working, doing all this stuff, and can put up a pile again or whatever. And, it takes money. Tattoos aren't cheap anymore. Sometimes a small tattoo is a couple $100 plus a tip. So you can imagine what I've put in this arm, and it doesn't matter. I don't care what. I never even think about it that way. The money is, I'd have spent it on something else. Somebody had taken it from me, or, what I'm saying? It's, what else am I to spend my money on? The nice thing about tattoos, they can steal all your money. They can steal your Bitcoin. They can steal your house. Hey, they can steal your wife, but they can't steal your tattoos. They can't steal your tattoos. You know what I'm saying? So, thank you, Father, be able to find the right artist to do this, and we'll be nice. I'm going to find somebody who's, kind of, this is their forte. You know what I'm saying? So thank you, Father. I'll get there someday, but I got a long road ahead of me. Thanks for letting me share the tats with you, though, because they're just, I like that it's money well spent. They can't take them from me. Hey, whatever, they still, how many times have I had my precious metals stolen from me? So let's have that discussion again, guys. Let's move back into this precious metals conversation real quick, okay? I don't think you're going to ever be able to get $100 for your precious metals. Not until the government comes in and buys them, or will take them from you. Will we see $100 silver again? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I do think so. Well, I think we'll see 1-to-1. The ratio between the two metals come together. They've gone from 125 during the COVID to what is it, 50 right now or something like that, right around there. Appreciate the tie there. Much Agape. So I think, we're not going to see anybody be able to sell their metal for any less than or any more than 95, 96, 97. By the time I think metals take off again, that they're going to skyrocket and they're going to go right past the 121 to 150. And then the bullion dealers aren't going to buy it for that price. They may offer you, okay, yeah, cool. That's just to do. Hey, Michael, just to do it, get out of the house, spend a little money. I did it, and, a little powder or whatever, but I don't think I was the but you know what I'm saying? Just to get out of the house, man. And if you do, cool. You know what I'm saying? And it's out there. There's more gold on this rock than there is silver. They're not telling you that. Wait till the public figures out there's a lot more gold than they're telling people. There is. It is. I'm not saying that it doesn't have value, but there's a lot more than there is silver at this point on the surface, because they recycle all the gold. They don't recycle silver right now. They're about ready to at these prices if we keep going. So my point is, guys, is again the silver elephant in the room is the fact that the last time the prices got over $121 or right around there, no coin dealers were buying it for that. No pawn shops were paying that price. They were paying about $90 to $95 is the max. I talked with 4 or 5 with that other, different dealers, you know what I'm saying? And coin shops and stuff. Some that one's been in business for 51 years said, I didn't pay any more than that. Because I was talking about what I think is about to happen in the market. I think it's going to consolidate for a little while. It's a good price to buy for people, everybody across the board. Tesla, Palantir, China, the U.S. for their circuitry, smart Patriot, missiles, all that. It's a fair price. I think it's way undervalued, way underpriced, because I don't think the price has anything to do with the ratio, but I have a ministry that I need to put in here. So I am considering personally taking a small amount of metals. Now, I just took all the metals that I had, purchased an attorney. So didn't get me anywhere. Actually got me in a worse position, but $25,000 gone. So I had to start all over. And that was in December. What month is it now? And I sat in jail for how long? So I haven't had that long to put together that much. But I need to take whatever I have and cash it out at a rate that I feel like, that before the price of metal gets too high and you can't cash in your metal anymore, right? That happened last time. They quit buying it for a little bit because they didn't know if the price was going to continue to go up, which was a very smart move because it went from 121 back down to like 60 some bucks. Very smart move on the coin shops. They know what they're doing. So if you listen to me, what I'm telling you, coin shops aren't going to stay open when silver hits 150 bucks because they don't have the overhead to be paying people to bring in their safe full of silver that they bought at 12 bucks, 20 bucks, and they got, 500, 1,000, 2,000 ounces. That clears out their bank for the day. $250,000, $500,000 in a couple. They don't have the money to capital to keep going like that. Yes, they have a lot of money tied up in, but they don't have the cash to keep paying it out like that day after day after day. Although people come in and now they're depending on selling it to you for a bit of a premium. If not, it's got to go to melt. So I'm telling you, I don't think that, we're going to see too much longer that we're going to see silver sit at 80 bucks. I think it's going to potentially make a move. And I think when that move happens, I'm not touching the screen. What the hell? Look. Would you please stop controlling my screen? They're doing this to me all day, guys. I'm telling you, this is like the 3rd time in the stream they come in here and do this to the stream. And it messes it up. So, okay, so you see what I'm saying, Michael? Now it's only going in. Oh, my God, dude. Ah, YouTube. I'm glad somebody's getting it. I've been trying dude, what the hell is going on here? How is that even possible? All right, are we better? Okay, I think I got it. Okay, so if you guys are getting what I'm saying here, the last time metals went up, these coin shops almost shut down. If silver would have gotten any higher, it would have shut down all the local coin shops, and there'd be nowhere to sell your coins. So I don't want the price of metal to go up again like that too fast. If it went up over 6 months, a year, that's different. But when it shot right up like it did last time, that's what I think it's about ready to do again. And then how, as a dealer, do you know what you're going to sell if the market could correct and lose 20, 30% of its, overnight? You just paid 121 to somebody and silver went back to $62. What the F do you do? They made a strong decision, and I think they made the right decision. Now, if this happens with silver again, brothers and sisters, I don't think you're going to be able to move your metals back into dollars. Good. You shouldn't trade dollars back for dollars anyways, but if you need to, it was always liquid, like the gold standard. It was there. But that's kind of going away. We've never seen that before, brother. It's a very different time we live in, okay? So my point that I'm making on this is that if you bought in at 12, 13, 14, 30, 40, 50, how much profit do you need to make? Figure that out. Because if you're holding on to it, you might have to wait to the next cycle. It stayed in a range of about $12 to $20 for 20 years, guys. It could do that again. That happens. It can consolidate. We just saw it make a, $25 to $75 that it started at the beginning of the year. This year, it's still higher than it started at the beginning of the year. Silver was $75 in January. So if you're keeping track, it's still ahead of what it was. Even I know it's not the 121, but what I'm trying to bring up to you guys is nobody sold their metal for that price, brothers and sisters. Just like nobody bought silver for $11.48 when COVID, it went down that low. There was a premium over the top of like $9, just like now there's a premium. So it was about $20 back during the COVID, 20 to 25 for an eagle, $25 premium on an eagle, which made an eagle $50. Okay, constitutional silver is probably the best thing you can probably get your hands on right now because they're not buying it. So the prices have dropped back on it. You can buy it under and below spot. Not a bad deal. I'm not telling you to buy any of it. But at this point, I think that okay, now, I'm not saying that, Carl. Okay, I'm not saying that. Okay, I think it could. Totally, I said that earlier. Okay, Carl, I said I think it could do that. I think it'll consolidate, then it could drop back down to 60, and then it'll spring back up out of that. That's the best way to get it to go back to 120 again, is to pull it back down to 60. I'm in agreement with you, but I think for a little bit, we're going to see a consolidation. If it goes up a little bit, then they'll probably pull it back down to that 60 marker. So I'm in agreement with you, that they could do that, but it could just stay in a range for a period of time too. You know what I'm saying? Like it did for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? So 60 I don't see how that's totally plausible. 50, I think, is the base, where it could see it back around, but I'd be hesitant to take it at that. People be backing the truck up and buying it, right? So that's what I'm thinking at this point. So, Carl, on that same side of the token or the other side of the token at this point or coin, if I sold out at 80 and I didn't make the profit that I wanted to, but I didn't make the profit, well, good. I hope it goes back down to 60 to get in the market again. Carl, I'm good with that. Hell yeah. I hope it does. I don't know if it will, but it could. Absolutely. They could make it to $10 at the click of a mouse. You're buying a paper price, brothers and sisters. That's what I'm trying to show you too. If you've been here long enough, Carl's been here, we're talking about paper price, but paper price and the price you can sell it for and the price you buy it are 3 different prices. See what I'm saying? 3 different prices. That's how you buy it, Carl. That's exactly. You cost average, you buy the dips. You never worried about prices. Irrelevant. If you've been buying it since it's 12, you're doing just fine. If you bought the dips and you cost average, you're doing just fine, right? All the silver bugs have been edified, guys. So you know, all those crazy silver conspiracy bugs, you know, and gold is that you guys were all made to look quite foolish. A lot of people made a lot of gains. What I'm trying to get people to do right now is learn how to take. Dude, why is my camera doing this? Oh my goodness. Don't touch it. No touchy. I don't know what it's doing. Let's flip the camera around and see if it'll do it again. Nope. Man. They're messing with me, guys. That must mean I better get off here, guys. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and finish this one up. I apologize that they're just screwed with my screen. I'm not even touching it. It's doing it all on its own. So, love you, brothers, sisters. Hopefully you found some value in what I was saying in this chat. The silver elephant in the room is the fact that I don't think that there's much of a range right now between the 80 and the next price move. If it goes up, where you're going to be able to sell that metal. I don't think we have a whole lot more upside in this market right now for a minute, because I think Carl's right. I think it's going to pull back down and then it's going to spring out like a bat out of hell, and you're not going to be able to sell your metal. They're going to pause buying, because if it's getting up to 120, 130, 140, 150. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Man, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Hold on, I'm going to try this one more time. I knew it, man. No, we're back. Oh. You know the market structure and charting. We had a massive break in structure. It was certainly pulled back. There's no price for the break structure. You got to remember too, sometimes history shows that things can reprice and again. Now I know what you're talking about, but look at the moving average right now. I mean, how many long has it been sitting at, you know, this $80 price range? So it's kind of built the floor for itself. I totally understand it could pull back. I'm open. That'd be great. I said, perfect. You know what I'm saying? There are times it's happened in copper. It's happened in, you know, lead before. There are markets where the market came up and made a new price and made a new reality. We might be in that. It might stay in this and consolidate in this for a while, so to speak. We might have set, you know, a new floor, and that will go away as that, you know, 200, 300, 400 moving average moves away from that. So, but I totally see, as both of you guys are saying, how this could break to the downside, and people aren't anticipating that right now. I think if it breaks up, it's going to go back down. So, and then it'll spring it back out. You pull a ball underwater, the further you pull it down, the higher it's going to spring out of there. You're talking about a market that's been manipulated for 150 years. The price is irrelevant. Price has nothing to do with it. Price is a tool of manipulation. Ratio is what matters. But we're not doing that right now. Remember, the ratio historically has been 15-1 in our monetary. You know, God's ratio is 8-1. It comes out of the ground. Every 8 ounces of gold that you take out, right? You get an ounce of silver or 8 ounces of silver. I call that God's ratio. Right? So the ratio is what I'd pay attention to. But that's not what we're talking right now. We're talking about when might not be able to pull profit. Because if the markets go up like they did last time, they stopped buying it at about 95, 96 bucks. Nobody got 110, 120, 130 dollars for their Eagles or for their Buffaloes. They didn't get that. They stopped buying, and they're very smart, those coin shops, because it shot up and then it went back down into the 60s. Kind of like where Carl was saying, back down at that, you know, at that where it shot down before, and it could do it again. right? Now it pulled itself right back up, but we'll see. It could stay down in the 60s and consolidate right down there too. So, but my point is on this is the fact that if you look at it, if it goes up higher again, we might have the same issue of not being able to sell your metal. And that was frustrating for a lot of people because they bought in thinking they were ready to pull profit, and some of these coin shops were pulling back. They didn't have the overhead to buy $250,000, $500,000 worth of gold at $5,500 and silver at $121, paying out $100, people pulling out 2,000 and 3,000 ounces. They can't stay in business. They don't have the overhead to do that every day unless they're selling it. See, there needs to be a buyer, kind of like a stock. There's got to be a buyer and a seller, and not necessarily because I want to compare, but there's got to be a buyer. So they don't have it. They're not going to stay in business. They're not. So be ready for this. I don't hear any other blogger anywhere on the internet talking about this. This is the silver elephant in the room. And I'm not making a prediction because I'm telling you what has already happened one time. Could it happen again? It's called plausibility. Is it plausible? Absolutely. So I think if you were somebody who's been thinking about what is the market doing right now, well, what has it been doing? It's been consolidating, right? We see a little down, but it's pretty much consolidated. We're not seeing the price action in it, right? There wasn't that, we need to look at delivery months too. We're also looking at paper. We're not looking at, 80% of the market is because of industry. Tesla, Palantirs, Starlink, Lockheed Martin, the War Machine, they all need silver. Okay. So that's another reason why I don't know, if we're going to see much of a move in it. I think they may have found their sweet spot in the metal markets. Like this is kind of the area, and they're going to keep it right here because this allows them to buy where they think it's affordable. If they know it's going to go up in the future, so to speak, and they're all kind of making agreement behind closed doors, kind of like a Jekyll Island kind of deal. And they set the price of metal. It's set on paper. They dumped $1.4 billion of paper contracts, whatever, when it went down to that 62 to get it to drop down like that. Spoofing the markets, doing all this manipulated. This is a manipulated market. So when we look at the paper price, we look at the price that to buy it and the price that you can get for it to sell it are three different prices. None of them are the same. And they all have some variance between about a $10 premium, about $2 or $3 back a spot, and the spot price on silver. So none of them are the same. There is a very huge disconnect. That used to be $1 apart, and now look at it. So silver's got about a $10 premium on it right now. So it's a time, like I said, I think if somebody was looking at it, and how much higher does silver need to get if you bought it at 12, 15, 20, 30, 40, $50? How much higher does it need to get before you would cash out to pull profit? If you just want to hold on to it for your kids, don't ever get rid of it. I'm not telling anybody, I'm not giving any economic advice. Okay. I'm just trying to show you where I see this, where this. That's what I'm telling you. Yep. No, I said earlier that, they're putting a data center out here. Remember, they need all the copper to get to the data mining center, right? But the silver is used up in the data mining centers. So that's where I think we're hitting the sweet spot. Thank you, Dose, for your comment. Yeah, there really wasn't, though, Carl. Nobody jumped on the silver bandwagon. Not really, not as a whole. They didn't move markets. The less than 20% of the market doesn't move the market. It's industry that moves the market, Carl. Remember, for the last 5 to 6 years, there's been a 200 to 300 million ounce deficit by Samsung, by Starlink, by Palantir, by Lockheed Martin, by, you know what I'm saying? They are the price movers in the market. The people buying the 1,000-ounce COMEX bars on the COMEX. We don't make the investor, the numismatic, the jewelry. We don't move markets. And there really isn't much. Look at gas is expensive. We are in a recession. There are not that many people buying metal right now. The silver market is a $900 billion market cap. It's not even $1 trillion. You know what I'm saying? So I'd like to think that we have some say in the market, but we really don't. Not at this point. We're not moving these prices. That's not what moved the price this time. It was actually it was a fund over in China that they did this and blew it up with. That's what I was telling everybody it was not real. On this channel, I was telling everybody that this is not a real market. Remember, it's supposed to stair step, ebb and flow when it was going straight up. I went over there and told Kevin to pull profit. Said, Kevin, now's the time. If you can and you want to, this would be the time. I told everybody on this channel to pull profit. Did I not? Yes, I did. It's all documented. That's why I do these blogs too, so I can look back at the work that I've done years past and go, okay, there I was over it there was a little bit off, and I've been right on this one. I'm not going to get this silver one wrong. I've been getting all, you ask Kevin, everything I've gotten, everything 100% right on silver with him. Everything I've told him in silver's come to pass. So I went over there and told him to pull profit. So I'm trying to explain to you right now that the markets went up, not by people buying it, but the industry. And this was like a spoof that happened. And once they figured it out, they corrected it. And that's why it pulled back down. Yeah. Look into this. Like you said, I can't remember which company. It was somewhere over in China. It was some fund is how they drove this thing up to the 121 price. So was it a natural price? No, not at all. Nowhere near. But please try to remember, silver did start this year in January at $75. So moving back to $80 with a $5 gain, silver seems like it could stay right where it's at. If they want to, they could make it at negative $80 at the click of a mouse. Oil hit negative $40 a barrel during the COVID. You can't tell me they can't do that. It's a paper contract. That's what they're doing. So paper price, physical price, and price you can sell it to your pawn shop or coin shop, or is 2 different prices, 3 different prices. Okay, guys? Hopefully you're seeing the disconnect. And you can react in that market knowing, wait, paper is not a physical. Like, for example, if you want to get in the oil market and you want to own oil and you want to deal with dirty crude or oil and you got to have barrels and storage, and you're going to pay more to hold the physical, right? So you're always going to have to pay more to hold the physical than the paper. The paper price is not the price of the, that's what I'm saying. It was $99 to buy a silver ounce right now. To buy it and put it in your coffer, you're looking at nearly $100 or $90, excuse me. Right? I think it's what we said earlier. $90, yeah. I think it was $89 or it was like 91, but whatever. It was over $90. So $90, excuse me. Yeah, $90. $90 to put it in your safe. That's not $80. That's the paper price. Okay. But that's the price they're going to give it to you to go sell it right now. That's just the way the markets are right now. I think the bullion dealers are being fair with as much as the markets have moved in the last 6 months, year. I think they're being really reasonable with this. So I would tell you at this point in time, I'm not giving you any economic advice, but if you bought in to make a profit and you could pull profit, this might not be a bad time to do so. Because if it goes up, they can say, hey, we're not paying these prices. As a matter of fact, we're going to hold off buying right now because we don't know where the price is going. It might go to 150, it might go to 300, it might go back down to $50. That's what I'm saying exactly. So you nailed it. In a nutshell, there is no support over 100. Thank you, Carl. Nobody paid $100. Not one coin shop. I talked to 5 people that I've been dealing with for 20 years. I've been doing precious metals, and everyone just said what Carl said. Nobody paid at 100. Not even 100. Not one coin shop, not one coin dealer, owners that I talked to said that anybody got paid a $100 bill. 95, 96, 97, and 98 was the top that they paid. Once it hit 99, they said, nope. And that might as well have been 100, and I see their mentality. So exactly, Carl, you got the point of what I'm saying. I don't see anybody getting paid more than 100, and it's crazy because it seems, well, you should. No, not right now. This is not the time. Maybe if we can add some more time over time and these coin shops can see, the floor and some moving averages, and what I'm saying, then we could get paid a little bit more on our metals, but probably not, guys. Probably not. And I don't know why anybody's talking about that. We almost literally seen every coin shop across the United States be shut down. If silver went up to $150, there would be no coin shops open right now. There wouldn't. They couldn't, and that's a good move on their part. Like I said, they were very smart to stop paying at 100. Because remember, they paid people out 100 and then went back down to $62. You know what I'm saying? Boy, those people are probably, those coin shops probably going, holy crap. Well, there we go, guys. That's why they didn't pay up into the 120s. So thank you for kind of putting it in a nutshell. You know what I'm saying? I really wish people would be talking about this right now, because I think there's some people sitting on some good profits right now. They're not going to take, you know what I'm saying? And they're going to miss this run. And then it's going to go down and they're going to sell at like 60. I got something in my freaking nose that keeps itching me. Apologize. Okay, so thank you, Carl, for putting that in perspective, because that's really what this live stream was totally about. Have you heard anybody else talking about this ability for this price to go up to shut these pawn shops? Might stop by and they'll stay open because they sell their things, but these coin shops potentially could close down if we see $150 silver. I mean, some might stay open and deal with numismatic, but I don't know, man. That's a different kind of animal. Not that they don't deal with that, but that's not a regular basis. So is anybody else seeing what Carl just said? You know, that's the support. There's just nothing past that. You know, there's nothing to keep it there. And that's fine. It could go to the roof too at that point, because there's no lid. There's no support really, but there is no lid. We're in a really interesting time, guys. What an amazing time to be watching this. All these years, it just sat there forever, right? So if it happens again, guys, don't be surprised that it cools off for a little while, because nobody's buying it. Not you or me. It's the big dealers that are buying it. The government's buying it. Okay, guys? Again, 80+% is used up by solar, wind, photovoltaics, right? Industry, cars, Tesla, military. That's who's buying that's who's moving silver prices, guys. You and I aren't moving the silver price. We just don't buy enough. We don't have enough. Are you buying COMEX bars off the commodity exchange? Then you're not changing the price of silver. Okay? There's just not, and we're going into a recession, major depression. So potentially I could see the price of metals go down a lot. If nobody's got any money for them and nobody's buying them, it's not going to stay up there. Supply and demand, it will not stay up there. As much as I love talking about silver and know that you got to be realistic of what's coming. You can't just, then you're a silver pumper. You know what I'm saying? You're just trying to get people into it, because if enough people buy it, it will go up. That's called a silver pumper. Don't do that. Be realistic about what's going on in these markets. So I really, like I said, guys, I haven't seen anybody else talk about the potential for these pawn shops to not buy any, and the coin shops, if the price of metal goes up, it's gonna potentially shut the markets down. Will they coin shops buy again? Yeah. To the coin shops. I think you'll be selling it to the coin shops. You'll be selling it to the government at that point. And then it probably won't be too much longer after that by executive order, they're going to come demand that you surrender it. So if you see that happen, a shutdown, I would anticipate they might open back up. You might have a small window to go cash in. Silver will probably be $300, but you'll probably only get $150 for your silver. That's what I see. I could be totally wrong, guys. I'm not making any predictions, okay? I'm just kind of telling you how this potentially, what the plausibility. So let's wrap it up there, guys. Appreciate it. If any of this is of any value to you guys, and there's a Cash App. I'm trying to put property out here. I thought somebody gave me a Cash App. It was somebody requested some money from me, but I don't have right now, because I need to build the ministry out. So if you want to donate to the ministry, if you found any of this, any value, hit the thumbs up. That don't cost anything. Leave a comment. There's been some comments left. Somebody didn't agree with me. That's fine. They left that comment. You don't have to. And then there's the Cash App and PayPal link if you have a monetary tie that you want to tie to the ministry. So we haven't got a super chat since we turned the super chat back on, but we have been getting a couple of these other stickers and stuff. So I appreciate those, because they do. I know they're not a lot, but they add up over time. So I appreciate it. I don't make a living off of YouTube. I might make $50 on some months, 100 on some. Sometimes it takes me a couple months to get on the 100. I don't get any payout until I hit 100, and then they take 30% of that for, whatever, AdSense and all the others. So appreciate it, guys. Hopefully, again, you found some value in what I said here. I'm glad that Carl said this, because this makes me feel like somebody heard what I was saying. Seriously, this is what I'm saying. It's like, why is nobody in the silver space talking about the fact that we almost seen every one of our coin shops close down? Because we only have a couple places to sell it. Pawn shops, coin shops, and online. There's nowhere else to sell your silver at this point, brothers and sisters. There isn't. Think about what I'm saying. Online, you could offer, there's online people that you buy or that will buy your coin shops and your pawn shops. Where else do you sell silver at or gold? So it's not like there's a lot of places to sell it either. It's kind of a smaller market if you think about it. Not a lot of people even know about it. They're just not investing in it. So if you know anything about precious metals and you shared it here, I can't thank you enough. It's a neat time to be watching this. It's crazy time, but I think it's time, like I said, if you've ever been wanting to take some profit, I don't know if we're gonna see 90 again. That'd be great if we did. But once again, what are they going to pay you for the metal? Once it starts getting up too high, they might find that themselves in that same spot again. So hopefully somebody took something from this and can glean from it. And again, if it's of value, and come back again, we'll talk about this type of, we talk about all kinds of stuff here at High Desert Faith and Truth. So again, links are in the description. If there's anything of a value, you're watching the restream and you made it to 5 hours and 17 minutes, which probably isn't even a thing. We're not getting the traction anymore. That's okay. Just happens. Ups and downs in life. But once again, drop a comment. That doesn't cost anything. Hit the thumbs up button, and make sure you subscribe to the channel if you want to, have some more content like this. Remember, it's not ever required to donate anything monetarily. Amazing comments. They're priceless. They really are, guys. I can't, again, thank you enough for all you people come back and regularly put good comments. Some good comments in here about this subject. So appreciate it. Thanks for letting me do some gospel. We'll wrap it up there. Okay. Again, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.